It is Saturday. It is July 10th, and it is just past 1300 UTC, which means we are here for our first ever and hopefully annual IdeaFest. And that's where we get the like hand clapping reactions and the party and everyone's ready to go. Awesome. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, look around. Look at all the faces you see. Feel free to spin through. Like, I'm not sure about you guys, but every time that I'm on a Zoom call with over 100 people, I get like a lot of excitement. There are so many people here. We're all here for the same reason. And what reason are we here for today? Well, we're here to celebrate the future builders of Cardano. We're here to meet the builders behind the different projects. And we are here to, well, now what happened? Did my screen sharing get paused? I'm sorry. There we go. And we are here to make sure that voters have the opportunity to be helped, who have the opportunity to see as many proposals as possible, and they get to help make the best choice for the different projects and the different builders in the Cardano ecosystem. Folks, this is a very important event for that reason, because Cardano and this ecosystem is not just about the builders. It's not just about the digital space. It's not just about the applications that are being created. It's not just about governance. It's not just about cryptocurrency. What this is about empowering people. It's about empowering the participants, all of you that are here, whether you are a veteran CA or someone from IOG, or if you're here as just a regular participant, a voter, a holder, anyone. We are here to bring and bridge connections, and bring connections together and bridge more people. Because if you have more information, if you see the face behind the person that's building, you are going to get more involved. You're going to have more of a stake. You're going to have more of a connection. And it is those connections and that relationship, which is what is going to bring our ecosystem up. It's going to work towards this idea of more adoption, and we will also all have our foundations grounded in what Catalyst, Cardano, and all of us as individuals are trying to achieve. So these may sound like high-minded and lofty goals, but when I see the faces of the people in front of me and I feel the energy of all of those watching as well, I know that we'll be able to do this today. So make sure you buckle up, bring your best heart and turn your thinking brains on, and let's have a fantastic day here. All right. So just a couple of housekeeping things. I know this is normally in my presentations where I'd say, here's where the bathrooms are, and make sure you're doing this, and lunch will be served at this time. So this is a little bit different event. This is all online. And even though we are having a little bit of an after party, it's going to look a little bit different. But our housekeeping items for today are, please be courteous. If you're a presenter, play fair. Be considerate of your time, be considerate of the host inside of your breakout session as well. And if you are a watcher, listener, participant, please be respectful. Be mindful of the background noise that is happening in your space where you're watching. Mute yourself if need be. Make sure you're using the raise hand functions. We really want to make sure that as much information gets out to all the people as possible. So if you have a question, you need to ask that question, because I believe if you have that question, someone else will as well. And with this idea of the recordings and this information going out far from this time and place right now, those questions are going to become incredibly valuable. So if you are here today, please, with an air of respect and making sure that you are doing all of the things that you would, and to be courteous, make sure that you're asking meaningful, authentic, and engaging questions. So what's our order of business here today, folks? Well, we're deep into this introduction right now. We've had a little bit of fun. We've moved back and forth. We've done some emojis, we've raised our hands, and you're listening to me. That's fantastic. So we're almost done that section. I promise I won't blather on for too long. Number 2, we're going to move into breakout rooms. And like I said, for those on YouTube, there should be links happening right down below, and there'll be access to the different Zoom breakout rooms where there will be the 4 project proposals in each room, where you will see a 5-minute presentation from each different proposal. But before it won't go presentation after presentation, it'll go 5-minute presentation and then 10 minutes of Q&A. And like I've said before, the Q&A is one of the most important aspects of this. You need to be able to ask questions. You need to be able to get to know the proposers, and you need to be able to assess them, not just the words written on the page, not just the project that you're seeing in front of you, but also the people building these relationships, building these connections. So we think that's what that Q&A will be very positive in building. And then you will have 5-minute presentation, 10-minute Q&A, then they'll roll over to the next proposal. Additionally, as participants, feel free to move around. Yes, there might be a group of proposals that you really want to see and get deeply engaged with them. But if you're in a room and you're feeling the impetus or the drive to switch rooms, I don't think anyone would be too upset. I don't think anyone would take it as a negative. Please feel empowered to move around and take in as much of this information as possible. So after that, that should take about an hour with the 4 projects and 15 minutes each. And then upon completion of all of those individual breakout rooms, we will be returning back here to this main session. My face will be here the entire time. So if you want to come back to the main session and talk about what you've seen and then get directed to another place, don't worry. Come on back here. I'll be happy to engage with you. But once everyone gets back, we'll have a little bit of time to connect. And then after that, we will have what we'll call our best in fest voting. And so please don't go away after the presentations, because we want you to come back here, because this, like we said with the 10-minute Q&A, this debrief is so important. And if we have a chance to debrief all together, even in the form of some voting where we come up with a little best in fest. I'm not sure if anyone watches the dog shows. Maybe I'm strange that way. But this idea of someone or a presentation that really spoke to you, or a group that really is doing something interesting, you'll have an opportunity to acknowledge that in this voting. And then at the end, we will have all of these results collated, and there will be a surprise for the group and or presentation that was the best in fest here. Then we will have a quick closing. We will of course, you're free to leave whenever you wish, but at that point, we'll close down the IdeaFest. People can go about their Saturdays. I hope it's beautiful where you are. Maybe it's a day to go for a bike ride. Maybe it's a day to do some yoga out on the beach, or maybe it's just a day to get your normal routine done, go to work after this. Or if you're tuning in from work, you can get back to work. So I'm not sure about anyone, but sometimes I do a little bit of catalyst stuff during my work days, but don't tell my boss. But then we'll have our after party after that. And once we get into the after party, the whole idea will be to have some fun, keep cultivating connections. And we would really like to hear about what was effective about IdeaFest, what needed to maybe change for next time when we do have a next one, because I really believe that this energy is building for us to have more IdeaFests, and we want to make them as positive as experiences that we can for everyone. And I think that is all the orders of business I have, and is at this point that I would like to open those breakout rooms. Now, there's going to be a few minutes where people are going to be finding out where they're going. So please, hosts, let's make sure that we're not starting any of our sessions until about that 13:20 time, maybe even another minute or two, just to give them space, everyone space and time to enter the breakout rooms that they want. So please, folks, everyone, go explore, mingle, and meet your community. If you want to leave the breakout room and come back to this main session, I will be here to help direct you. As well, at the end of this next hour, please return for some final voting. Okay, so I'm gonna send it over to our hosts in the different breakout rooms. Take care, folks. I'm so happy you're here. I'm so excited that it's IdeaFest Saturday, and let's have a lot of fun today. So take care.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ashek Slavombarda. I am the CEO and founder of Innovation, and I'm here today to explain you what is the Innovative Founder platform and how it works. Let's start explaining what is the Innovative Founder platform. The Innovative Founder is a crowdfunding peer-to-peer marketplace multi-category who is run on blockchain through smart contracts, allowing the financing of various startups and DApps in a secure, transparent, and efficient way. So how it works? Let's take a look. Here we have the workflow of a project launching its crowdfunding campaign. As you can see, the project register on the platform, select the crowdfunding campaign modality, and here we have two different worlds emerging in the same marketplace. The fiat world with categories such as reward, equity, and debt, and the crypto world with categories such as EPOS, ECOS, STOs, and etc. Then the project provides valuable information for the investors, such as risks associated with investment, commitment, money breakdown, information and facts, and other kind of information. This is very important since all this information is immutably recorded and will be publicly available, providing all the necessary information to create a legal contract between the project and the investors. With all this information, the Innovative Founder platform launches smart contract deposit on behalf of the project, and investor can start making their investment in a secure, transparent, and efficient way. Investor workflow, one of the most important to understand. As you can see, you have investors with crypto and fiat currencies, and they will do the same steps to enter into the marketplace. They will register on the platform and search project by categories such as technology, innovation, video game, design, etc. Once the investor finds a project where invest, they will read all the information provided by the project to be aware about the risk, commitment, and obligation of both parties and proceed to make the investment. And here is where the interesting parts come in. The crypto investor can directly connect his wallet, Trust Wallet, MetaMask, Joy, etc., to be able to buy with his cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, Cardano, Ethereum, Ripple, etc. And we will integrate a DAX for do the swap of that crypto to a stablecoin. This stablecoin will have the same value as the dollar or euro, depending on the location of the project. And this stablecoin is sent to the smart contract deposit of that project. On the fiat investor side, they can pay by card, and through our payment gateway, we exchange that fiat currency to our cryptocurrencies, and then we do the same swap of that crypto to the stablecoin. One clarification, the fiat investor will have an integrated wallet very easy to create, since it is necessary to represent that investor on the blockchain. And in case a refund happens, it happens directly to that wallet. With this, we have a traceability of the transaction, a legal representative of project and investor, and an easy adoption of fiat investor in the crypto world.
Hello everyone, my name is Martin Sanchez, and I'll explain you the distribution workflow. Here you can see how the funds will be released from this smart contract deposit once the funding goal is reached. In this case, we give an example of a project that should reach 100K and succeeded. In this example, the project has 3 milestones, where the first distribution is 60K directly to the project wallet, and the remaining will be blocked in what we call a smart contract of distribution. In order for the project to have access to the remaining funds, it must submit periodic results and demonstrations to assure the investor that the development milestones are being met. Once the date for submitting the first milestone has been met, the investors must vote to release the funds for the second milestone, and so on until all the funds have been used. Today's thinking about the voting system is that at least 33% of the total investors must vote. That is to say, in this example, between all the investors must add up to 33K minimum of the amount invested, and the vote is decided by absolute majority. I want to clarify that this is subject to change. This is only one of thousands of voting systems that exist. Also, the Innovative Founder platform provides a space to generate engagement between the project and investors, such as a group or private chat, sending questions, posting periodic updates from the company, etc. And what happens if the project does not reach its funding goal in the campaign or does not pass an audit process? In this first case, the money will be returned to each investor's wallet instantly, once the project campaign period is over. And taking the same example above, if the project does not pass the second milestone to release the next funds, the refund happens in the same way. Only that since there is no longer 100 key, there are only 4 key left, and that money will be distributed proportionally to the investment of each investor.
And why this project is important for any kind of blockchain ecosystem? It is important because it will bring hundreds of its transactions to the ecosystem. This will provide a visibility of the blockchain technology, showing what can you do with this, and the attraction adoption of hundreds of new entrepreneurs and developers interested in implement or develop this technology. And to finish this pitch deck, I want to call to all investors and blockchain interested in support our project, since we are looking for funds and help in the integration of on-chain and off-chain development, since we haven't yet decided which public blockchain to use. With further ado, thank you so much for watching this presentation. All good, right? You can see the video and audio. Perfect, thank you.
All right, great video.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions from you guys? Well, maybe I can ask you the same question as Lucio. What was the road there? How did you get to the project, and yeah, like what was your perspective coming to the project?
What do you mean? Sorry.
Like how did you discover that there was a need for your project?
Like how I discovered to implement the blockchain technology on the crowdfunding market side?
Yeah.
Well, I see an opportunity to implement the payment on cryptocurrencies and also the implement of a smart contract for more secure, transparent, and efficiency system. Because right now you have crowdfunding platforms who only accept or crypto or who only accept fiat, and also they don't provide a really good system for solve problems between the projects and the investors.
Yeah, Lucio.
Yep, I have a quick question about the voting process that will approve the various stages of the funding. Do you plan to create a system in chain for voting, like into the smart contract?
Yeah, that will be the perfect, because you can change anything there. So yeah, probably we will implement the votation systems on the blockchain.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
And is it just you and the friend that was on the video with you? Is it just you two that have built this?
No, we are a teamwork of 15 persons.
15, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. And at what point did the idea come to you? I mean, because it seemed in my memory, I was seeing you in the community, and then at some point later, I was just, I'm just curious about, like how the idea came to you, or if you had it already when you came to the Cardano.
Yeah, I started with this idea 9 months ago with the concept of the idea and looking how we can implement the blockchain technology in this type of market. And I started with this idea when I joined the Project Catalyst community. I see what they say. I see the opportunity of implement a system who is more transparent, is immutable, is more efficiency, and also an opportunity to show to the people who use the fiat currency, they can use the blockchain system in a simple way. Because here the people is using the blockchain, and maybe he don't know what is a wallet or what is the crypto itself, but they are using a system with that. So it's a form to show the people how you can implement financial service in the fiat world also.
How long have you been involved in blockchain or thinking about it?
1 year ago.
Just 1 year?
Yeah.
What were you doing before you started doing this stuff?
Well, working only. I'm only 20 years old. So I left my country along with 18. I was raised and born in Argentina, and I came alone here to Madrid, Spain. So I need to start to work for pay all my spends. So right now I'm working and I'm developing this project.
Cool.
Go ahead, Roberto.
Have I heard well at the end of the presentation that you haven't decided what blockchain to use just yet?
Exactly, because well, you can see how it's working right now, Project Catalyst. So I really want to use Cardano, but if Cardano don't support us with the funds of Project Catalyst or with other kind of support, we have more than 70 blockchain where we can execute this marketplace. So we are not married with Cardano. We have a compromise with show the blockchain people to the world, and we are looking who a blockchain who want to support us with this project.
That makes sense.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we do have a few more minutes if there aren't more questions, but yeah, so if there aren't, we can move to Wada.
Okay. I will share my screen shortly, but I just want to say thank you for this opportunity to IdeaFest. And also I am here with Steve Lockhart. He has been such a big champion in terms of what we've been trying to do in terms of access and opening up the Cardano market to Africa. So he will be helping me to answer some of the questions. I'm dropping our contact right now before I share the screen. And you know, obviously when we are done, please feel free to ask any questions. So let me go to share screen. And then go here and share. Can you guys all see?
Yes.
Yeah, so basically as, you know, most of us here would know, we are West Africa Decentralized Alliance. We've been around for a while. And our main mission is connecting West African developers and entrepreneurs to the Cardano ecosystem. This mission is very quickly expanding because right now we are outside of West Africa, we are into Central Africa, we are into East Africa right now, and actually also going to Southern Africa. So the mission keeps broadening. So yeah, this is where we have sort of started. Right now we are active in Ghana, in Nigeria, in Cameroon, and then also in DRC. This is what our future is beginning to look like. And in some of our other slides, we actually have some of these dots outside, and that is also to recognize the diaspora community, which is huge. And we are thinking that this is where a lot of our work will also be coming from, apart from and in addition to the diaspora. So why are we here today? Basically, we just want to tell you more about our Planting Roots in Africa proposal. There's a lot of work that we are looking to do in terms of, you know, our mission to bring developers and entrepreneurs into the Cardano ecosystem. We have a variety of proposals in idea scale, and every day we are being approached by people that actually want to build on Cardano. But what is happening right now, and I don't know how many of us are aware of that when it comes to access in terms of electricity, in terms of internet, that's a huge thing. So that's what is reflected in our problem statement here, that some of the best solutions will come from the ground. But when it comes to infrastructure support, we still have issues there. And basically what we want to do with Planting Roots in Africa is to you know, fund the basic infrastructure, start with hubs on the ground, and then work our way from there. So on the ground, sort of, the hub situation, but also we are looking at options, high-level options like Starlink and, access to electricity in a way that broadens, gives access. I don't know how many of us were able to watch the program, Cardano Africa, a program in terms of how much of a hindrance infrastructure is. Our three basic focus with WADA is infrastructure, it's education, and then we create apps sort of linear but also circular. By the end of the day, we do need to open up, be able to get people the resources that they need in order to be able to do what needs to be done. So yeah, that is basically WADA and what we want to bring to you today. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, are there any questions from you guys?
Thanks, Kyle. So I can see a few hands up. Siaman, are you going to moderate that, or?
Yes, sure. So,
yeah,
Sophie,
okay, thanks.
You can go ahead if you want.
Hi, Mercy. Thanks for the presentation. I'm just curious to hear, like, in addition to sort of the specific plans now, like if this gets funded, if you could share a little bit of how you see things moving forward, like where is WADA gonna be in like half year or a year? How are things gonna move ahead from here?
Steve, do you want to start with that, and then I will add on to it in terms of the details of this proposal when we get funded?
Sure. Sophie, we've got people in each of these 6 countries, and a couple of them have locations. Some of them are still scouting, like where they actually want to be, as a base of operation. But that, primary goal is to get a really good internet access, so that we can, communicate amongst one another in the hubs, but also be able to communicate with other people in the Cardano community, people like Gimbal Labs, with whom there are people on our team that are already collaborating and taking part in classes that have been offered by Gimbal Labs. And it's been a very difficult process because their internet connection is so poor. So the interaction is very minimal with the people in Africa. And that's why you have people like Mercy and me kind of working on the proposals and communicating with the communities, because you can't hardly talk to anybody in Africa because the connections are so poor or too expensive for them to actually take advantage of. So establishing, a high enough level of internet connection to communicate, but also to set up stake pools, because we kind of view stake pool operation as like a very valuable learning tool for people that the individual hubs will be reaching out with, the community that they hope to build. The stake pool is the backbone of the Cardano blockchain, is really going to be necessary for them to actually see, be able to interact with that Cardano CLI and understand technically what's going on. But that's just kind of like the first part of the first phase of what's going on. My involvement with WADA was kind of hard for me to believe. I kind of resisted Mercy asking me to join the team, because I was like, what do you need a white guy in Alabama for, But I think for her and for myself and some of the other members on the WADA team, it's like you can understand Charles Hoskinson's vision, of why you want to build out Africa. But, like that was one of the reasons that made me want to invest in Cardano personally. But then when you start to think about it, really think about it, and then you start to meet some Africans and talk to some Africans, then what you realize is, and even from what Charles says, it took years for him to make the deal with Ethiopia. you know, if we wait on IOG and the Cardano Foundation to make deals with nations in Africa, we're going to be waiting decades. And that was what I found so beautiful about the Cardano ecosystem and the way this mechanism built into the blockchain creates this community treasury, because, you know, to me, it's the obvious method and way to move forward to actually start the process of educating people about blockchain, educating people about Cardano, you know, and that has to happen on the ground. And I don't see any other way for it to happen on the ground without, you know, the Cardano community supporting it. And so for me, you know, it's like in the interest of an investor in the Cardano blockchain to vote for proposals such as the water proposal, because if you invested in Cardano because you like Hoskinson's roadmap, then you kind of have to help it. You know, it's kind of like securing your own investment by going ahead and using your voting power to support efforts that are being made on the ground there. And the other part of that infrastructure, so I should just kind of circle back around to your question, you know, it's like we do need to secure backup power generation for each of the hubs, because in each country, it's you know, it's kind of a wavy kind of thing, you know, the supply of electricity to the hubs. And if we're going to be running stake pools, we can't have that. You know, we have to kind of like take care of that issue before we can actually be successful in connecting to the blockchain and providing, you know, that kind of processing power. I hope that answered.
And just to add very specifically, thanks so much for that, Steve. So in each of these countries, we are starting, you know, just get the physical space and just make sure that internet is good and electricity is good, as Steve has said, and then bring young people into these spaces and then start, you know, educating them both, you know, in that physical space and also, you know, virtually, because when it's virtual, we can do a lot more. And then, you know, they start thinking they're close to the problem, so they start sort of developing the solution. So that is how we're looking at it. As time goes on, there's one hubs in each of these countries already. In DRC, it's already 2. It's not just 1. In Nigeria, it's getting to 2 if we get funded. So already, you know, as soon as we get sort of physical presence, boots on the ground, people see that this is possible, then it's easy for it to scale throughout the countries. And as I said, it's not just these 6 countries. Already for Fund 6, we might have the opportunity to add an additional 3 countries. So we are excited about the future. But first of all, we need to get this funded. So thanks everyone for your support.
There was another question before that. Is the question answered, or do you still want to?
Yeah, I had a question, but now I have a thank you to Wada. I really love how you are thinking about this problem, like the whole elephant, and not just focusing on one leg, because we need to build this technological fabric from the bottom. That means obviously for having a mobile, we need the network, the mesh network that, for example, World Mobile Connect is building. Yeah, we need to start building bit by bit all of this, and that requires a lot of support. Obviously, IOG cannot do that alone. So thank you for picking up that shovel and pushing from the bottom, from bottom up. That connects to my presentation, which is a layer on top of all your work. So.
All right.
Yeah.
So.
We do have a lot of partners, and if we don't get this in place, it's difficult for our partners' work to be able to be done. And just one last thing that I'll throw in here is that the reason that I was so enthusiastic that Steve was joining the WADA team was just because, like in this category, Grow Africa, Grow Cardano is actually a co-proposer with a guy called Greg Bell. And I wanted to also make sure that we, whatever proposal we are putting in is actually true to what they had in mind when they put that proposal out. So thank you, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity.
Just one quick question from me, maybe. I wanted to know, like, when you start, when you imagine we have this internet, the internet for the people, and you're gonna start educating people, what would be the first thing you want to teach them? Have you thought about this yet? Or
yeah, that's actually a great question. I'll just quickly throw this in, and then Steve, you can add to it. So right now we're actually having curriculum development discussions right now as we speak. So we're looking at like as we're going to people and we're going talking to people. They would want to build things, right? So in addition to whatever tools that, entities like Gimbal Labs, like the Cardano Foundation, IOG, and other people are building, we also want to make sure that we have the people and the resource to, be able to build some of these tools. So our dev education is big. We did win funding in Fund 4, dev tools and events, and those have some hackathons in there, and some Bluetooth education and some Haskell. Some of us may not know Manfo, but he's our tech lead. He's in Cameroon right now. He actually got sick as soon as he got there. But those are our key, our focal will be, let's get our devs ready to also connect with, as I said, with Gimbal Labs and all that we're doing with them. And then also, at the end of the day, it's still, blockchain. We are really, really early in the sense that, like blockchain is not mainstream. So we also want to, the other curriculum development thing that we are discussing right now is something that's targeted to, policymakers, influencers in Africa and diaspora, even government people, but also even primary school students and secondary school students, because we want to catch them before they finish school. So we are intentionally building curriculum. That's the short answer to your question.
I would just like to add to that, if we've still got time. In each country we have some hubs. We have people in each hub with a different kind of network of people that they're connected to. Like Afia is the hub lead in Ghana, and she has been involved in the cacao bean supply chain for years and years. And in that process, then she knows people in the government that kind of deal with that import-export kind of stuff. And, in Cameroon, Manfo, the developer there, is a Haskell developer as well as an educator, and his wife is an educator for high school kids. And in Ivory Coast, we've got a guy who works for the university, so like we have this network of people at different levels within their own community. And this is why the intercommunication between the hubs is so important, because they can inform one another about the issues they're dealing with in their particular areas of expertise. So.
Thanks, Steve.
We don't hear you, Simon.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to say, if you can make it really, and of course no one listens to me if you can hear me. If you can make it really quick, there's one more question from Ajax.
Yes, I just want to ask, how will WADA achieve self-autosustainability?
Yeah, that's a process, that's a process where we'll be looking at different things, as the education and the teams get built out, because there's so many different layers there. I don't see them as being self-sustainable for a while yet. I mean, like a year or so. So, we will be returning to the community for additional funding as things come out, and as we add on countries into the hub. But we will also be providing the progress reports, to prove that we're actually, not going to casinos.
All right.
And very quickly, in terms of sustainability, you know, like when we listen to DAW, as long as we're getting people to actually open wallets and, you know, like buying, that is actually a service in a way that we are providing for Cardano, right? Because we're increasing transactions. When we get these stake pools in Africa, we're able to let that up. That's also, you know, sort of a return on intention in a sense. But in addition, there are
Sorry,
also
I really have to cut you off, Mercy. It's so much time already. I gave you too much time already. I can't. Sorry.
No, that's okay. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity.
All right, RC Morano. Oh, right, of course, Roberto. With Scale Up Cardano DeFi ecosystem, and it's the challenge category, and Dandelion Cardano API markets is the topic, right?
That's it. Let me share my screen. Can you see my screen well?
Yes, looks good.
Yes.
Okay. So my name is Roberto. I'm a co-founder of Gimbal Labs. Today I'm here to present Dandelion, which is my project, my proposal to build a decentralized API marketplace. I'm gonna give you more details in the following slides. So I'm gonna present this like in a catalyst fashion. I'm gonna tell what I think is the challenge we are facing, briefly explain what's the problem I think we have right now, and finally what's the solution, what I think it could be the solution to that problem. So what's the challenge? All these are samples of applications that depend not only on blockchain nodes to transact with Cardano, but also on a good amount of satellite services that allows them to operate. For example, light wallets like Yoroi doesn't run a full node like Daedalus does, and rely on backend services that are hosted on the cloud, on AWS or Google Cloud or whatever. Rely on them to submit transactions, calculate balances, all kind of different stuff. Explorers like pool.pm rely on databases that make querying information from the blockchain easier. And DeFi smart contracts will rely on the so-called Bluetooth application backends, which will run off-chain code to build the transaction that need to be sent to the chain. So the validation, so-called validation scripts, Bluetooth validation scripts can attempt and process the smart contract. So to me, the challenge is making all of these applications highly available and resilient in case of any of these satellite infrastructure fail. Because we don't want to miss any NFT auction because some service goes down, right? I think it's critical to those billions of users we want to onboard on Cardano that these services, backend services, are always available 24/7 to be able to send value all around the world. And for that, I think that the problem is that currently we have two ways of deploying these services. Two models for hosting these services, which are ad hoc deployments. That means that you deploy these services for your own project, and that's probably expensive and difficult for projects that are built by a small team, and they don't have a dedicated team to keep the infrastructure up and running 24/7. The other option is using some service as a service infrastructure like in Ethereum, Infura does, which is good because these specialized companies have the expertise to keep these services highly available and in a scalable way. But that's not good, so good for decentralization, because the system becomes as decentralized as its least decentralized layer. And these services, if you have one application running on Infura and Infura goes down, then you don't have a fallback plan. I linked a couple of links here to expand on those issues. So what's the proposal I have to solve this? The proposal is to add a third option, which is a network that adds multiple and diverse providers that you could use for your decentralized applications. Our focus will be put on empowering stateful operators, because we think they are the perfect candidates for building this network, because they are already skilled system administrators. They are already familiar to Cardano. We have a good amount of diverse operators. So we have we change one single point of failure by many. The way we want to empower stateful operators is by facilitating the deployment of these services, by facilitating the monetization of them, building open source tools. For example, my partner Giovanni, who also has a Fund 5 proposal, he will be building an API authorization mechanism that protect these backend services using NFTs. That will not only allow the monetization, but will also help increase the transaction traffic on Cardano, giving back this way some ADA to the treasury. If these efforts are fruitful, we'll end up with a decentralized offer of API services in a cooperative but also competitive network that make it efficient. And our dApps will rely on a much more robust solution. That's all. Thank you for listening. I hope you have tons of questions.
Yeah, sure. Great. Yes, are there any questions already? Lucio, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I would like to say that I love Dandelion. I used it for a small project that it's not finished, but it was really good to have this kind to avoid this kind of difficulty to prepare the whole node and stuff like that. So first of all, thank you for this service. Second, the real question is when I have what I have to expect at the end for this marketplace, that I have one API that is distributed in and I don't know if it and I don't know who actually runs the single services, or it is just a marketplace when I can find some actor that can run my API.
Thank you so much for that question. I love it. The way I envision this is that you will have both. Like if we build, say, an on-chain registry for these endpoints, so you can just go check which are available, knock their door, knock their API, buy some tokens from their contract, and start using the service. And in an anonymous way, that's fine if you are okay with that level of not knowing your customer or your business. And in this case, that's okay. And obviously, there will be another side of the coin, which is that you really need to trust who is in charge of the operation of these services. And for that, I envision some solution that adds into the equation decentralized ID, Prism, or whatever. Decentralized ID solution you want to plug into this system. But what I think both of them need is a reputation system that, yeah, for example, if you have a deployment that is constantly drifting from the tip of the chain and it becomes slow for, I mean, it makes your application, your wallet to always lag behind, your balance sheet doesn't refresh. We need to build some kind of reputation system to I mean, and that will be a cooperative effort. The way I imagine that is that all the peers in the network will randomly ping other peers in the network and report and attest what's the tip. That will be like the basic layer for the reputation system. But yeah, those are just some thoughts that I put on that. I cannot build this system alone. That's why I hope we can build together with the help of every SPO that want to participate of this, because you know, it's a good opportunity for expanding the business of an SPO. We need this like as distributed as the Stakepool network. I'm expecting this type of standardized deployment to flourish in Africa, in Latin America, and think about this type of business of backend services in the way we think about the Stakepool. Who knows, maybe tomorrow use Babel fees for paying for these endpoints also, or something similar.
All right. Sophie, do you want to ask a question? You had your hand down for a second.
Yeah, I was sort of, yeah, I'll ask a question. Relates a bit to sort of, as this is a marketplace that is going to evolve, and just curious how you see it evolving in sort of like if there will be a multitude of different offerings, or maybe, you know, like it's more like a framework, you know, that people can copy and use to create maybe their own marketplace as well, or sharing services of others, or yeah, how you see that evolving over time, or what your vision is on that.
Thank you for that question. That's another good one. Yeah, my hope is that anyone can play solo, can run this, and doesn't need to participate of any marketplace. You have your shop, and anyone that knows where the shop is can knock your smart contract, buy some token, and buy a subscription to your service, and that's it. You don't need to participate of something greater like an on-chain registry that will be like the marketplace for this. Like if we, I don't want to go technical, but if in the same way we have this metadata key for NFTs, we could have a metadata key for these endpoints to be registered, and that will be like the alpha version of the marketplace, a place where you can go and check what's available and start using it. So I think it's both things, like the framework for deploying these things easily and in a standalone way, an autonomous way, and also the more advanced or complex marketplace where, yeah, you could even have like a second market for these tokens, right? You bought a token, you need to shut down your project, but you could sell the token, so any other person could go on using the services for a cheaper price, you know.
All right.
Sky is the limit.
Is there a follow-up, Sophie? Or is this another question?
Oh no, I forgot to lower my hand.
All right. Steve, then, please go ahead.
So, Roberto, I've always been kind of fuzzy about this. I mean, you've already got some APIs available, right?
Yeah, Yeah, it's difficult to talk about. Sorry?
Go ahead.
Yeah, Dandelion, it's difficult for me to pitch because it's like different things at the same time. It's the open source project that we already released since the beginning. It's also the free community service I've been paying from my own pocket in the beginning. Now it's paid by Gimbal Labs with the funds from Catalyst. It's serving for people to prototype. It's not thought to support production workflows for a wallet, because that will put a lot of pressure on the service, and we don't have money to support every project out there. But yeah, it's the three things. It's an open source project that it's already there. It's that community service we are serving for people that want to build on Cardano today. For example, in Africa, they have a hard time to have calls like this one. Imagine if they needed to synchronize the whole blockchain, then configure all these services and start working. What amount of time that will take? Probably weeks. And with this community service, they could start building their front-end application or whatever, interacting with Cardano instantly. So, yeah.
To follow up. To follow up, I mean, the way I understand you then, for this marketplace idea to really kind of flow and work, you need actually a lot of people offering the Dandelion APIs, right? You need nodes.
Yeah, I mean, a decentralized network is as powerful as its number of nodes. So we need the network effect to kick in for this to be a real solution for dApps, wallets.
So is like, like if somebody was interested in offering, being a node for this marketplace for the Dandelion APIs and everything, this would actually be something kind of easy for a stake pool operator to just add on to their service, right?
Yeah, I've tried to make this as simple as possible. I went for Kubernetes, which is a containers orchestration platform from Google. It's open source. And I've made already 3 videos running this on macOS, Windows, and Linux in the same way, because it's everything containerized, so you can run everything. It's probably not a good idea to run that on Windows, but you could do it. So yeah, that's another core value. It's that this is easy to deploy, so people can start building locally without too much hassle. Probably they don't have to operate at the scale, because they can run this for their closed circles, and it's fine. Yeah, in case they need to operate at the scale, if we build this network effect and we have hundreds of nodes, they will have redundancy.
All right. Yes, if there's a really quick question, Steve, please go ahead. But we do have to go to the main room very soon.
Sure. No, I just had to comment. Like I love what you're doing there, and I really see that as something that the WADA hubs are planning on integrating into their hub and stake pool operations, as they get built out, because, obviously if you're providing a service that works for people in the rest of the world, it'll for sure work for people in Africa. And I'm pretty excited about that. You've got DIDs figured out already too, right?
We are on it.
Yeah, this is huge. No, sorry, I couldn't help smiling there.
All right, great. And thank you all for the conversation and the presentations, everyone. And let's go back to the main room.
Hi, everyone. Great idea, and thanks for organizing. I will be presenting Modex, which is research-driven decentralized exchange with extremely big ambitions, as you see in a moment. So what's so important about the research? Like we had the protocol introduction, without much thought into them, like the liquidity and borrowing, the idea sounds like it's great because like it's decentralized. Then same for swaps, but like we got this very simple formula: x times y equals constant. And then at some point somebody realized, oh, actually we can have also order book. But like when you have experience in quantitative finance, you look at it, like you realize how much stuff can be done and how like simplistic and naive approach it is. And sometimes like even people get burnt and they don't know why. It's like that's how immature the market is. So basically, we take the approach of coming to the market, formalizing it, and then implementing it in the code. Basically, team, like I'm quant, I worked in securities. Now I lead 3 teams in international bank, AlgoTrading. So the growth strategy is basically to hire talented people, which is of course very hard. Like they usually have golden handcuffs and gardening cliffs. So we are taking it slow, and also we are taking it slow because community is extremely important for us. Like we think of it as like building financial revolution, bringing novel concepts to the blockchain, and we want to invite a few new ones. So it's extremely important we do it the right way. So like the right way is actually building it with the community and not just chasing the dollar signs. So that's why we focus on fair launch, fair tokenomics, and actually building the community in the process. So let me start, like what can be done with swaps. So the typical curve, like is x times y equals cons, modify with some exponents or like the order book. What's the problem with that? Decentralized exchanges are usually like the traders of the last resort. So, like you usually have the most efficient exchange that's like centralized. And then you go and you have, like the tokens that have low liquidity or like farmed, or you have order book that's spooked, which basically means, like you have fake orders from the that basically wait for you to trap you into paying more than you actually would pay otherwise. So, like neither, like order book or like naive AM is a good solution. We dissect the problem. And we actually look at the different asset classes, the correlation between them, and from that we derive what's the right approach to build the automated market makers. And at the process we are like writing the first paper to actually formalize this concept and will be used in Maladex. Yield farming, basically, like I think when I look at the market, like everybody just gives the tokens, and some exchanges like slightly bother to burn them to maintain the value of the token, but some just like literally go to zero. And what's the problem that like people get your token because they think of it like a stock, like it's an investment. So you shouldn't be printing it, like even more than the US government. And like we also do separate research, finding like the mechanisms that govern the price of the assets and what's the strategic incentivization. So we want to reward people for taking more risk, maybe providing liquidity in more illiquid asset. And then we come to very fundamental concept like market efficiencies, the ability of the prices to reflect the current information, and the information in blockchains like decentralized, it's all around the place, and it's always hidden behind the barriers. Like there are different reporting standards. So basically, we first build the data lake to give more information to people and indicators, but at the same time, we also want to introduce a lot of different instruments that allow people to reflect a lot of different ideas about the price prediction. So the first is data lake, high frequency data collected from multiple exchanges in the blockchains, quantitative indicators and signals, education. We want paying for people writing articles and like writing about ourselves to basically for everyone to be aware what they're looking at. Indexes, it's a riskless, like it's passive investment, like for example, like an index of different top blockchains or like DeFi apps on Cardano on different blockchain. Synthetics, so reflecting the price of anything else that exists on Cardano. And this has future potential, like you can even mint features and options this way. Derivatives, if you have to pay the tax, you can buy the future contract, you can sell the Cardano for a specific price. Options, like the option to buy, not the obligation. And then you can combine them into specific strategies that give you very good risk control. And then blockchains to bridges to, like the internet of blockchains or so, and then good risk management. Thank you. Question. Try to read it 5 minutes. So sorry for rushing ahead.
Right on time. Thanks, Jarek. So we can now open for questions.
Hi, thank you for everyone to be here. Hi, everyone. My name is Maria Carmo, and I would like you to explore a little bit more why your DEX is less risk when we have your asset or we invest in your project. I think you said a little bit some of the assets goes to zero. If you could elaborate a little bit on that, I think is very important.
Yes. So let me first touch on the going to zero. So basically, when you look at what yield farming gives you is the platform native token. And this token comes either from pre-mine or like are being, like minted every day. And this means, like every new token is released to the market, they decrease the price of the existing tokens. So basically, like if you have to always look at the market capitalization. The market capitalization is, for instance, 10 million. If you have, like 9 million tokens that you print 1 million more, is basically taking 1 million out of every token holder pocket and putting into the tokens you've printed. So, like it's decreasing the value per token. And basically, majority of yield farming dexes, they basically do that. That's why you see like they sometimes even have really like a large price spike at the beginning, but over time they tend to go down, 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 because at some point the influx of new people interested in farming or like in the DEX general doesn't anymore outweigh basically the price drop. So it's very important to control how many tokens you give away. And also it's very important to control the active supply. And we have few ideas how to solve it. Like one is actually just very strategically assigning the tokens, but the other one is basically majority of that coming from the platform treasury. So it's not even like minted. Like every DEX takes a small cut of all the transactions, for example, like 0.1% that goes into the treasury. But we want to use this treasury, for instance, to incentivize that farming. So it's not like just printing, it's literally like we take it from our treasury, so it already exists, it's included in the market price. And it's just literally paying people for being market makers. The market maker is somebody who provides the liquidity or specific instrument. And so that's the part about, like the yield farming goes generally to zero. And the other part is like the general risk management. So when you think how the protocols are built, like, and sorry, other DEXs, I'm not trying to be mean, it's like something we all need to think about. So like if maybe they heard about it before, but if they hear it the first time, so like it's something they need to think about. The problem with the centralized exchanges is that what is being traded on them is usually the less liquid assets. And the problem with that is you have this concept of impairment loss. If the ratio of the asset, and it doesn't have to be ratios, it can be like more complex model, you have like a pool or like a pool of stable coins, something different, but it's still in the same story. If the demand, for example, like drives, like a lot of people want to buy AGX, right? And they go to the pool and they buy it, they inadvertently increase the price of AGX. And, like that's the problem for the users of the platform because the tokens are expensive, but what's even bigger problem, everybody who's providing liquidity now has to deal with this arbitrage bot, which loves pools like this, comes to this exchange, and sells AGX, for example, it bought on another exchange, maybe like centralized ones that has efficient price discovery. And like people lose the value of the pool because like somebody takes it out because of this price inefficiency. Another problem, like even like I've seen DEXs now coming with this idea of order books. Order books are great, but only in the very liquid markets. And I think like people will even more burn, like if somebody went to an exchange that has very little liquidity, for example, like IDEX has a lot of very liquid pairs, you can see that the price doesn't make any sense, right? But sometimes somebody will make it look like the price has sense. So they will sit on the order book, they will create small limit orders to basically display the price that's right, like in the middle. But those will be very small orders. And then whenever somebody comes and tries to buy in the market price, those orders disappear and they insert like some very high price order and they basically, catch you in the trap. And basically, as long as you want the price to be self-describable, like there is no way to then think about that. And you need to think of all those risks, like even to start with, to build a healthy automated maker protocol, and nobody does that at the moment. What's more, you have different market scenarios. So for example, like the Titan Mark Cuban, like it was a quantitative error in the protocol, like how they design it, basically incentivized people to drain it, like whenever it got too popular. So, when you design the protocol, like you have to think, hey, what actually should happen when the market is getting very hot, like maybe the price is moving too quickly, maybe like instead of letting it go into like the worthless token, maybe at some point you should like trigger the fuse, and that's, by the way, how it's done in the traditional finance, and literally liquidate the pool. So like the maximum risk that the people then take is minimized. So for instance, there may be like token X that turns out to be, like the team pulled the rug, whatever, and then everybody wants to sell the token X as soon as they can. Maybe when the price moves in some period of time, like by 10 or 20%, you can automatically liquidate. So of course, everybody loses the holding of token X, right? But like you preserve the other payment back, the Cardano that was there. So your like downside is protected, but you could do even more. I don't want to give like the last ideas, but even what the DEX can do, like it can double in the arbitrage itself. So like when it moves too much, then with these worthless tokens, like once you liquidate the position, the last thing you can do is like you can interact with other DEX protocols and exchange those to Cardano as well. So you basically allow this liquidity protocol on your exchange to exit at like minimal loss, like when something like that happens. And I could go on and on, but like just in case other people have other questions, or I'll stop there.
Thanks, Jarek. I have a question, but I'd like to know if someone else has a question as well. Okay, so I'll just ask mine then. You mentioned, I think, some slides before that you were making scientific development in this regard, right?
Yes.
Could you talk a bit more about that? Do you have partnerships? Are you publishing papers, or how are you approaching this?
So we are not publishing papers yet, but we are at the process of writing two first scientific papers. And basically, like when you look at the whole DeFi space, it was basically defined on some quote-unquote research forums, and that's pretty much it. There were some like blog articles, but nobody ever like sit down with the market data, back testing, looking at the different scenarios in the market, or like putting it in the statistical models and giving them to a proper assessment. And that's exactly what we do. So like for each part of the DEX, and as you've seen, there are quite a few already in the plan. We first start with doing the proper quantitative research. So I'm personally, I have both master's degree from informatics from the University of Edinburgh. So I had the pleasure to learn directly from Phil Wadler, but I also have a quantitative degree from CQF, which is like one of the most famous bodies in the world that teaches the quantitative finance. And I personally worked in Stellar Securities, the largest market maker in the world. And I led a desk there, and now I work in another institution in similar role, but I just don't want to disclose the name just because to not give the association with what I do to basically what that firm does. That's the ask from them. And yes, basically we have a team of quants and market experts who don't only understand the theory, but also understand how the actual real world markets work. And when you compare blockchain to the traditional finance, it's still extremely young and extremely small. So by applying the same rigor and the same mathematical concepts, you can actually explore a lot of new information and formalize everything around that. So basically, right now we are writing two papers. First one is formalization of automatic market makers. And basically, based on the findings in that paper, we, of course, will publish the paper. We'll decide, how we implement the protocol for our DEX. Of course, the code is already written to a large extent, but this now has the simple models like X times Y, order books, etc. And we want, like basically in that place to substitute the actual models we researched. And that's basically the approach would take all the way through. So, like for anything new, unless it's already researched, so like we can, base it on existing knowledge, we basically are going to do those kind of research. And the idea is, as we keep growing and keep hiring talented individuals who have understanding of, both technology and quantitative finance, we basically, focus more on, this research arm of what we do.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Jarek. We're just in time for the next presentation. Maria, I see that you have your hand raised, but unfortunately we don't have time for another question there.
Yeah, it's okay, no problem. Thank you.
Take note of Discord channel. Please go on that and ask the question there. I'll be happy to answer. And thank you for the time and questions. Great.
Thank you for the presentation and for the answers, Jarek. The next one in our agenda is Valorant, 3D local economy. Is the presenter here? I think Mo is the presenter. Maybe he hasn't joined yet. Then we should skip it. The next one would be introducing Empowa by Glenn. Could you present it now, Glenn? You are muted.
Yep, sure. No problem.
Great. So just share your screen and start when you're ready.
Great.
Great, thank you.
Can you see that?
Yeah.
Great. Okay, thanks for your time. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for being here. Thanks for taking your time out on a Saturday to learn about what we're seeking to achieve. Our project we've called Empowa, but really because what we're seeking to do, and we're part of the Grow Africa, Grow Cardano community, the challenge. And really it becomes from, we are seeking to be the platform to enable African communities to improve living conditions. Property is one of the fundamental building blocks of wealth creation. And property in Africa is a massive opportunity and a massive need. And often people think that the 50 million homes, that's 50 million home backlog in Africa is due to poverty. It's not. It's due to structural inefficiencies. And I'm a noob to the Cardano community, but I'm so excited about what this technology can do to take away the challenges that we have in the financial sector. I'm a Zimbabwean, and for those of you who understand the challenges of centralization, we've had a $100 trillion note. That's what the government did to the currency and to the wealth creation. So our challenge is to decentralize that. And when we do that, I want to show you really around this, because I want to put some faces to this. And so it's how do we empower somebody like Sharon? Sharon lives in Mozambique, and she's actually the financial manager at our partner, Casa Real, who is a affordable housing developer in Mozambique. And Sharon will never be able to qualify for a mortgage. The financial systems in Mozambique, there are 600 mortgages in a country of 30 million people. She has no chance of ever getting a house or a mortgage built. Empowa is seeking to change that. Here's Maria. Maria is a worker on the Housing with Casa Real. She's so excited about having a job, about being able to move off the fields and to be able to move off the agricultural fields and to have opportunity to move into the commercial sector. Empowa is seeking to empower Maria and Sharon. How do we do this? What's the opportunity before we even look at this? The opportunity, as I said, in Africa is significant. There's a backlog of 50 million homes. 1 billion people do not, 1 billion people do not have a roof over their heads. And as I've said, this comes about because of a financial structural issue, which we're seeking to address through Cardano, through Empowa. we're seeking to overcome this. Obviously, we don't have time to go into the detail of this today, but I think I just want to talk about our project, which is the start of this process. We're at the very, very start of this incredible opportunity to make a fundamental difference in allowing capital to flow into affordable housing in Africa on a sustainable basis with return. So what is our project? One of the challenges, if we build 50 million homes with traditional infrastructure, we're going to create an environmental nightmare. We're going to replicate China. We can't do that, so we have to support environmental building. So our project, our Catalyst project, is to prove that we can deliver housing, environmentally friendly housing, that is cyclone proof. Because if you look at Mozambique, Mozambique is one of the countries that's most impacted by climate change. We want to empower Sharon to be able to afford that, to demonstrate that we can do that. And we want to create work for Maria. Okay, is that a minute, Victor? And we want to prove that Cardano is the basis for this. Our budget that we've asked for is $60,000. For that, we will deliver 2 homes. We are going to create the basis. And why we've asked for this specific for housing, people have asked why housing and why use Catalyst to do this? Because we want to deliver, to demonstrate on the ground that we can work with partners in order for the practical delivery. We can manage the systems development. That's internally focused. That risk we can manage. We've got a lot of developers here today. We know we can do the tech. The issue is around, can we deliver on the ground? Can we prove that the money can flow and deliver product that is required, that is affordable, and that we can generate returns? And that's what we're seeking to do with Catalyst. Any questions? Thanks, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you for the presentation, Glenn. We can now open for questions. Yeah, Maria?
Yeah, a quick question.
Oh, sorry, go on, Ganesh.
Yep. So thank you for the presentation. I like the idea. I have just one quick question to understand. How do you envision the project to generate revenue? Is it by people paying back the mortgage, or are there other means?
Yeah, so thanks for the great question. Thank you. Yes, the objective is to provide affordable housing on a lease to buy basis. So the whole objective is for us to be able to build. There are 2 fundamental challenges for affordable housing. One is land rights, and the other is affordability. So the financial system doesn't support the affordability. The cost of capital is always too high, and land rights are always can be a significant challenge. About over 80% don't have title. So what we're seeking to do is demonstrate that we can do a lease to buy model effectively. And the lease to buy model is the ability to build modular and circular housing that is done on a payoff basis effectively. So instead of a mortgage, we're actually changing the model to become a lease to buy so that there is a return on that. So if we look at it, in Zimbabwe, for an example, the mortgage interest rate is 45%. That's why, and in Mozambique, that's why there's such small numbers of mortgages throughout Africa. There is obviously a significant arbitrage opportunity between 45% and what we're earning on our returns on capital. So our objective is to do a lease to buy that is affordable for the end user, so that's attractive to capital, to providers of liquidity, and it's not extractive from people on the ground, but the return is done on a lease to buy basis. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you. Your turn, Maria.
Can you hear me?
Yes, can, Maria.
Yeah.
Okay. You said, what's the cost of one house? And you said you're going to deliver 2 houses. Where going to be the 40,000 that left? You're going to be using this money for? You're going to build a website, app. What is the thing you need to build in the ground that will take this money?
Yeah, the vast majority of the money actually, because the objective is to get the environmental friendly housing down to $10,000. Unfortunately, in order to do that, what are the challenges? Traditional building uses bricks and mortar, and those systems and cement, which are environmentally a nightmare. But the systems are all in place and it's cost effective. That's one of the, the challenges that we've got. So we're competing against that. So what we're trying to do with this project is to build the first 2 environmentally friendly homes. They're not going to cost, because it's the first ones, they're not going to cost $10,000. That's why we're looking for money from Catalyst, because that's more expensive. So the vast majority of the money is actually going into the building, the training, the building of those actual homes, as well as the training of the builders, because it's different technologies and different use cases. So that's where the vast majority of the money is going. There is a bit of money that will go into promotion, because it's about Grow Africa, Grow Cardano. So the whole thing around it is to promote what we're doing, to promote what Cardano is doing, and to promote this as a real world solution for a very real problem, and to promote the technology solution to a very real problem. So the vast majority of the money goes to the actual build. Some money goes to the PR, and some money goes to the support. We haven't asked money for the tech, because in fact, Empowa we want him to do a token sale, so that we wanted to make sure that that's separated out from that. So it's different. So we don't want to muddy the waters, if you like, of the entity versus the project. And this is really about a project and creating effectively a kickstart to a whole new process that we hope seeking to start. It's a kickstart to the process, which is particularly around environmental building, as well as demonstrating all the other issues that we've spoken about, that I spoke about in terms of finance and empowerment, etc. Does that answer your question, Maria?
Yeah, thank you.
Great. The budget it's all in the obviously it's all there in the proposal, the detail.
Thanks, Glenn. I also have a question.
Sure.
If you get funded and after you deliver these 2 houses, what's your continuation plan? How do you plan to sustain this?
Yeah. So our whole objective, we're in the process. We obviously it's early days for us. So basically, right now we're working also through our tokenomics. How do we do this with the philosophy? The best philosophy, the philosophy that we're trying to do. It's about empowerment at all levels. So right now, for example, we're in discussions about an ISPO with some of the African players, because if we can work with some of the SPOs in terms of that, we can utilize that to raise funds. But we're also looking at a token sale, because the objective is to do this. Obviously, it's a real world application, but it's around decentralized finance, actually. So it's about a real regenerating returns through that rentals, through that lease to buy on the liquidity. That's what it's about. And so we've got to build that platform. So we're going to be raising the funds to do that. And this catalyst is part of, that's why we called it Introducing Empowa. It's part of introducing ourselves and being visible to the community. It's about getting people to buy into it. It's about building the community. It's about getting exposure. And it's about taking this and making a real difference. So our objective is to build the platform. So, and to do that, we're going to be raising the resources. And this catalyst, again, is just the catalyst to the start of that process. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Just one quick point I want to make is that this is not charity. This is really it's the difference between, we want to make that this is completely sustainable. Not only is it sustainable, it's about, as I said, the key is about being attractive to liquidity, but being not extractive from people on the ground. And it's about being able to make that flow. So just to give you an example, our Casa Real, the delivery partner on the ground in Mozambique, they got funding from an NGO. It took 6 months for that funding to flow from the NGO to the company on the ground. That's 6 months of time. That was just because of central banks, administration, foreign currency allocations, all of that kind of stuff of central banks in African countries. While that happened, they had to retrench 20% of their staff. That's the kind of thing that we're able to address. That's the exciting part of what we're able to do through this technology. When that becomes instant and we're able to transfer that at low cost and high speed, it just changes the entire picture. And that's what we're so excited about.
Nice, thank you. We still have 2 minutes, and Maria, I think she has another question.
Great.
Glenn, you told the group about what you told me, that Mozambique is a very poor country and always is affected by natural storms?
No.
And it's very important, this building that you were doing, because you actually want to do a building cheaper, because the 60,000 now, but you could make it 10,000. But it's a specific thing for Mozambique, one for being poor, another one to be hit by all these facts of nature.
Yes.
Storms and everything. And what's happened is there, exactly in this country, people build their houses with material that's is not appropriate. So you're filling up a gap of a problem that already exists. I just would like to tell you, the people that are here today, because I think it's a very important background information.
Yeah, thanks, Maria. It is, and it's around. That's part of the challenge of our story, is it doesn't fit comfortably into a box. Because it's environmental, it's resilience. It's one of those things where actually everybody wins. Because as Maria has just outlined, the Mozambique's on the Mozambique Channel, and it gets hit by cyclones regularly now through climate change. And exactly that, people lose their houses. And when you're on the poverty line, to lose your house is a significant event from which there often is no recovery. The objective is, if we build affordable housing that is climate resilient, that is resilient to these cyclones, just the impact of that is off the charts. Forget everything else that's going on with this project. So thanks for that, Maria. Thank you for bringing that up, because it's a key part around resilience and retaining wealth, as not losing wealth as well.
Thank you, Glenn. We're right on time. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the answers.
Not at all, thanks.
So do we have the presenter of Valorem here? Not yet. So maybe Jarek, would you like to jump in again and present your second proposal?
Just give me a second. We'll share the screen.
Sure.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, ready, let's go. So welcome everyone once again. Now this idea is quite a different one, but in a sense connected to what I've showed you with Malik's Decentralized Exchange, because this is the next step that in my opinion really can draw a wide adoption to the blockchain. So what's the specific problem this really solves, but like deep under the hood? Everyone who earns money, they are currently disincentivized from saving because of inflation, lack of a good investment vehicles, and the good investments are usually only available to the very rich. Like for example, to invest into the hedge fund, you usually have to have $250,000. So at the end of the day, people aren't really saving, and this is a serious distress on the future life. And building wealth over your lifespan, it's very important. So this idea actually over the very long term plans to solve it. So let's see how. And this is a specific idea, one method of allocating the portfolio. So I've mentioned already the team and the general vision, which is research based. But for this specific project, the vision is, we need some of the steps that we're building in the decentralized exchange to do it very effectively, like how you would do it in the traditional finance. But like once it's done, like we can start building literally hedge funds on the blockchain. But the main difference is that there is no hedge fund. Like it's everything codified. You can verify what's going on. That like the investments are like ethical, sustainable. Like in what you believe they should be done. But at the same time, like they should be achieving superior market returns, and that's usually measured using Sharpe ratio. So basically, you outperform the market without inducing an extra risk. And what this method specifically is about, like you have top traders, and like on the blockchain, like if they do decentralized trading, that's available data. If they do it on centralized exchange, often this data is public as well. So why not follow those traders and make similar decisions like that the best traders do? Well, there are a few cons to that. Like sometimes those traders are aware that they are followed, so they like basically start engaging in front running. They make decisions that they know will move the market because they are followed. So that's why we need an ensemble. Like for example, like 500 traders that they are put into the machine learning network called ensemble. That's composed of many different algorithms, and the algorithms can either duplicate like the decision they make and then they'll be weighted at the end, or they can fulfill their different purpose. For example, like it can be risk management or the control of the exposure of the decisions you make. And like basically as it goes, like you can also track the performance of the traders, the trust, and you can have a DAO for submitting like new ideas, how to change this portfolio management process, etc. And it's quite challenging on its own because like I would love to tell you like we should publish this code publicly, but of course this has to be off the blockchain, like the submitting transactions. And at least the algorithm parameterization has to be off blockchain as well, because you don't want people at home to be able exactly replicate what you're doing, because they can start exploiting the algorithm. It's not like there's anything from the algorithm. They basically know what you're going to do, so they start front running, etc. And like they still have the same market delays as you do, but they can do it like so-called statistical arbitrage. So this is a whole concept of developing the trust layer on that. And I've touched on that, like ensemble of machine learning methods. So I've mentioned some risks, but also there's like opportunities because like when you see the differences between the traders' bets, etc., you can exploit that and do what's called dispersion trading. So basically trading on the differences, like you see there is like some dispersion, for example, like one asset or like one trader goes a different direction. And then you can learn to basically utilize that, either like following that one trade or actually realizing that one trader is making a mistake. Maybe more people make the same mistake, and actually like positioning yourself in the market to take advantage of that. Risk management, as I mentioned, like some of the cells in the network would basically like provide the risk control framework, and then like make sure like no position is too large. And then also like that if there's like a rogue trade, etc., that it's also like the downside risk is protected. But what's very important, like once we have options in Maladex, we can enter what's called market neutral positions, or we can create like the option bets that really hedge the downside risk. Then, because that's the real market, you need to optimize the execution costs. I'll skip that. Okay, so I'll talk like more how people use it and how it's going to be tested. Basically, you deposit Cardano and get the portfolio tokens, and these portfolio tokens you can exchange back in the point in time for the current portfolio allocation, or it can be converted to Cardano. You need to test it using Monte Carlo Markov chain methods. So this is simulation, but also you need to put in the real market, because real market is very different than like that the model you test. So that's the importance of putting real money. And I've skipped this one. Maybe like if you have any questions, thank you, and time for questions.
Thank you, Jarek. I do have a question already, but I'd like to ask if someone else has a question as well. Okay, so I just asked mine. You mentioned that someone could follow top K number of traders. How are you monitoring the performance of these traders? They need to be subscribed to your platform?
Right. So basically, there is a few things that fall into that. So the first one is the data acquisition. So basically, we would subscribe to like the exchange data. So some centralized exchanges actually let traders to publish all the trading decisions in real time. Plus everything that's being done on the blockchain, it's also public. So basically we have to create the streams of data that come, and basically those streams of data either like are first pre-processed, so like you turn them into the better quantitative signals. So usually like something like a price, it's not a great signal because that's an absolute value. You want to have relative value. So usually you would at least compute the statistical momentums of that. So the most popular ones used in trading, like of course volatility, like the volatility is extremely important factor in trading, but then what actually pro traders compute is like the higher moments, like the skew, kurtosis, the fifth moment, sixth moment, and then you look at the specific sites, like of the market, etc. So like if you have options, then actually you can compute those fifth and sixth moment on option, and this gives you extremely robust market dynamics from a simple price. And those signals like those and like many different then basically enter the machine learning network, and there are like different ensemble parts responsible for making the decisions, and then you ask specifically how the risk is controlled. So like there are a lot of different sources of risk. So the one you first mentioned is basically a rogue trader. So maybe somebody realizes, oh, okay, I'm being mirrored by this algorithm. So let's maybe now make a large bet. So, like I entered this bet, so I incentivize the follower to basically enter the bet as well. So the price increases, maybe it's like illiquid instrument. And then once the price is increased, then I sell. So it's basically like the classical front running. So that would only happen when you would be following one trader. But by the fact that first of all, like we follow multiple traders, like the K traders, like the assumptions are around 500, then it's like in the index, the downside risk from a single agent. So in this case, trader, but in the case of the index, that would be, for example, a single stock, is covered by all the different signals in this algorithm. So that's how we protect from the rogue traders. And it's very unlikely if that, like 500 of them, like they say, okay, like let's work together. And even if they do, there is like this, so there's a second part you ask, this risk control framework, just like classical quantitative risk control. And that, for instance, can be, like you compute the value at risk. So basically what's your risk exposure of the portfolio? Like you have specific limits. For example, like you are never allocating more than 20% of the portfolio in a specific asset. And then if you enter anything different than, like the underlying value, so like, like the actual assets, like you are setting like the futures, options, etc., then you also compute the portfolio risk. Like there is like the ways to derive different kinds of risk in the portfolio. And then your risk management framework can basically say what's the maximum acceptable risk. And then there's another thing that's actually a very niche area of statistics that actually not many even quants double in that, but it's called extreme value analysis. And we'll be doing that as well because like the black swans in crypto are actually quite common. So, like you want to analyze all the possible like the jumps, and jumps is basically when the price changes extremely quickly. And the jumps are like not continuous, so they are like actually breaking the classical quantitative models. And the other one is basically looking at all different possible sources of extreme values, like the unpredictable, harsh market shifts. And then, like for example, like you have this FAT going on, right? So like you could, for momentarily, like convert your large position to fiat for the downside movement. And then the algorithm, like once they see like the downward movement like stabilized from the, like the moment indicators, then you just enter back, right? So like you are happy in the crypto, but for the quick rate down, you converted mostly to fiat. So like actually you increased your position in crypto as the result.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
I do have another question, but is there anyone else who wants to ask something? Okay, so just ask my second one. Do you plan to include like following wallets as well, like for allocation, not only for trading?
Absolutely. Actually, that's the one thing I love about the blockchain. So we already run like the Cardano DB sync. So we have all the information of the transaction. We would actually like to do the same for a few different blockchains because of the correlation and maybe, like because we would be entering some of the trades like in different cryptos, not only like the Cardano native. But it's like it would be extremely interesting to find those traders that perform very well just from the wallets, like basically mine the blockchain transaction data and find the best performing wallets and then include them, like people would know they are followed, right? And we could reevaluate who's being followed on, like a cyclic basis. So basically, like change who's being followed. And even like in the future, what you can start do, like when you start accumulating a lot historical transaction data, you could start categorizing traders. Like some people are better, like discovering, like the downside moves. Some better, like discovering the promising projects early on. And basically, by following the trace, like there was like even wouldn't know who it is technically, right? But you would see the performance. And we can like even compute the Sharpie ratio like of the wallet, and like if it's high enough and it has the right risk profile, like includes automatically, right? Then it's even better strategy. So by the way, great question, and yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Do we have any other question? Seems not. We still have 2.5 minutes. Would you like to take this time to present those last slides? Yeah.
So let me actually then extend on the roadmap, because that's the one I think will give you the most information. So first, we researched actually method, because like there's so many different ways to do the ensemble. So like we have to look into the specific framework and like the way we are going to evaluate its performance. And of course, there's going to be paper as well. This just that you all know, like this whole project goes after Maladex. So like we first released the Maladex, like swap sales, and then we put the really personalized project. And the reason is because we need like the DEXs and then the efficient market to some extent already exist in Cardano. But at the meantime, we'll be doing a lot of research actually to see how we do that and accumulating the backtesting data. And then the part of backtesting is the benchmark. So like when you run your algo, you want to test it, you want basically to be able to quantify its performance. And then there are like classical issues like in machine learning, you can overfit because you see all this time data all the time. And this is like time series, so you have to decide how you actually slice it. And the other challenge is usually when you work with backtesting, you have 5, 10, 20 years of historical data. Blockchain doesn't exist long enough for that. So that's another interesting challenge, like actually to like using methods that let you perform good backtesting with less historical data. And then there is like the simulation aspect of that. So like the most classical simulation is Monte Carlo. And Monte Carlo is literally just like you get generalized Brownian motion model with the stock drift and volatility. And in this case, it's like just like the assets on the blockchain. So like you model the natural, the price discovery and evolution of the asset in the blockchain from the parameters you computed. But there's even a smarter way to do that. You add the Markov chain to that, which basically keeps the memory of what's going in the market. So for example, like if the price dropped quickly, then like the price stagnates for a moment. So we also like teach the Markov chain from that as well. And then, like ideally, like what you want to do, like you want to publish paper with all this data and actually ask for feedback. So like when you publish the paper, like you submit the request for feedback, and that would be both from the Cardano community and like we maybe could even submit it for a conference. And then, like once all this is done, it's time to put it in the market. So we take 10,000 of the Catalyst fund and put it into the algo and see how it does, because like in the actual market, everything is different. There are actually sharks waiting for you. Even they don't need to know that this is a algorithm, they still may be able to utilize what you're doing. And there's like the execution costs. There are like a lot of different factors. Like there's inefficiency, like maybe some link to the exchange breaks or like all stuff like that. And then like basically accumulate the data from the actual run, analyze it, and if it's all good, publish, and then platform launch. So like ready for use by people.
Nice, thank you, Jarek. So our time is up here in this room. Thank you everyone for presenting your ideas. Thank you, Jarek. Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you so much. Great idea. I love it.
Thank everyone for your presentations. If you have any feedback about this event, please just let us know so we can do it better the next time, the next iteration. And we didn't have that last presentation by Mo, I think, for Valerie. Unfortunately, he didn't make it today. So we would still have another one, 15 minutes, 5 minutes presentation, 10 minutes questions and answers. And after that, we would go back to the main room. We would have a poll for you to vote for your preferred presentation that you've seen today. So before going back to the main room, I think it would be good if you'd like to move to another room and see another presentation going on, or just move around rooms and take a look of what's happening. And I see you all in the main room in 15 minutes.
Alrighty, y'all. So welcome to IdeaFest. It's so awesome to have you all here. I'm really excited to have you all here and to get to know your proposals a bit, ask some questions, kind of get involved in the community. So we're going to hop right on in. I wanted to say a brief introduction as to who I am, just so you know who's the moderator, what's going on here. So my name's Aiden Rankin-Williams, and I've been kind of in the crypto space since 2017. I was actually an intern for Emergo in 2019, so got to kind of work with them for a while. I was actually most recently part of the Fund 4 cohort with a project I'm a part of called Playermint. And then finally, I'm a big lover of video games, martial arts, and parkour. So that's just kind of a little bit about me, so you know who I am and what's going on here. So for today, we're going to be jumping into that structure. Just to refresh everyone, we're going to start off with the Artano NFT Art Marketplace is going to start off. Then we're going to move to the quest for ADA, then the paper wallet terminals, and then finally the ADA news in African languages. Each of you is going to get 5 minutes to present, and then that's going to be followed by a 10-minute Q&A. At that for those 5 minutes of presentation, just because I don't want to cut you all off if you're in the middle of a sentence, I'm going to try to signal to you that you have 30 seconds left by doing the hand raise technique. When you see that, just simply think, I have 30 seconds left. I'm going to say my final piece. If it goes a little bit longer than 30 seconds, that's no worries at all. But when you see that hand raise, just start to kind of look for, kind of wrapping it up and looking for to enter that Q&A section. I do want to say ADA News in African languages. Rick has prepared a video that is 7 minutes long. That video is going to be played to the fullest extent, but that time is going to be eaten into your Q&A section. So you'll just have a little bit less Q&A than everybody else. So you'll still get that 15 minutes. Finally, we're about to jump into the wonderful Artano, the NFT Art Marketplace presentation. But before I begin, I just really want to make sure that we have everybody in here and everybody in here has their questions answered. Is everyone feeling good at this time? They know what they're about to be doing? Yes? Wonderful. Great. So I am going to let you all about to begin the presentation. I'm really thrilled. Couldn't be happier. Let's go back here. Now, Artano, would you like to step up to the plate and share what you have? I will enable participants to be able to share.
I guess I already shared, right?
Wonderful.
Can you see the screen?
So this is the Artano.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Cool.
So, okay. Are you doing both Artano and the paper wallets?
Just Artano, we're not paper wallets.
Do we have the member from paper wallets in here? Interesting. Okay, my mistake. I thought you were presenting the paper wallets. That's all good. Why don't we begin? And I'm just going to send Felix a message letting them know that paper wallets isn't quite in here yet. But you all fantastic people are. So Artano, I'm about to start your 5 minutes. Please enjoy.
Do we all get 5 minutes more? Oh, sorry.
Oh, no worries. All right, and I'm about to begin. For your question, each person's going to get that 5 minutes to present, followed by 10 minutes of Q&A. For you, because your video is 7 minutes long, you're going to just have that eat into a little bit of your presentation. So you'll have 8 minutes of Q&A.
I know it was just a joke to say that there's somebody missing, so we spent.
Oh, I see. My mistake. All righty. Well, please enjoy, y'all. Artano, I'll give it to you.
Thanks. Okay, hi, Cardanians, Artanians, and Fund 5 Catalyst enthusiasts. I'm Mattea, I'm the CEO of Artano, and today I'll be talking to you about our NFT marketplace that aims to democratize art. We want to democratize art, creativity, and allow artists to use our tools to expand their horizons. We want to become a one-stop NFT marketplace that is easy to use for people even outside of the Cardano space, a user-driven and community-based curation approach, and drive the whole democratization of the blockchain space through our governance and utility token Arda. So here's our lovely team. We have 7 members. Ron, Maria, Sandeep, and I have met through Fund 3 of Project Catalyst. And then later we were joined by Edgar, Marianne, and Mohammed. We also have 4 developers additionally working on this. 2 of them are actually working on the Plutus Partner Development Program, and they're the ones who are bringing NFTs to all of you later down the line on mainnet. So we're super happy to be the first ones to have hands-on experience with that. Our second half is our council, and our council members, there's 15 of them. They come from different countries. So 15 people, 13 countries, 5 continents. They come from places like Ghana, Senegal, France, UK, North America, South America, like a bunch of different places. And what's important for us is to have diversity, because all these artists have different artistic approaches, and they will tell us how to build the best NFT marketplace on the whole market, not just on Cardano. So here's where we also differ. We are creating tools or building tools that allow artists to expand their creativity. So not just minting an NFT purely out of its own, but creating tools that will allow them to use some data. So blockchain and off-chain data. Blockchain data such as when the art piece was minted, or the price, or the address, owner's address. And these art pieces will evolve over time. And we also want to introduce our external data oracles. For example, the rate of melting glaciers in the Arctic Circle, or the deforestation rates in the Amazons, so that artists can use this to enhance their NFTs. And this is a pretty new thing in the NFT space. So the MVP features we plan to release in September 2021. The first fees will be the primary fees, we call them. On the first sale is 5%, then consequent sales are 2.5%, and we want to allow people to set their royalties so that they earn with each resale. So artists earn basically their fair share. And NFT Discovery 1.0 is basically a searchability component where people are displayed art pieces that they want to see, not random stuff that we see on NFT marketplaces right now. We also want to limit the number of collections and NFTs that are discoverable, so that people do not overwhelm and spam the main page. The council will also be established fully of 20 members. Currently it's at 15, and people are able to mint their own infinite NFTs. What's also special about Artano is that we want to allow customizable intellectual property, which means that the artist themselves sets the boundaries to the extent to which someone can use their art. So for example, if you allow people to resell their art piece, or to print t-shirts and then sell them, and so on. So here's the fun part. Actually, we've built a service called Artamint, which is a minting service. And you can use it right now. It was released on July 1st. We only take the dust fees until July 15th. After that, we take 1 ADA because we want to keep this alive, and the hardware costs, to cover the hardware costs, basically. So if you click on Mint now, I'm not going to go through the whole process because of time, but you fill out some simple information about the NFT, you upload it, and you can later import your NFTs into the marketplace itself. So here's what the NFT looks like once it's been minted. This is a video made by our co-founder Maria, and Artano Minute is a way for us to connect with the community. So you have some information here. You can of course see the transaction hash, the name of the piece and the artist, and so on. And that's pretty much it. So I want to thank you for listening. And of course, if you think that this team is set to create an NFT marketplace that will not just beat the competition inside of the Cardano space, but also outside of it, vote for us. And we wish you all the best of luck at Fund 5. Thank you.
Spectacular job. That was amazing.
Thanks, Aiden.
Really, really well done. And you were right on the mark, just had 20 seconds left. I've got to say, yeah, got to say right out of the bat, I love the color scheme you got going on. It's really vibrant. It definitely gives me the vibe of, hey, let's go out and build some amazing NFTs. So yeah, at this moment, I'm about to begin the 10-minute clock. Q&A is about to begin. If anyone here has a question about the amazing Artano NFT marketplace and capacity to mint, please just raise your hand. Yeah, Dan, go ahead.
Hi, amazing presentation, really like it, spot on. Also the products that you have a working prototype out already, so to speak, fantastic, love it, thumbs up. One thing I kept asking myself is how do you want to establish or balance the polarity between having a startup and because you said it will be community curated content, which sounds a bit like you will have some kind of autonomous organization mechanics in there. How do you balance these two polarities of a startup entity and a decentralized, or not a decentralized, but like a more or less autonomous governance layer?
Sure. Yeah, so I think we're taking a similar approach to IOHK. So we're going to be centralized at the beginning and decentralized as time passes. So for example, the 15 artists we chose ourselves, we wanted them to be all over the world and kind of onboard different artists from their regions. And basically, you, for example, if you're on Artano and you have some Arta tokens, you'll be able to vote on the council members yourself in the future. So we're not the ones who decide later down the line who the artists are, what kind of art is accepted on the platform. So at first it's centralized, it is a startup, but over time we want to use the governance token to decentralize. Yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, a little bit. Do you have any more detailed plans on how do you structure the governance and how do you pilot it, how do you test it, and so on and so forth? Because I think it's the most important part of, I mean, you have to plan this or integrate or at least test it before, even if you start centralized, because otherwise it's like trying to wag the dog with its tail. It will become very, very difficult if you continue in a startup environment where you also have VCs coming in and then trying to decentralize after that. It is tough, and IOHK and Cardano is seeing it right now. That's why I was curious to what your plans are in that direction.
So I think we have the technical, Sandeep is on the call as well, if he wants to tackle the technical side of this. From the business side, I would say it's a step-by-step process. So like we don't believe we're going to decentralize like right away, like in 6 months, right? The fact that we have these artists, like 15 of them, is also a way for us to decentralize decisions about the art marketplace itself, because we're not artists. We want to have this opinion, second opinion from the artists themselves. How is this perspective from someone from Senegal, from India, or from France? Like how do these different perspectives come into play? And then of course when you interact with our platform, you'll be able to earn the tokens and you'll have the ability to vote. So the council will set so for example 10 features. The users can then vote on these features and choose which ones are given priority for us in the backlog on the technical side.
Okay, so it's more like a decentralization goal, not a distributed goal. Or you want a decentralized network, not a distributed network. Right. Okay, thanks.
I mean,
thank you very much.
My co-founders need to correct me if I say something wrong. I'm just kidding.
Yes.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. So everything will be transparent. The voting will be on blockchain itself. And what are the points that would be voted on? That would also be transparent. So it would be all transparent for the community, and every ARTA holder, they can vote on them. And ARTA token itself is owned when they do a transaction. So buyer, seller, and the council members they can get. It's obtained through participation. So we know that you gain those tokens through participation. And that also all combines together in our decentralization goal.
Hope that answers your question.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Daniel, I hope I'm saying your name right. I'm sorry if I mispronounce anybody's name. You're more than welcome to ask your question.
Cool. Yeah. Like the pronunciation is fine, dude. Thanks. Yeah, just like two minor. First off, great presentation and loving the like color schemes and stuff. Like really shouts marketplace. Quite dig the vibe. Just like you mentioned at some point, like the ability to add royalties to like some of the minted NFTs. I was just wondering if there's any idea of like adding like multiple wallets for those royalties. Say like in the example, like me and somebody collaborate on a piece and we want to mint that one, but like we want to get the royalties from that and like split it off to like all the people in like part of that project, right?
Yeah.
And then like one that kind of follows on that, for the minting process itself, do you think there will be the ability to add like custom metadata to NFT that you mint? Because that like at the moment it's like an image or video or like a piece of media, but like for added utility later down the line, like for tokens that are minted on the platform and then used for smart contracts somewhere else. Do you think that's something that you'll be covering?
Sure. Who wants to take it? Should I take this, or Sandeep, do you want
to? Maybe can I explain on that? Yes, royalties, regarding royalties, we would be setting up the addresses when the minting is done. And in that, you can have multiple addresses and multiple percentage set on the royalties, that is during the minting. That's why we have already released the Artano. That's a part of the first step. And on top of that, when we assign the royalties addresses, that would be in the NFT itself. And Artano itself is a marketplace. We will respect the royalties and provide the artist the amount they deserve, but it's all up to the marketplaces like Artano. So if other marketplaces do not respect royalties, then that would be different. But we would put that in the NFT specification itself. And that's the specification of INFT, where we specify who is the artist and what's the percentage royalty that would be set and to what address would it be sent. So it's all defined within the NFT spec itself. And that's all transparent.
Okay, so like if I'm transferring an NFT, if I'm selling an NFT like straight to a person, peer-to-peer, would that royalty still trigger?
That will not be enforced. That has to be through a marketplace.
Okay, specifically through Artano or whatever.
Through a marketplace like Artano, but it could be other marketplaces if they respect those royalties.
Cool.
Great. Awesome answers. Rick, please ask your question. And just a heads up, we have a minute and 45 seconds left in the Q&A section.
Okay, so hi. Well, I didn't hear the first minute and a half, my phone slipped, but I had one question I wanted to pose, and that's in regards with partnerships, because you say you are a DAO also looking to do the same type of governance and startup situation as what we want to do with safety in numbers. But for us, of course, we are looking to other partners, Ideal Scale, Catalyst projects to have collaborations with. Is that something that you are also interested in? Or is it more like, no, we are the artists and we will create our own platform?
I would say we're always open to talk, and we've already reached out to many art marketplaces out there. And when it comes to collaboration, I think our situation, because we have a release date in September, it's a bit rough to make any promises or any collaborations right now. But of course, later down the line, I mean, we're talking to very, I guess, institutional arts places as well to kind of introduce them to the blockchain, to Cardano, museums, like also organizations that are very hierarchical, I would say, and trying to bring the Cardano, I guess, spirit to them. But yeah, of course, I mean, reach out to us. We are everywhere on social media. You can always talk to us. We can, see where.
The problem is there are too many good projects. I have also many other possible collaborations, so I understand a bit. But we definitely should have a talk as well sometime soon.
Yeah, thank you.
Wonderful. Right on time. The alarm just went off. So that was absolutely perfect. Fantastic job, Artano. Really well done. Ada Quest, I believe you are up next, but just really want to say congratulations to the Artano team, and I wish you the absolute best in Fund 5.
Thank you. Good luck, everyone.
Of course.
So, hi, Aiden.
Hello.
I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear.
Okay, great. So we start directly with the presentation, or what's the plan?
Yes. So at the current moment, the floor is yours. You're welcome to present. Maybe you have some slides, or maybe you just kind of want to speak whatever you have in mind. As soon as you're ready, I'll hit start on my little 5-minute timer, and then I will give you that heads up at 30 seconds. But you have those full 5 minutes to present your project.
Okay, I will try. It's hard to think. I hope you everybody can see my screen. So my name is Martin Kugler. We are Red Potion Studios, and today I like to present to you AdaQuest, formerly known as the Quest for Ada. So what is AdaQuest? AdaQuest is a Cardano blockchain-fueled NFT-based classic RPG with competitive game modes. Yeah, and we just designed a fictional world of Ada, where the game will take place, with a deep lore created by our team, because we worked some years in the games industry, so we know a little bit about it, and we are inspired by the Cardano universe, and we thought it would be a good idea for a mass adoption to bring some fun into the world of Ada. So, as everybody else know, NFTs are some hype thing, and we like also, for the initial part of our project, offer NFTs. And they are a little bit different from all the other NFTs, because with our NFTs, you can directly build and play your own characters within our game. So how are we going to do this? First, we like to start with 4 tribes, which are mage, elves, dwarves, and barbarians. And every tribe will have also a deep design lore background. But the most important thing is you choose your NFT hero, use it, develop it, fight and discover everything in the world of Ada. So what are the NFT cards and what makes them special? We offer not just only an NFT card, as already mentioned, playable heroes, collectible monsters, items like weapons, potions, crests, and so on. But the most important thing is that we are not a project where you just pay to win. So you develop your items, and Aiden, maybe you know this as a video games enthusiast, you do it by gameplay. So as much as you play, the more you develop. But before we can do this, we also like, of course, to offer to the community something special, because we benchmarked the NFT market and saw that sometimes it's complicated. You have to wait until the cards are minted, transfer into your wallet. So Dirk, our coder, developed a direct-to-wallet NFT purchase mechanic, where you just take your ADA, buy on our marketplace, and the NFT is transferred directly to your wallet. So no waiting time, no problems with the transfer or so on. Everything is secure, and a user account-driven marketplace. The 3 game phases, which is all about where we need the support from Cardano, are completely different. First of all, since I have not so much time left, I like to speed it up. We will offer a dual mini game. You know it from games like Pokemon or Battle Chaser, fast-paced matchmaking, dual mode. We will focus on benchmarking and also on the balancing of the game. So this is the first step we like to offer to the community as soon as possible. The second one will be much more tactical and slower. So it's like a dungeon crawler. Think about Diablo, Torchlight, Hades, very popular indie games like Hades. Here you will get the first time the chance to collect season points for your clans because you decided which clan you like to play for. You will get the chance to change the clans through the seasons, but this is the first game mode where you will collect points for your clans. And the third most challenging development and combining of all modes is the skirmish battlefield mode, something like Fantasy General, XCOM or Wartime. So just imagine your little army, and you get your little army, you fighting for territorial expansion and more tactical gameplay. That's also where the players get a chance to shape the future of Ada. We like to develop all these graphic intense modes in Unity 3D. We got a nice partnership running, so that's a good thing that I like to announce today. But the most important thing is,
sorry, real quick.
I see, yeah.
Time has kind of expired, but I don't want to. I want to give you your final words. So just sorry that didn't get through the whole presentation, but feel free to just say the final word, and then we'll move to Q&A.
Yeah, right. Fantastic. So the roadmap, as a final word, we are launching the website in August, and the marketplace with more features will come until December 21. And we hope for other phases will be launched in 22. And for the last slide is why we are needing 100K. That's maybe I like to answer in the Q&A that is following up. Yeah. So
of course,
thank you for your patience. Sorry that I took a little bit longer. This is our team, and I hope you have some questions. Yeah, at least for me.
Of course, absolutely brilliant job. I really love
Cheers.
the presentation format as well. I'm a big gamer myself, so seeing this kind of combination of those mini games and the dungeon crawler and developing your character and equipping items, I'm a gamer at heart, so that makes me really, really excited. So yeah, we are about to jump into the Q&A section. If anyone has any questions, please feel free to raise that hand. If you would like to start off with answering that why 100K question, you are more than welcome to. So time is beginning now.
Okay, so maybe I start just in a short term. It's just 2-3 sentences. Why 100K? Because game development costs a lot. Coders, artists, animations, and so on. So 100K is even for an independent game studio as we are. Currently, not as much as it sounds, but today we like to make a special offer to Cardano and to the Catalyst program. We talk about this in the team and thought about it, how we can, give the people a picture why we need 100K. So we thought if the project will be successful, we like to give the funding back to the Cardano Catalyst program to support further. I don't know if it's if it's possible, yeah, but this is our special offer that we like to do. So if this game will be successful and will generate some revenue, we are ready to give it back for another Catalyst program. So maybe some questions out there. Maybe I can answer something. Maybe you like to know something about the cards. I'm listening.
Great. Yeah, fantastic. If anyone has any questions, feel free to raise that hand. I know I have a few myself.
Okay.
You just did such a good job presenting. No one has any questions.
Maybe I was too fast. Oh, Danny is here. Hello, Mr. Vargas.
It looks like. Oh, go ahead, Daniel.
I don't really have a question. I just want to add that this is I'm staking on the Quest pool, and this is probably the one project that I'm most looking forward to. So, I mean, it's great to finally see lots of detail around the project. So I'm super excited.
Yeah, we will post more. We also have some video material and so on. So let's check out on our Twitter channel. The next few weeks will be very, very special for us. Yeah.
Wonderful. Fantastic. Ronald asks, what kind of games have you developed before? Yeah, different ones. You know, as you see, I'm just a little older, but we worked from the beginning of game development in the 90s through the 2000s, and me myself especially worked as a product manager on a lot of games workshop titles like Dawn of War, Warhammer 40K, like Stalker, Shadow of Chernobyl, like Titan Quest. That's where some inspiration came also from. So yeah, we work on a lot of stuff. Dirk was working for Ubisoft, and we got also some guys that are working for Rockstar, but in a sales position. So everyone is bringing some knowledge in community and sales and marketing, and of course development stuff. But if you remember, in the late 2000s, a lot of THQ, Ubisoft, and Rockstar titles, then you know some games we worked on, and some where we market some games and sold some games also. So it's a mix-up, and yeah. So we are looking also for further developers and so on. So if someone feels ready or knows somebody who would like to work on a video games project, we are absolutely happy to get in touch with these guys because we need more manpower. And that's also the reason why we're asking for 100K. Yeah, that's the reason, because we like to get at least to phase 3, and phase 3 is the skirmish battlefield mode. And for this, you need really a good team. Yeah. So we hope a mix, Cardano funding and NFT selling will bring up the project to life. So if you like to support us, you got the chance to give us a vote, or just, support us other way, buying NFTs, wherever you like. Yeah. Wonderful. Yeah, so we have some more questions for you in the chat. Rick, I think your mic might be echoing a little bit there. So the first question is, do you have a link to a website or Git repo? Any kind of existing web presence or GitHub that people could check out? Yeah, we launch our website. We started because we are also a stake pool, yeah, so a staking pool, and we mixed a lot of things up, and this confuses people. So we started one year ago as a Cardano stake pool operators, and now thought about finding our way. So we will offer definitely a lot of insight within the next weeks. We launch the first iteration of our website, where people will be able to register for a pre-sale action. Yeah, so sales promo special before we start to sell the first initial NFTs. So I hope that this will be done and by July, so we can start in August. Yeah, so more infos coming up. And GitHub, I have to talk with our coder. I guess he can share a lot of things, especially regarding some important things in Angular and so on. Yeah, because he developed a lot things in Angular. That's for all the coding guys out there. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And then Subcritical asked, do you have any physical cards available as well, or would it mainly be on that, just the NFT digital front?
It's just the NFT. But funny you are asking, because yesterday we we created some physical cards and printed some for promo action. So you can see, I hope, because my camera is not so very well, this is a barbarian lady, yeah? And all the stats are also unique. I forget to mention it. So every NFT cards you will mint or you will buy, you can see this. You got a rarity and modifiers, which will be unique, yeah? And the physical cards will be used for, I guess, a lot of promotions. Maybe we will print some others for our supporters. Everything is possible, yeah.
Wonderful. Awesome. And then we have a minute and 50 seconds left here. Rick, I saw you unmute yourself. Did you have a question that you wanted to ask?
It was more of a remark, because I just wanted to point out to everyone that it's the first time that for a developer kind of project that I hear someone offer to then say, hey, when we are successful, we even going to give back that money for the development, because there are a lot of others, and they also ask for a lot for development, and they say, hey, we only charge $30, and in comparison to non-dev work, that's always accepted, but this is something special, I find, and I feel like everybody should be aware that it's the true spirit of Catalyst and Cardano, and with that, you actually won me completely over. I already was impressed by the quality of your work, so I will definitely will support and vote for you guys.
Wow, thank you, Rick. Thank you for the positive. Yeah, we hope that we will be able to support, and this is our, just our promise. And since we are old school, if we make a promise, we like to hold it. So, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm old school too, as you can see.
I also have a real bias.
So indeed, for me, also word is a word. And these days, it's a bit shame, perhaps, that sometimes that's not the case. But it's really, you weren't obliged to do that as well. So you could just do like everybody else and say, hey, it's not much money for a big game. As I know, developing games is indeed, this is something that costs a lot of time. So.
Yeah. So that's it.
Wonderful.
So, great. Thanks.
Great. Yeah. So that was it for the Q&A. Wrapped up super nicely. Marcin, absolutely spectacular job. I absolutely love these the graphics and the images, and I'd be really, really excited to get all of the elements. And I hope you all. I wish you all the best in funding and your proposal. And I just couldn't wait to potentially get my hands on one of your all's NFTs and play the game itself. So really, really good job on the presentation.
Thank you, Aiden. Thank you, Rick. We like to give our best, and more coming up. Yeah.
Wonderful. Great. So I want to check in real quick. Have the folks from the paper wallet showed up, or are they still somewhere else in the internet?
I'm here.
Wonderful. 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 So it is now your time to present. If you'd like to share a screen or maybe just speak to the camera, whatever works best for you.
Yeah, I've made a video and I would like to share that.
Wonderful. As soon as you hit play on that video, I'll start that 5-minute timer. That being said, because it is a video format, if it does go a bit longer, that's okay. It'll just eat up some of your Q&A time.
It is exactly 5 minutes.
Wonderful. Great job with it then.
Okay. Share screen, probably.
Yeah.
Screen 1. Share. Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome to this presentation on Fund 5, Paper Wallet Terminal. Previously, I had a proposal in Fund 4, Fiat Out-of-State Machine. That is basically the same device, except it has a note acceptor on it. For Fund 5, I tried to simplify it further to make it easier to buy. And in Fund 6, I decided to adopt a new brand name. So that's it. Maybe you can give feedback in the discussion later. It's going to be called the Dana Block point of sale system. Basically, paper wallet only with more functionality. The idea about the paper wallet terminal is to make it easy for everybody to buy ADA, so lowering the barrier to entry. And with the paper wallet, you could do that without a bank, phone, or in the internet. You could just buy ADA with cash. So here's an exploded view of how the device would look. The device has a privacy cover. It uses a 7-inch touch display for user interaction, and it has a Raspberry Pi inside. A camera facing the user, so this you can use to communicate with phones, for example, and it has a USB connector in the front to use USB wallets like maybe Trezor or something like that. This is the setup. The display is connected to the paper wallet terminal, and the paper wallet terminal is then the user-facing device, and the display is the shop owner-facing device. This could be a touchscreen, so then you do not need a keyboard or a mouse. This is the basic way I see it working when you don't pay in cash. You could just use an app on the phone, and it would communicate with the terminal, and then you have to do approval on the phone. And communication could be with QR code, so, and the camera, so it could be both ways. I've now made my first part. This is number one. It's a polyurethane rubber you pour into silicone molds. So silicone molds are the green pieces on the right, and this can allow you to produce parts in 30 minutes, except instead of 2 days, which is what my 3D printer takes to build that part. So next up is to make more progress on the software side, which is not my main area of expertise, but I'm just gonna see how it goes. I have a Cardano node running on the terminal. For using Cardano Python, I need to compile the Cardano wallet still on the Raspberry Pi, and then I need to create an auto payment provider and a payment transfer program, so an app which can communicate with the Raspberry Pi camera. For the future, right now I use Odoo as the shop owner-facing interface software. It would be good to maybe see if you could make an ERP system which runs on blockchain technology, and I would like to maybe use more, provide more payment providers, so you could simplify the transition. So you can also use regular bank cards. Okay, ready for the discussion. Okay, that was it.
Wonderful job. That's really exciting. It's super cool to see that you already have, some of the components built out. That's really great.
Yeah, for me, it's a new technology.
Very cool. Very cool. So we're about to enter into the Q&A section. As always, if anyone has a question, you're more than welcome to send it into the chat, or you can just raise your hand. And that will begin now.
No hands. I didn't have the hand feature. I don't know. I could.
No worries. It looks like Marcin has a question for you.
Yeah, Martin. Just because you mentioned the Raspberry Pi, you do already some benchmark, and what is the system requirements for all of this? That's what I'm wondering and asking myself now.
I have already had the Cardano node running on a Raspberry Pi. This is no problem. It doesn't really use that much of your CPU power. Even, I mean, a Raspberry Pi 4B is pretty quick, and this is an expensive model. But I have the idea that we maybe could downscale to a 3 as well. But then it is better if you have everything running, because I had Odoo running at the same time, and this is also not so heavy on the CPU. It's more the graphics cards, which is then used by Odoo a lot. So,
and what about the RAM? 8 gig is enough, or do you need more?
8 gig was enough, but it was not enough to build the node. It locked up pretty quickly, and I needed to increase the swap size. So standard Ubuntu has no swap size on the Raspberry Pi. I had to increase it by 32 gigabytes.
Oh God! Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Great. You made it. Yeah. Fantastic.
Awesome. Does anyone from the audience have a question? If not, I have one in mind. All right. So my quick question is when the user is looking to buy ADA via this cool kind of paper wallet machine, where would that kind of liquidity come from? Is there going to be some sort of connection to maybe a central or decentralized exchange, or maybe the person that has that machine inside of their workspace or their store? Are they providing their own ADA as liquidity? Where would that come from?
My idea is that indeed the shop owner would have this liquidity. So he would sell it just like he would first buy a candy bar and then sell it for a profit. So yeah, that way he can buy. He of course needs to source his ADA, but then he can buy in bulk like you would do normal products. I think if you would do decentralized exchange, it would be maybe more expensive, but then you also, maybe, in both situations, you would need an internet connection. So depends on the situation.
Very cool. And then if anyone, of course, the question's priority is to the other viewers, not myself. So if anyone has a question, please feel free to share it or ask. But my next one would be, is there any, I guess, what is the capacity in terms of, now that I have this cool paper wallet, how do I go about in terms of using that paper wallet? Is there something that I can do to, for example, maybe I go back to that same store and I can initiate some sort of action where I validate that I own this paper wallet, and then I can stake it through a terminal, maybe at that store? Or am I able to go back to that store and sell it back for US dollars if I chose to? What could kind of the return process, now that I have that paper wallet, look like?
Yeah, paper wallet is indeed more like an investment. You cannot do a lot with it. So that was why I am also transferring it a little bit more into Fund 6, where you can do more with the same terminal. But you could sell paper wallets just as well. But paper wallets you can convert on the internet yourself to something else. So that doesn't have to be per se in the shop.
Awesome. Very, very cool. Thank you, Daniel. My other question would be, what is kind of your thoughts on terms of like the sales approach? Like, for example, if you're going to walk into one of these stores, I love this brilliant idea of because Cardano's main mission is kind of like, let's bank the unbanked, let's provide a financial operating system to those in need of it. So I think it's a really cool idea to provide people without that internet or phone access or digital access, a way to buy and hold ADA. what could kind of the process of going to one of these shop owners and trying to get them to kind of, I guess, maybe purchase one of these machines from you? What would kind of the process of you trying to actually get these into stores look like?
Well, I'm thinking about several ways. Like I'm trying to lower the barrier of having a shop with ADA, which now you cannot do. So what you need a device which looks a little bit like something you could use. And this is the lowest barrier entry to set up a shop with this. So I can now build this machine with a 3D printer.
Wow.
And you just have to install the software. So if I provide the 3D files, everybody could basically print their own.
Oh, that's so cool.
I think I'm thinking about also providing the technology or the build files for making these silicone molds, which are a little bit more expensive to make. But with this, you can just pour in the resin here, and then you could build more yourself. So that way, Cardano is like a little bit, underground. Everybody can use it. It's hard to stop. But this way, you have this combination. It is also, almost not impossible to stop somebody building plastic parts. And the combination is really like, it will always work. And it's always, everywhere where you go, you could set up shop and you do not have to ask permission for anybody. That's the basic idea, right? So
that's so cool.
That would make it very cheap to do and also feasible. And every part of it is available, only you have to put it together. So that is what I'm trying to do, that you put it together and that it is easy for everybody. Like a recipe.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. A recipe to buy ADA. Yeah, that's so cool. Very cool. Yeah, so oh, go ahead.
Yeah, that's how I thought it would fit into the mission, of Cardano. But right now, there's no way. If you read it on the internet, it's okay, it's fine. But then I have a shop, now what?
Mm-hmm. Very cool. So my next question for you would be, you're providing all these people that might not have access to kind of the internet and digital infrastructure, the capacity to buy ADA, which is just a fantastic idea. So I have to applaud you for that. My next question would be, many of us receive education through the internet, like how we're speaking right now. We're learning about these proposals. We're learning about Cardano. We're learning about what blockchain is. Do you have any thoughts as to how you could provide these same people that might not have internet access to educational materials in terms of learning as to why ADA might be a good purchase for them?
Well, that's, I don't know, YouTube does a very good, it's a very good way to learn. I do a lot from YouTube myself, because there's a lot of experts on YouTube providing information.
So I guess my main question there was in regards to, because the end user is someone that, for example, might not have access to that internet or that digital device because they're going through this awesome route of being able to buy it, and walk away with a piece of paper that represents their ownership of ADA, which is totally amazing. Is there some sort of capacity where maybe you could make it so this, paper wallet machine maybe could provide, access to a YouTube video? So if I was an individual that didn't have access to the internet and didn't really know what Cardano and blockchain is, maybe I could check out this ADA paper wallet machine and, access a YouTube video to learn more. Matthew, please feel free to ask your question. Just a heads up, we have 35 seconds left. But if we can make it a little quick, feel free to go ahead.
10-4. I was just curious. This sounds kind of like a bond almost. I may have came in late. I apologize, but it almost sounds like a bond or a treasury or something like that. If I'm understanding correctly, am I totally off base on that?
The paper wallet is, but this device can do more. But you could sell paper wallet, but that is the lowest barrier to entry into Cardano, because you can make a paper wallet without connection to the internet. So if you have intermittent internet, you could sell somebody a paper wallet. Only this paper wallet has limited functionality. You have to transfer it.
I gotcha. I understand. I apologize.
Wonderful. And that is right on time. That was just 5 or 10 seconds over. So absolutely great job, Martin. I want to applaud you for your efforts. I think the concept of bringing ADA to people that don't have access to internet is such a noble one and such a cool one. So I really, really wish you the best of success. And I think the concept of anyone in the world can, you know, if they have access to the materials, can build this recipe and create access to people. So I want to applaud you and I want to wish you the best of luck in your proposal.
Thank you.
Of course. So our final, the great translation of ADA news to African languages. I believe we have Rick on the stage going to present to us today. As always, you know, you're going to take the stage. You have a 7-minute long video. Feel free to, once that's presented, we'll jump into that Q&A section. But as I said, that you're going to have a little bit less Q&A just because of the length of the video. Feel free to present.
I understand. So, well, actually, let's go right away, starting the screen. And now, share this. Everybody should be seeing this, I hope.
Yes.
Individual actually from 20 times. First of all, people are just really.
Rick, I think the audio is coming through a bit choppy. I'm not sure. Is anyone else experiencing that as well?
Oh, it's probably I need to mute myself best. Do I retry? Okay.
Yeah, if you'd like, I'm also, it looks as though some other people are experiencing audio problems. If you would also like, I'm more than happy to, you sent me that YouTube video. If you'd like, I'd be happy to share my screen and I can present it via that YouTube video format, and that might solve the audio problem. Or if you would like to do the YouTube side of things, you're also welcome to do so. So whatever works best for you, it's your presentation. So your decision.
Well, I'm not sure. I just want to waste the less time and start. If I mute myself, is it then better? Perhaps it's the sound coming back. Just let's try this, and otherwise you can play it if you have it there, or we can all do the YouTube link. I'm not sure.
Wonderful. Yeah. And your time hasn't started. We won't start that until we got the video rolling. I don't want to cut you off in any regard. So feel free to try that. And if not, I'll go the YouTube route. Yeah, so it looks as though, I'm not sure, is everyone else kind of having the same problem with me as the audio isn't coming through?
Yeah, it's pretty choppy.
Okay.
If you can present it or let it play, no worries.
Wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, I will give that a go. So I'm gonna take down your screen real quick, and then I'm gonna bring up the YouTube video, and we will get to it. Here we go. Okay, I think Aaron has a suggestion. He or she or they said you need to enable sound share from your screen. Are you able to do that, or I'd be more than happy to do that for you.
Just you do it, because I have to search. I'm not sure what it is. So.
Will do. Great. And then share sound. Wonderful. So here is your video. Let's bring it up. Can everyone see my screen here? Wonderful.
Yep, got it.
I will make it nice and big. And here we go. Let me know if you all can hear this.
Hi, Safety in Numbers is proud to present the Ambassadors Program. So now let's quickly hop into the presentation we prepared. Let's first start by explaining what Safety in Numbers is. We're a collective of individual entities and groups, and we all collaborate together. And we actually aim for three types of people. First of all, people who are just really engaged and want to help their own language community by offering education and prevention and news in their own native language. Secondly, we want to have artists and people who really believe and want to invest in their own skills and perhaps start as a little side job and then become more profitable and grow. And thirdly, we want to have also people who really want to make blockchain their whole way of earning a living. And so we actually do that by using the Artano tools and following the mission, because we want to make helping people profitable. Our original idea was to focus immediately on the Cardano and blockchain and Catalyst news, but we quickly learned that crypto newbies are actually first in need of something else, general blockchain education. And of course, they first gonna invest in some cryptos like Bitcoin and ADA. And so they have to learn how to acquire it without being scammed, how to be prevented from FUD and FOMO. So after we do that, and that's why we focus on educational content now in our first priority, they can really learn about Cardano. And when they then learn about what Cardano is, they can, and how special it is, then they can learn where to go when they have their own idea and learn where they can be finest in Catalyst. As a result, we switched focus for our news about Catalyst and Cardano towards our podcast formats. First of all, we already published an in-depth interview with Playment in the Cardano Insider. And secondly, for eligible for improvement, a debate format. There's already the first scenario already as well. Our main focus will be the What Is Why Is educational program, in which we want to bring the really necessary basic education and prevention. And so the first script there is already finished, and the first whiteboard animation is now being made. Safety in Numbers strongly believes in the need for the What Is Why Is program. Imagine the following scenario. All those Atala Prism users from Ethiopia and all the countries to follow, then buy some ADAs and fall for every trick, every scam, and BitFit, FOMO, and everything else. Do we really want that? Cardano Insider is our first way of bringing the Catalyst news, so we want to tailor the more seasoned ADA holder as well. We also believe in our eligible for improvement format, because in order to get to the top, and even more so to stay on the top, it's really necessary to always keep an eye out on things to improve. The SN house artists we are currently assembling will play a pivotal role in the growth of our ambassadors channels. The long-term goal for Safety in Numbers is to form the projects as written and explained in our white paper, but of course each project can function on its own, and so we start and we focus on the ambassadors program, and then secondly the house artists. And already with these two you can see the tremendous synergies that arise. First of all, the house artists will help make the ambassadors chain popular by creating NFTs who will be used as referrals and marketing as rewards for stakers. And then, of course, once the ambassador chain is popular and there are enough subscribers, we will promote an event in which the house artists can sell their NFTs. So to conclude, what are the things to do? Well, first of all, our ambassador's website. And in that regard, we have some unfortunate delays. We had already 3 times a volunteer for making the website who had to retract. So at this point in time, we could definitely use members who want to help us building the website. The launch of the ambassadors chain and the proof of concept in a video animation. In that regard, we are very close of publishing, of course, the first why is animation. And then, of course, the NFTs for the marketing smart contracts. In that regard, we could also use people, of course, who can program in Plutus. And after that, our second project, which we then will focus on, will be the creation of an NFT shopper platform. The end mission of Safety in Numbers is to help create a level playing field for those people from the developing countries who really want to invest and possess the skills to do so. So, as you probably understood by now, Safety in Numbers is still really open for a lot of collaborators. So first of all, ambassadors, we need as many as we can per language to create the necessary content needed to do adequate prevention and education. And secondly, if you're a house artist or you want to become that, you want to invest in your own skills, or if you really want to go for it and become full-time employed on blockchain, then please mail us, contact us, or just DM me somewhere in the Discords. And everybody else that really is in favor of our initiative and the need to bring native news and native education, please vote for our proposal in the coming Fund 5.
All right. Fantastic video. I love those little animations at the end. That was wonderful.
Yeah, well, I had to learn OBS for that, but never used it. So I thought at the end, I want to show off a little bit of those.
Totally. Yeah, that was brilliant. Wonderful.
Yeah, well, yeah, I wanted to have the presentation this time because last time I did it just like everyone does it now, try to time it. And I was the only one then. But this is even more stressy because I couldn't get the video play and everything. So that's really. I thought, yeah, I'm safe. Just put play, no worries. 7 minutes. I know what I had. Yeah, well. But thanks for the assistance anyway.
Of course, anytime, anytime. So we are about to begin the Q&A section as always. Rick, I think we still have that little bit of echo going on with your microphone there. But absolutely spectacular job, Rick. Very awesome to see news and information and education get presented to people that, you know, the standard format, at least so far, has been in English. So it's really, really awesome to see, you know, more languages come to the front and get more education out there. And I think this could work really well with that. Fiat to ADA paper wallet machine as well, getting people some education there and then providing them the capacity to learn more and buy ADA. So we are about to jump into the Q&A portion. As always, if anyone has any questions at all, please feel free to send them into the chat and I will ask them, or you are welcome to raise your hand and you can ask it there. Thank you so much, y'all. I've really enjoyed this. Let the Q&A begin. You have 7 minutes and 35 seconds left.
Sorry if I may interrupt you for just a second. Is this the last Q&A?
Yes, we're finishing up right now.
All right, great.
Are we okay on time or?
We are over time already, but yeah, just let you finish and then move over to the main room, please.
Wonderful, will do. Thank you.
Great.
All right, Q&A has begun. Take it away.
Not sure. I see some questions. Actually, I can see the shared screen.
Yeah, here I'm happy to stop sharing my screen if you'd like. There you go.
Seems like not really much coming from. Perhaps it's also important to say why I have, I think, a unique point of view. I come from Belgium, so it's a country with 11 million people, and it's divided in 3 language communities. So there's roughly half of it speaking Flemish, it's like Dutch, and the other half speaks French, and there's a tiny little part that speaks German. When I take my car, in 1 hour roughly, I'm in 4 different countries. So I can go to Luxembourg, to Germany, to Holland, or to France, or pass the canal and come into the UK. So in Belgium, we kind of grew up and we kind of used of adapting and also learning a bit of the difficulties of language barriers. And as native English speakers, everybody's used to have other people really adapt to them. So you really don't understand sometimes that, well, some people are polite, some people don't even dare say that they have difficulties, or some people think they do, but still have difficulties. So there are many things. And even in our small country, even between the French part and the Flemish part, you see division even more and more so. And so we feel it very important that as Cardano, you want to be the blockchain of the world, that you realize that most people don't speak English, and also blockchain itself is already more than difficult enough, and then to have that transition, and then on top a language barrier. So that's the reason. Still no real questions. Is it the goal that I keep on talking? It's yeah, I can still say many other things if needed, but I prefer having questions.
I'm more than happy to answer a few questions. I do want to point out that Matthew said that you did a brilliant job in his honest opinion, and he thought it was well said, and that they wish they had a few questions, but it looks like you did a really good job of answering them all. So I have a few. You just spoke about how you come from this background where, I mean, I always love kind of the concept where the project, the thing that the founder is trying to build has a strong correlation to them themselves, which what you were just describing with your story. What made you land on African languages as the primary focus of this proposal, as opposed to any other sort of language set?
That's a good question. I hope that somebody would pose that. So thank you for that. So, well, in any case, the ambassador program is meant for the whole world, so to speak. But we have 2 types of users. You have already users coming by, usually for money, or mostly they start in crypto. And but you of course have a second group. That's the group that will be added on blockchain on Cardano, thanks to Atala Prism and the government contracts. So that's what IOHK is focusing on. And I do hear the Cardano Foundation, they stated that this year alone, it's presumed that there are 5 or 6 more government contracts like the Africa deal in Ethiopia with 5 million people. And for next year, there should be 20 or something. And in total, they aim for 100 million users by the end of 2022, mostly in Africa. So I then say, yeah, we need to really support that. And the problem with Africa is at the moment, there's almost nobody having ADA, no real power and money. Yet, of course, actually prevention, it takes a long time to build enough content, and the content itself, as we know, it's not easy to produce videos. It takes way more time than you would suspect. So we really need to have then ambassadors who start creating the content for the moment that those millions of peoples actually come onto blockchain. And the reason why, you can see it now with Charles Hoskinson, is already saying, oh, I still get 25 mails per day of people who fall for the stupidest and most known giveaway scam. That's already well known. So can you imagine people knowing nothing about blockchain being thrown onto it, and then of course perhaps buying with all their life savings to avoid losing their money, but then seeing a giveaway scam and said, hey, here, Charles Hoskinson is giving me double, so I send it to that, and they get scammed. So I really think that's not a good idea to have hundreds of millions of people and then don't create prevention and warn them, educate them. And it needs to be really in their own language, because the average people there won't speak enough of English. So that's why we go for Grow Cardano, to fund some ambassadors to be sponsored, because normally the stake pool that will be created for each ambassador will generate the income. But of course, for Spanish, there are more than enough Spanish speaking, so Spanish ambassadors will have probably more stake. But for all those African countries, not yet. But of course, we feel really the need for that prevention.
Wonderful. That's fantastic. We have a minute and 20 seconds left, just a heads up. My next question on that note is I think you gave a great explanation as to why it's African-based languages. Makes a lot of sense with the initiatives that Cardano is taking. And in earlier one of your questions to another one of the presenters, you kind of spoke to the fact that you wanted to form collaborations. Is there any kind of effort that you all have going in terms of working towards maybe translating directly with IOG, or maybe directly for the town halls? Or is there any kind of ongoing collaborations that you're seeking, or maybe are currently in formation in order to present that material?
Well, at this point in time, it's like, well, as a catalyst proposer, they seem to have neutrality, so we haven't had contact, and yeah, that's a bit of a pity, I feel. So, but I have contacts with other projects, and of course, many other projects joined in, because the ambassadors is just a part of the Safety in Numbers Collective. We want to create talent pools and a whole lot of other stuff, because in fact, the whole organization, once completed, would be whatever I needed throughout my 30 years of business-to-business sales, and I could ever have imagined as a commercial entity to be capable in flexibility in bringing out new business ideas. That's the end goal, of course. And I have actually several other projects like Ajax from Innovatio platform, the crowdfunding platform, is also an ambassador. And I have 3 other proposers who joined our collective as well. But with IOHK, unfortunately, not yet. I'm certainly open to it, but
wonderful. So that is your time. Thank you so much, Rick. I really appreciate everything you just presented. I wish you the absolute best of effort in your pursuit. That was all of our proposals today. It looks as though we have Dominique and Thibaut coming in to tell us that we need to get back to the main circle. So Dominique, I see that you got your hand raised.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have to, but it's but it's cool. Yeah, voting and the end of the IdeaFest is going to start now. So wonderful. See you in the main room.
See you there.
Okay.
I just want to say one last final word. I wish everyone in this room that presented the absolute best of luck. I think you all did a fantastic job. I'll definitely be paying very close attention to your proposals. And when I'm voting, I'll definitely remember these presentations. I had an absolute blast being your moderator. And if there's anything that I can do to help you out as just a member of the Catalyst community, feel free to get in contact with me. I wish you all the absolute best of luck. Thank you so much to coming and presenting to the main IdeaFest, and hopefully we'll see you in the main room.
Thank you, Aiden.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Aiden. And thanks for actually posing me some questions that help me out there as well. So.
Of course, it's my pleasure. All right, I'll see you all in the main room.
Awesome, guys. For anyone who needs to know to leave this room, there's a blue button in the bottom right corner, and just go leave breakout room. Don't leave the meeting.
Yeah, that's a good thing to add in there. Thank you, Anthony. All righty. I'll just stay in here until everyone has found their way back. Do either of you all need help entering the main room, or are you all okay where you're at? Great. All right, Miriam. So I'm going to be headed out just because we're about to begin the next portion of IdeaFest. You're welcome to join in. If you just move your cursor, you'll be able to see a blue button in the lower right-hand corner that says leave room. If you click that and then you say leave meeting, would exit you out of the entire Zoom call. If you want to stay for a little bit longer, you can do leave breakout room and you'll be good to go. I hope you had a great time and please enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, so welcome everybody. Just checking, you can see my screen, right?
I can hear you well and I can see the screen.
Okay, great. So I'm Juliane. I'm one of the team member representing Gimbal Labs. Actually, my co-founders are James, the educator, and the developer, Roberto and Kyle, as well, key developers, and we are with Catalyst actually since Fund 1, merged proposals in Fund 2 among James and Roberto and myself, funded Gimbal Labs, and so we find our way together, always growing within the team and expanding our vision and energy among the community. So our Fund 5 proposal is all about turning developers into blockchain developers. And I prepared one slide for that. Oh, let me check, I can navigate. Okay, let's see this. So really to sum it up. So the problem statement we are identifying is there are not enough blockchain developers to deliver on the wave of demand that is coming up. Mainly our solution is to support experienced developers to become experts in Cardano blockchain development. And how we are going to do that? We are, like I said, since Fund 2, very active. We got funded in Fund 2, so we established a solid format, naming it Gimbal Labs Playground, what is defined by experimental learning. So we are trying to really trigger the important questions around the Cardano protocol in terms of metadata use, native assets, storage, identities, smart contracts, etc. So we really created a place for people to come in and to shamelessly, as Roberto stated in our update yesterday, the questions they have, the doubts they have, so they have a really safe environment to tinker, to develop, and even spin off teams to really draw on ideas they want to maybe address. So the outcome of this proposal is mainly having 4 developers prepared to build dApps and toolings on Cardano. Moreover, that the development ecosystem also will benefit from it. Obviously, we will increase the number of blockchain developers and increasing the tools and documentations. And what does it take for us to get that started? Actually, we are asking for 100K. That's basically the salary of 4 blockchain or 4 developers, experienced developers, for 3 months. And we request that fund to be 100% destined to the developers. Why we are doing this, maybe people would ask that. Actually, we really recognized through our work on the playground that since now, we have a lot of people that are very engaged and enthusiastic to want to learn, and they're mainly volunteering. But to take Gimbal Labs at a new level, we require people, and we require people like getting paid for real work to take it to the next level, to expand our playground. And with that, I want to address this beyond section below the outcome. It's about really like connecting dots. So we have the playground with the development, with experience. You are scaling up as a developer, a blockchain developer. But what's next? So we are really connecting to real projects. So what is happening naturally is that entrepreneurs or companies looking for us, asking us to help them with their businesses and onboarding them to Cardano. So that's a really attractive way to do it, because we can really open the path for this work to be done. And the other good thing is that people coming in, even they're not perfect, or they're just learning and keep learning and have other ideas they want to spin off, they can have we help them to scope well their Catalyst proposals they might want to spin off. They're finding new teams, and that's basically something that really engages, like being us a catalyst to not only building up the learning and building more blockchain developers, but also going into the path on the real adoption of Cardano within the ecosystem, within the world, within the companies.
That sounds great. Thank you, Juliane. You have been good with the time. I love the one slide that is very, very greatly showing sort of like a roadmap. And I'm hoping that we will have some good questions for you that might be interesting for the voters to hear. And I'm asking you to raise your hand, and I will actually say your name so that everything will be fair for everybody. Phil, do you want to start?
Yeah, sure. I'm just wondering what you're thinking behind. So you've got $100,000 budget for developers.
Yes.
Are they going to be developing as they learn some sort of something on the blockchain? And like, I can see a lot of value being directed straight at those 4 specific developers, and I can see value that there's now 4 very good developers around. But I'm just wondering how much more impact that money can get from. Like, how does that fit into your scheme?
Yeah. So I would assume your question goes into 2 directions. One direction is what they're going to build, and a valid question. And I hope this is coming up. So what we experience when we have a playground, that there are many ideas we can draw on. So I give you an example. We started off with an event ticketing project, and we realized it's so complex within a specific industry that we narrowed the scope to really spin off projects and building tooling around decentralized storage, decentralized identity, and not only the payments / the smart contract tooling. So we are already having a backlog of projects that can serve as easily as a starting point for those developers to get on board. But that doesn't mean we want to impose something. We also are very open for those developers to keep on coming, maybe with their own ideas. But what's really solid in our proposal is that we're now almost like 5 months in the real work. So we have, I think, almost 400 people on our Discord channel. We have every week we hold a playground. Every week we have spin-off playground projects. For example, this one-on-one DApp, that is the narrow scoped project out of the event ticketing project. So we already have a pipeline on things to do that we easily can sustain those dApps and being built.
Thanks.
And
Ken.
Hey, Julianne, thank you for your presentation. This is pretty fantastic. This is outside of my normal world. So I have a 2-part question for you. I'm looking through your screen. What's the learning curve for typical developers to get into blockchain technology, that bridge you're building? And how different is your proposal for these 4 individuals for as compared to what the Plutus Pioneers program is that's being hosted in a different manner?
Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So maybe the difference is that we are approaching, I mean, Plutus is, from my understanding, and my colleagues might have a better answer than I'm very transparent on this, and feel free to hop on our Discord and have a discussion on this afterwards. But what I assume is Plutus is like focused on the technical details, but our experience is more of a holistic approach on how we address real world problems with the Cardano protocol and functionalities given. So when we have a playground, we are not only talking about what does an NFT or how does metadata functionalize. We need to give it a context of a business. And with that, there comes the complexity, because you have, even if you take a company, you have so many functions, so many problems in there. So you might want to really narrow down what a problem you want to address in terms of impact on what the blockchain can favorably do for this problem, balancing risks. So you see, the learning experience is very much holistic, and we really try to connect it to the real world, to the businesses, or to the problems we are experiencing in different sectors of economies. That, coming back to your first part of your question, was the learning curve. That's an interesting one. I think we are very diverse, so we are open to any developer, be it someone who just found out he wants to become a developer, way to an experienced developer. Especially here, we are addressing experienced developers with the specific goal to keep it running fast and really leveraging on it fast. So this is very hard to tell. A learning curve may take 6 months for someone who just started. Maybe someone who is very experienced, maybe it takes a lot less.
Thank you. Sophie.
Yeah, thanks. I want to jump in the spot of answering questions, but just as a developer, I'd say the learning curve is pretty steep, coming from most different directions, depending on where you're from. There's a lot of different complexity or parts that make it complex and that are different than a normal business. But my question relates to the onboarding of these 4 developers. I'm just curious sort of what the ideas are of doing the selection process, or like, would it be like sort of like people applying for that, and then just how you get from the how you get to the 4 developers sort of is the question.
Yes, Sophie, thank you for your question. And there, I think this being the first proposal, as we put it in there ever, it was also kind of an experiment, we want to state. For this proposal, I think there's a natural way to identify those proposers, just looking around at the existing Gimbal Labs playground or people that are engaged with us. But we certainly want to make a shout out posting. Once we get the fund, we will formalize a process. So definitely, this is not going behind the scenes. We're addressing something. We really want to make it transparent. And thanks for the question, because if this really is working out, we require some more funding around that, because we don't want to stop there. We want to see how we can keep that going, since we are still looking for trying to be an autonomous organization on covering our costs for onboarding developers. So that's mainly it.
Thank you. I'm very happy how active you are all. I'm having JP afterwards, Phil, and then Jeff. So we will be starting with JP, and we have 3 minutes. So I might be a little bit impatient during the answers.
Good.
Maybe we can get those 3 in. We will see. I'll monitor. JP.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, perfect. So my question is, again, just going to the budget. I would like you to break it down. So I'm reading it as 4 developers, 3 months, $25,000 for 3 months for each developer, if it's all going to them. How did you come to this amount, and how would you justify it to voters, who many of whom probably don't make, 25,000 in 3 months?
Yeah, so it requires obviously a background check on what an experienced developer is earning, and to keep it sharp. That's what our investigation have been. We looked around, we asked experienced developers in the real world, in the businesses, what they are getting, and that's the number we put it up, and it's reasonably.
Okay, so Jeff.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Jeff.
Very well.
Thank you. Bonjour, Julianne. I want to thank you. Bonjour. I want to thank you and Gimbalands for the fine work that you have done to date. I'm truly impressed at the team and the amount of work that you have done with limited resources. So I'll keep it quick and ask a simple question outside the box. I'm wondering, going forward, if you could give me some kind of color or clarity to what Gimbalands sees for the future of Gimbalands, like maybe a 2 or 5 year horizon in terms of future funding requests?
Yeah. Okay, great answer, a great question. I can't give you a number. I just know from a business model perspective, we have 2 strong positions. There's the position that we want to give open source experimental learning for developers coming in, keeping on learning how to use the Cardano protocol. That's one thing. And the other thing, we want to best place nurture and fund this work, this open source work, out of project work we are generating with the businesses in the real world.
Thank you. And Phil, do you have a quick question that we could fit in the remaining time?
I do, but I can probably address it in my presentation. So I'll leave it there, and I'll bring it into mine. Not a problem.
Well, then I would say the time is pretty much up, and you've done an incredible job, Juliane. Thank you so much. And again, to everybody, I'm so glad that you're so active in asking questions. That will help everybody so much. And I know, Juliane, it probably feels like you're being on the spot, right? And it might feel like this for everybody, but I think this is really valuable to give those statements and create some clarity that cannot be transported just by reading. And also we will be videoing and having the whole presentation out. So that's really great that you all are here. And Phil, I think this is your turn now with the community landing page.
Yes. Everyone, my name's Phil. I'll just get into it, yeah?
Yes, please.
Okay, sure. My name's Phil. I'm from Australia. I live in Russia. I've been in the Catalyst community since I think January or February, Fund 3. And I started to just follow through the process and see attending town halls and hearing from people where gaps were. And Dor was talking about back then, if you see and hear of gaps, let's fill them and let's work out how we can continue improving the process. So from this, we did after Fund 3, all the process happened, we did some early recaps where the community advisors, the CAs, were getting together and meeting and discussing what went well in the fund and what could be changed. And one of the outcomes that came from that was a lack of informational website or a community landing page. So what I put up my hand and said, yeah, that's something that's interesting for me. So I went ahead and pulled a team together, and we came up with this website that we put together with a small team. And yeah, basically the idea was that we identified who the people were, proposers, voters, and other people, community advisors, plus other people coming into Catalyst that are new. and just kind of let them go through the process of learning and finding the tools, information, and collecting it all into one sort of place, which is, we just went ahead and did that. Then because we were doing that, I decided to put a proposal in for Fund 4 to develop it, because it was up until that point, it was a volunteer process. And I'm happy to say that we got funding for Fund 4 to develop this now. So that's super exciting. We applied for $10,000 and got that $10,000. And then, of course, because of the quickness of processes, we didn't know whether we were going to be funded in Fund 4. So we also put in a Fund 5 proposal and expanded the community site. So that's this proposal here. I don't know if you can see. I might share that a bit later in the chat. But basically, we wanted to expand it. So the idea is that the landing page is a place to get information. And I see that being expanded into like people looking at statistical analysis and presenting that, so that both the data and people's analysis is available, as well as just information. So in this proposal, there's also a role for a librarian, which I don't know if everyone's aware of Steve Aldrich, but this is something that he's very passionate about and been kind of looking to the community to see where we can make it happen. So the idea was that we've put in a librarian role in this proposal, so that person will be tasked with actually searching out and participating in the development of documentation, as well as finding documentation and adding it to the site and making it available in a commons for the community. The whole process is done on GitHub in an open source manner. And one of the processes that we said that we'd do in the Fund 4 is implement a bounty system, so that if people using GitHub and GitHub issues to work on what we want to develop for the site, so that's a community engagement process, so people can actually put forward issues, like if something's broken or if they see features that they'd like or information that they'd like to add. And then on the other side, we're looking to get developers in and community members who want to write. We're using ViewPress, which uses Markdown language to actually, which is a very simple way of creating content.
1 minute warning.
Thank you. And that allows community to be able to build the pages and information for them. So we would have bounties for development of the website, as well as bounties for adding and collecting information. And then in this Fund 5 proposal, we'll also have this role of the librarian, who would actively be both assisting IOG and the community and whoever else is there to collect information together. So the website's available at Cardano Catalyst, so that's .st, all one word there with the .st. And there's a bunch of other tools that we've been developing, which you may be aware of, but they're being presented somewhere else. So yeah, that's my presentation.
You finished perfectly on I think you might have, I hope you didn't hear my sound, but it was like perfectly timed. Thank you so much. And congrats on being already funded in Fund 4. And now you are adding more content, right? This is
so now we need to actually do the things that we said in Fund 4. We haven't actually, funding for that comes through in 9 days. We've already started meetings and started to work on it, but we've got the original site up that just sort of did what we wanted to, but we definitely see future development to make it a lot more user-friendly, a lot more, and have a lot more information available.
You settled in and got more ideas while the process is ongoing. Right. And so now you are, okay, that sounds really perfect.
I'm full of ideas, so.
And I think it's very useful too. I'm not seeing any hands right now. I would find it interesting, like how would you distribute this to the community members? How would I find out as like a new onboarding
that it exists, or to participate in it? Which bit are you interested in being involved with?
That it exists. If I would be interested in, if if I needed more information.
I think a lot of things. So the idea is that like when a new community advisor comes in, it's not up to date, but having the librarian would allow it to be up to date. But here's the official community advisor guide. So if someone asks, like we can link, if IOG wants to, they can link to this document, or if someone in the community, if other CAs know of the site, they can link people to here. We also have like a funds timeline that we're working with AdaGov. Originally we had our own, but we decided to pull the information into one place so that, so basically if you asked me what the timeline for Fund 5 is, I'd share this link with you and explain to you how the Gantt chart works that we're just about to, where are we? Assess, no, it hasn't been updated yet, but we're up to voting here. It's, oh no, here it is here. Sorry, there it is. So there's voting, the snapshots, for instance, if you want to know when that is, here it is here on July 19th at 11 o'clock UTC.
Thank you. Ken.
Phil, it's been a minute since I've been through that page in detail. It looks like you guys have made some huge progress in the last month. So bravo to you on that.
Thank you.
My question for you is with the librarian's point of view, and we didn't talk about this before, GitHub is your source. That's your go-to right now, because I think that lands in the programmers and developers world. But where would you have that repository? Have you considered something like a blockchain repository like Iagon, or as these are being developed on top of Cardano, so that it doesn't exist in that central location?
Well, Git is a distributed system anyway. So
okay, great.
GitHub is a centralized repository for that, but anyone can pull a Git from GitHub, like a Git repository from GitHub, and create a satellite of it, type of thing. So GitHub's good because it has a bunch of developer tools. It's useful. It also allows you to host a web page for free using GitHub pages. So there's a whole bunch of stuff that they built originally for open source community, which makes it a useful tool at this point. So there's no plan to change that at this point, but
cool.
It is already
that's fantastic. That sounds great. Thanks.
Thank you, Ken. Dan, you're next.
Hi. Yeah, Phil, amazing. I used it for the last voting, and then I realized I didn't register for the voting. But nonetheless, it's a great tool.
Right, for Fund 4 voting. Yeah. Make sure you
use it. I did already for Fund 5. Just to be sure. And what I wanted to ask is, how will you track the contribute? Like once it's on GitHub, but how will you process them further? Or will you just have them there and then do allocation of rewards and stuff like this manually?
We're working through that. There's actually a proposal in Fund 5 for a GitHub, I think it's called a Git token. And that's a developer out of Singapore that's got an idea. It's just a side project for him at the moment, but he does have a Fund 5 proposal. I suggested he come onto the IdeaFest. I don't think he did, but if he gets funded, we'd like to work with him to try and use his tool to use an NFT that's he's developing to help track and reward people. So that would be a nice partnership. But for now, we're just looking through how best to distribute the, we got funded for 8,000. There's 2,000 of that allocated already to us for work already done and management and all this stuff. So the $8,000 is used to do the bounties, and we're currently working through the best way to do that. We will publish something when we come up with it. We did it. We had a meeting today about that. So manually tracking, yes. In the future, hopefully on chain, linked with GitHub or Git or something. Unknown future.
I mean, I'd love to hear about your experience also with the manual tracking. I'm not sure if you heard, but we are setting up SourceCred for one of our projects. And I'm also talking to my admin who's setting it up, that if he is doing it to create an instance also for Catalyst. And I'd be happy to share this instance so you can play around with the SourceCred and then tell us how you were able to structure this manual process.
Sure, if you could reach out to me on Discord. I'm not actually a developer. I'm more of a front end guy.
Yeah, I mean, as I understood it, SourceGrid, once it's set up, it's quite easy to play around with the parameters. You just say specific actions in GitHub will trigger so and so many credits to specific user. Okay. And in the end, we're also looking into aggregating this, running it through a validation pool, and then having the user who collected the contributions added to his personal NFT. Yeah, we'd love to collaborate. I stay in touch regarding this with you.
Sounds awesome. If you can ping me on Discord, that would be awesome.
I will.
Phil K on Discord.
Thank you, Dan. Jeff.
Hello.
Hey, Jeff.
Hi, are you able to share any interesting metrics about the site? Thank you.
Yes. What would you like?
Sorry, maybe a number of visits and
sure.
Like that?
Yep. Let me. Sure. Give me a second. Any other questions while I try to find that metric? I'll just stop my share for a second there. Any other questions that people might have there?
I think we can be patient. That's fine. We don't need to stress in this room.
Say don't stress. The hair is literally on the spot right now.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I love that site. I use it quite a bit. That's why I was asking. It sort of just rationalizes the request. I support the request entirely. Thank you.
Jeff, I'll speak for Phil for just a minute if he doesn't mind. I know that on some of his other things, he's put out some really cool stuff. So I'm actually really curious what that is, but it felt like a lead-in question because I know that he's put out a lot of the details in some of his other sites, and there it is. Yeah, I don't know how to do this, so I'm looking forward to. Go ahead, Phil.
We're actually looking to update this as a bounty. So if someone knows better how to set up a good analytic process, preferably not on Google, we're open to that. We need to set a bounty. So I don't know if anyone in here is interested, reach out to me in Discord and we can chat about it. But basically we set up a mix panel, and I'd love to have this metric available on the site. But basically we've got a low of 43 and a current high of 250 today, I think, or yesterday. So that's pretty nice. So that's past 30 days there. I think if we go back it's only been there since I think since May. So we had 592 in May, 2,700 in June. This is just to the landing page. I think we've also got metrics being recorded for the tools separately, but they're set up by Lucio. So different proposal, all kind of on the same site. So if you go to the site, and then you can access them through here. We've got the community tool. I'll just quickly do a quick plug if no one else has got it. We've got some more questions.
Yes, we do.
Okay, sorry, go on then.
JP.
Yeah, so hey Phil, I started at the same time, got interested in Catalyst same time as you, and this was one of the first things that caught my attention. I think it's exactly what I was missing when I came on, so I think there's a huge value in it. I'm just wondering, for the librarian and the types of things that you'll be collecting, will you be going for many different types of media and connecting more social media to that as well, or is it more of just the technical document? Will it remain that way? Kind of what's the future iterations you see it taking?
I saw this, so in the resources cards, I would love to see this, I started it, but it hasn't. So this was, Daniel's kind of community member / IOG guy, but this is I'd like to see community resources in here. So if you build something useful or write a document, then you can add it to this repository. And then I'd love to see in the future, if we do hit this funding, and then maybe a future funding, to be able to either work with someone or develop our own rating tool to rate community content. that sort of stuff. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I'd like to see it just being available to both push and pull. So the librarians kind of pulling and finding whatever interests them and whatever people tell them about, and they add that content. And if people want to push content, they're welcome to do so as well.
Thank you, Phil. And thank you, JP. We finished our 10-minute question and answer session, and I would want to go to the next proposal, as I'm like the gatekeeper for time in this breakout session. You've done a great job, and you've been really good at being like finding information on the spot. Like that's a very stressful thing to be doing, and you found everything, so that's really great. The next proposal, that would be Ken with Catalyst Value Onboarding interview with Kev, I guess. I'm German, so I might not pronounce that correctly.
Oh, it's interview with Q.
Q.
Yes, that's the way you pronounce it. Yeah, that's kind of thoughtful for my end of the world, but not yours. So
yeah, but I will give you the spot so you don't hear my church bells ringing anymore then either, I hope. And your 5 minutes to explain your proposal are starting now.
Excellent. Well, hopefully the screen showed up and we may be talking now. Can we verify that?
Yeah, you're all good.
Excellent. Okay, so I have this proposal's put together, and I came on board the same time around Phil and JP as well, and inundated myself with all the information. There's, I felt the analogy I was using was I dove in the water with both feet in a scuba tank, and I still haven't come up for air yet. There is so much information, and I am not a technical person. While I think to hope that I can and figure it out, and we can do anything we want as human beings if you put your mind to it. But once you start to get overwhelmed with everything, you get totally taken aback. So I don't have a really beautiful screenshot and presentation except for this wonderful presentation from through IdeaScale. So my problem statement is basic. It's the blockchain technology and the true potential of Cardano isn't easy to understand for new members to the ecosystem. So that limits everyone's engagement. You're either going to touch base, figure out if you want to do this, and either walk away or jump in the water. So I want to and plan to build this video series. It's a 10-part video series that is all laid out in detail throughout. And I don't have, in the elevator pitch, we're not going to get through all of the details of each video and how they will play out, because I think it's going to be organic as it plays. We're going to do things differently. We're going to see things and make it happen. But it's for the entry-level person. I'm still that entry-level person, and I've been on this for about 5 months of solid every day waking up, learning about it, kind of going to bed thinking about it, and realizing that I have a normal-ish American dream style life. And all I have to do is wait another 20 years and retire happily and hope that my kids make it. And I don't think that's going to happen. And I think there's a lot of people coming to this community and this community starts at blockchain and understanding that exists. And then they find out all of the other technologies, and they find out that there's cryptocurrencies, then there's smart contracts, and somewhere down the line, they land on hopefully Cardano, because we want those people to be here. So how do we bring them to the forefront right in the beginning? And how do we make them feel comfortable and understand that there is a community, there's a huge organic growing place where everything happens? And understand that when I came in, I thought this was all grown, everything's ready, show me where to go. And then I realized, wow, somebody planted a seed just a couple of years ago. The roots are huge. The roots go around this planet, but it's just starting to bud up out of the earth. And now people are picking on us because, well, where's the fruit? It just takes time to make it right. So I want to teach people that all the whys, all the whats, but I don't know the hows. It's going to take too long to figure that out. So in the group right now, we have Chad Dixon. He has come on board as the marketer. He's working through the SEO stuff so that I don't have to focus too much on all of the analytics of what we can do and how we can do that. I'll let Chad speak up here in a minute too, if he'd like to. And when we get to the Q&A, you can hit that. So the beautiful, wonderful thing about how this is set up is that I'm going to speak to my children because that's what's important to me. I'm going to speak to my parents and my coworkers, everybody that has never been around it. I'm the one guy that jumped out of the boat and landed in the water. And I need to go back to them and say, hey, the water's fine, but it's still growing. Here's what you can do. Here's what you can do. I know that you're a, whatever it is, if you like artwork and you want to create an NFT, you don't have to struggle through all the process because I can help show you the path. I can help bring that up. So I want to keep that language at 30,000 feet and never hit the ground. Just kind of talk through what these things are. And if I can find and help that person learn what a stake pool is, what decentralization is, and how to take part in all of that, then all I need to do is show them where to go, help them find that little place, find their niche, and guide them.
30-second warning.
30 seconds. Okay, great. So I have in 30 seconds to explain to you that this will be a 10-part video series that's going to exist out there in the ecosystem, and we're going to work through analytics right now, starting through YouTube, and then the channel content that's out there, and just grow from here and let the analytics, let the algorithms that exist do their thing.
Thank you, Ken.
Yep.
That is a pretty great idea and a pretty great way that you explained this to us. And I will be opening up for questions. And I have Jeff here. Is that a current one? Jeff, please start.
No, that's an old one. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's why that's what I thought. Can you mention that you have somebody in the breakout room that might have some other add-ons?
So Chad Dixon came on board here recently. He has experience with the marketing. I don't know if he may just be watching and hanging out right now, but he has helped me out a lot. I'll kind of click back over to the screen to speak to one of the metrics that exist for this is the KPIs. How do we deliver? How do we prove that this actually works? And what's going to make it true? If I start a channel and I have 10 videos that exist and they're out there, but nobody sees it or uses it, there's no value that goes back to Catalyst or Cardano as a whole. So I'm growing the channel so that I can learn how to use a microphone, how to use a better camera, what the setup is. And that way, when we start to have longer conversations with people, it doesn't just look like a camera that's on a laptop. So
Phil.
The camera's looking great, by the way, Ken.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is Chad here? You got your mic on the Chad, or?
Well, Chad is here.
No? Okay.
But
I was just gonna ask him why he decided to join you, but I guess. Oh, there he is. Okay. G'day, Chad. I was wondering if you could maybe give us a little view from your position about Ken's project, and why you decided to join him.
The thing that I like the most about it is that ultimately everything that is in the space right now is comprehensible to a very high level of thinking. And if ultimately what we're here to do is to build systems and infrastructure so that we can catch, the kids coming straight out of computer science, essentially. I think being able to have something that is just a straight in the door, here's the introductory to it all. And it's entertaining, informative, and, is not over the head of anyone that's watching it. Your preteen could watch it, your grandma could watch it, your business partner could watch it. They could all understand it. I like the fact that I get to put a little bit of creativity into that side, because I think ultimately it's a story to be told. And it's a really cool story and a beautiful story, just this whole blockchain technology to begin with and everything. So if it can be done well, with a high production value, kind of, stressed, like we see with other things with YouTube videos and stuff like that, I think the chances of this are being, it's really high, especially considering that nothing really in the space exists like that so far.
Thank you, Chad. Jamie.
Yeah, sorry, it was an interesting set of, like, I was just looking through the proposal there and your set of videos, and it looks great. I was almost wondering, do you need to go a step above, you know, and sort of relate it to what people already accept in like the financial world, or what's the reason for them actually starting this, you know? So you've got a lot of topics there around like what is an NFT, but it's more like, why would you be interested in it? Have you thought about like that sort of connection at all?
Okay. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's actually a lot of the conversation that Chad and I have had in going forward with, where I started with the proposal and writing everything out and starting to, that's really, I mean, even though it's probably a 2,000 word document, that's the skeleton of what's going on with this, and discussion of what and why. Like Peter Block, if you've ever heard of him, I was introduced to him with one of my interviews from out in Alberta. His point of view isn't the answer to how is yes, which focuses your attention on what and why things happen, not how it happens. It's going to happen. It's out there. People are going to do things, but why are we going to get involved? What does it matter if I put a piece of art out there as an NFT? What does it matter if I have a digital identification or decentralized identification? If I already have my government issued ID card, why am I going to go to the next step? So it's really, at this point, is exactly that. It's why are we doing this? And I don't want to burst Chad's bubble, but he's looking into some opportunities for little icons. If you ever watched or read the books like Complete Idiot's Guide, there's that little dude and character that shows up. We're going to speak to our avatars who are out there, and we're going to have some creative ways of presenting those. Why would I even do this, Dad? Or what are you talking about, son? Where that's at. So some good ways to interact with. If I start to get too high level, which is not going to happen for me for some years to come.
Magic.
Ken, can you tell us about like the funds and how you are wanting to use them?
Yeah, so I tried justifying what the numbers were, and it's difficult because as far as project management goes in general, oh, hey, there's a pretty face. Sorry about this. I was trying to zoom in and out of that actual, but the budget request that's out there and the funding and why are we spending it that way? I'm a professional in other parts of this world. I know that for me, I'm thinking, okay, if I want to do these videos and I do $15 an hour at 16 hours and per video and 10 videos, that's $2,400. If there's a reality that it's only going to take me 16 hours per video, I'm lying to myself already. If I feel outside of this space, I get paid more than $15 an hour right now. So that doesn't mean that what I'm doing is worth more or less than that. So that's, I think, a fair price point for what effort and time I'm going to put in. Then there's the hardware, the software, there's the website development. I do have to manage a website because of the KPIs, the what I want to give back to the community. As we learn and grow through this, there's going to be a stake pool built. That's on my dime. I'm working on making that happen. But as I learn that, I can teach it better. But when I learn about tokens, I'm thinking about why not make a Q participation token? And if I can put a survey at the back of most of these videos that says, fill out this survey and provide your public ADA address, I will send you a Q token. Now that creates activity on the blockchain, and I'm okay with spending towards that to make that happen, because all of the details that come back, all the aggregate data out of those surveys will help the next person that says, well, how do I get this information out there? Well, this isn't just us putting together 10 videos and saying, there's your deliverable. It goes beyond that, and it has to be on a website that's interactive. So if we have participation tokens, if we have, say, hey, thanks for coming along and doing this. For the people that I talk to, when we get into, hey, what is Project Catalyst? And I sit down and talk to Dor for 20 minutes, Dor, I need you, maybe. That'll be, hey, here's a dozen Q tokens, go hand those out. So as we learn those things, I'm an artist. I've already built a couple NFTs very, very basic. Actually, the first one I did one, and I handed that straight off to Victor because he was my 50th YouTube subscriber. So a really cool video about how that worked, but I'm trying to gain those modicums of knowledge and experience. So that's what that money is for, is to help put that out there. The marketing, graphiting, that's Chad. He's right there. You know, he's going to help me not have to read those 3 books, not have to practice while we play, because he knows that information, and he can say, here's your hashtag, here's your thing, go to Reddit, do these things. Whoa, take that one down. You just messed the whole thing up. Whatever it is, he's like a marketing manager in my eyes, and how we're going to do that. And he gets to be creative and have fun too. I hope that answers you, Kristen.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. We have only 30-ish seconds left.
Well, let's just dance.
But I think you gave us a really good overview on what you are planning on doing and what you are already doing and want to get deeper into, and creating educational knowledge about Cardano that is very easily accessible with different skill sets. So that's a really interesting and important approach, obviously. So thanks a lot, Ken.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Phil, we have one more that's from you, right? Is that?
Yeah, I thought Vic came in to do a presentation, but he jumped back out again.
Oh, he did?
So yeah, he was here for a second.
Yeah, I've seen
just
him.
listening to the end of Ken's there. That's all right. He's hosting another room, so maybe he just popped in to see how it's going.
So I will be starting the 5 minutes for the presentation.
Sure, fantastic. You can leave that open if you like, if you can. So this is another Fund 5 proposal that I've got in at the moment, and this one's more of an experiment to sort of see what's possible, see what's interesting. I'll crack it open. See what's possible, and just sort of mix things up a bit. Hang on, how do I get? I've lost my window.
Do you want me to open the Catalyst?
Yeah, open that up again if you can. I can't find my screen. Anyway, so we called it AdaFund, adafund.org. And the idea is that we want to, next one, I think, and one more. Yeah, that one. The process of going through funding rounds, especially now that the cadence has gone to 4 times instead of 8 times a year, is going to, it makes it quite complicated, especially for small ideas. So another proposal I got funded for in Fund 4 was an $800 proposal to make 4 infographics. And I was told at the time, that was just my first proposal I put in, and I was told at the time by people, why are you bothering for such a small amount? I was like, no, that's okay. It's okay. I didn't understand that it was going to take 6 months from when I put it in to actually be able to do it if the funding came through. So this adafund.io is more of an experiment. It's just sort of something interesting that if it's funded, if you just go down, I can't quite remember what we asked for. It wasn't too much, I think, but it's like the first round. Okay, 7,000. It's the first round of funding up to 10 small proposals with a co-funding methodology. So the idea is like crowdsourcing funds, where like use Kickstarter or something. The idea would be if people put forward, we'll collect a bunch of proposals that are like up to $1,000 to execute. Let's say you want to make a video or make a piece of music or a quick website or something, whatever, or a bunch of infographics. Then we'll put them forward and let the community co-fund the ones that they are interested in seeing happen. So instead of voting in a Catalyst project process and registering to vote, basically, if you like the project, you give them ADA, and if they hit the 500 or half, it depends what they're asking for, but up to $1,000. But let's say it's a $1,000 project. If they can raise $500, they get $500 from our side treasury, let's call it, of $7,000. So this is something more interesting, but I wonder if it's not dissimilar to what Gimba Labs has put forward. And that's why I was that was the question I was going to ask Julianne about her proposal, that it's kind of like a side funding where they want to, if I'm correct, are you here, Julianne? I might just, there's nothing more.
It's definitely here. And
there's not a lot more to this proposal. I mean, you could read about it. It's more of an experiment and something interesting. If it gets funded, we'll do something interesting with it. And if it is successful, we're looking for other alternative funding models as well. So there's like the main Catalyst fund, and then I believe there's room for side treasuries, and that's my hypothesis. And this is like a test into that waters. And if I'm successful, I'd like to work with the community and other people and look at how we can carve off another chunk of money and have its own way of distributing that money amongst the people who are interested in doing it, that are outside. So the idea is that if voters see value to this, they're allowing this ADA fund to have a side treasury of 50,000, let's say, and then that side treasury works out how to spend the money. And I think Gimba Labs is also experimenting in that space by saying, give us 100,000 and we'll look at how we can best implement that 100,000 outside of the Catalyst process. So if anyone's interested in discussing this and adding to it, and Victor, who popped in earlier, that he sort of saw it and saw that it was interesting as an idea, and we decided to collab on presenting that as an idea.
Thank you, Phil. So that's a very interesting idea of a side treasury, just to like smooth up the process if people want to get funded. Right now, I don't see any hands, but I would be interested in knowing, how do you decide and what you find interesting? And do you have like, are you open for anything, or do you have a set? Because Gimba Labs, for instance, is focused on developers. And how is that with your project?
With the ADA fund? I mean, for Fund 5, it's limited to small budget projects, so up to $1,000 funding. So for instance, my 4 infographics, if this existed, I could have applied for that. And instead of going off and trying to go through this 6-month process and waiting for the funding, we could have just released the funding and gone off and done that infographic. So it's definitely at this level for Fund 5, that's the experiment. I don't know where it will go, but I'm open to other funding models. If this one's successful, we might repeat it and introduce more funding models. I'm not sure.
What do you do if you have 100 people applying for 10 possible project fundings? How would you decide which one to fund?
Well, that would be a great metric to present for another future proposal, I think. But at the moment, we've applied for funding for 10 proposals. So we'd either ask or work through a process, but it could just be the first 10 that come in and just say, that's it. The first 10 that we see that's successful. Maybe there's a time limit. If you don't get the funding together in a month or 2 months, then you're off and get someone else in. Not sure exactly. There's a lot of questions there's a lot of questions that aren't answered, like with the co-funding. Why can't I just co-fund my $500 project and just extract $500 out of the treasury? But then if that adds value, then why not? That was my answer to that problem. There's a lot of questions that are very complicated by doing this, but I'd like the concept of having the experiment to work these problems through.
Thank you, Phil. Ken.
I think I see it a little bit with you, Phil, in stating you want to help fund people, and instead of somebody sitting through a multi-month ordeal, hey, I need $200 to get blah 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 done, you want to help out with that, and just kind of setting up a little a kitty, right, a petty fund that's available. And the first 10, have you had any applications yet? or any desires?
It hasn't been a huge focus, to be honest. This is probably the first time I've publicly talked about it, other than with Victor and a few random people. But kind of because it's a side project for me. The website and the community tools are definitely more in focus. But this was like, oh, I wonder. It's sort of, it's just an experiment. Just throw it out there, see what happens, and see where it goes.
Things might break, right? JP.
Yeah, hey, thanks. So Bill, I think this is interesting. I've commented on it before on Discord and things. I wonder if you've thought about whether there's a way for people who are funded through this process of how they would give back to this side treasury. Like, would there be some requirement, if they develop something that's, I guess, maybe they're not making money right away, but just in a general sense of, other than receiving the money, if there's a way that they would be committed to this side fund other than just getting money from the regular catalyst on a regular basis?
It could be a thing in a future ADA fund. This one, I think, considering it's $1,000, I'm imagining there's a few people that are kind of looking to do strange things that don't fit into the current challenge setup. Yeah. So let's say someone wanted to make there's an ADA song out there, I think. So, I'd like to just fund something like that. Just, there's value there that doesn't have a monetary value, but there's value in having random weird things funded, I think.
Yeah, and I would assume if it takes off, and things do become developed and lucrative, you could implement something at a later date. But yeah, no, it's an interesting idea, and I think the delay in the process, the community advisor process, isn't for every project, and putting all the work in for a succinct proposal might not be necessarily worth it for some things that may not get funded in the long run. So I think this is a good idea.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Let me check. So I do know that the others already jumped back into the main session. And I think you presented your proposal quite well. And I think we all know what you are talking about. It is quite a long process. So Treasury came up here and there. So it's definitely good to propose something like that and look at the option. And as you said, it's going to have an experimental character, which is what we want here, because we do want to try out new things, right? That's the whole purpose. So I think that's a great idea. And you would have 3 more minutes.
I'd add there that if anyone has, I bought the URL adafund.org. So I would like to see other people come into that umbrella of this thing. And if they had ideas of co-funding or external funding or side treasuries, that we can bring it all into that this thing exists for building side treasuries and co-funding models and whatever experimental things that can happen. But I'm not focused on it too much. So it's out there. If people are interested, contact me and we can discuss it.
Yes, connecting through Discord. And
yeah, that's probably the main way.
Checking the website out. What was the name again? ADA
This
Fund?
one's adafund.org, but there is no website physically up yet.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Yeah, it's just an idea.
Thank you so much. Let's hop off of this room back into the main room so we can wrap up the experience and look at the voting and see what the other people from the other rooms can contribute. And thanks so much for being active and asking questions. And I think you all did tremendously great in presenting your proposals passionately and giving us answers to all those questions from this putting on the spot kind of way we threw you in. And I think this is really valuable. And I do hope we can do this more often, because I think it's making it way more transparent without having to know a proposer. You know what I mean? We don't know all of us. We know some, but some we don't. And I think talking to each other and having somebody explain those things is super valuable to like ask questions and expand the things that might be super helpful. So
thank you for hosting. You've been a wonderful host.
Thanks.
Thank you, Kirsten.
All right, welcome to breakout room number 6. We have 4 presenters presenting in this hour. I will have a timer going, so I'll just kind of flash my phone when you're at 1 minute, just to let you know that you have a minute left. And the presenters will have 5 minutes to speak, and then we'll have a 10-minute Q&A, and then we'll try to get through them all 4 and get back to the main room in an hour so that we can all do our after party and voting. So let's start. Ellie, do you want to take it away?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elinaba, and today I will be presenting to you a solution called Becky, which is basically a decentralized business email compromise solution. So basically, I am a supply chain professional with 6 years of experience in the supply chain industry. Currently, I'm working with traders, investors, and academics trying to develop solutions that will allow companies to safely and to navigate safely the digital waters of international trade. So basically, a problem that is very common in my line of business is a cyber attack called business email compromise. In a business email compromise, basically a cyber attacker comes in and then modifies the details of an original document, an invoice, and then mostly an invoice, changes the attacker then changes the bank details on that invoice and then convinces the victim to pay to settle the invoice on a fraudulent bank account. So this is a problem that hurts the customer, the supplier, the relationship, and it has become very potent in 2020. So now we are working to develop a solution that is Becky basically, which is a decentralized application that allows users to sign and verify documents from the comfort of their own email application. Now, the way we envision Becky is basically just an email plugin, as you see here, that you can download and then add to your favorite email application. And then from the comfort of it, you will be able to create digital signatures for your document, certify them, and make sure that tampering those documents is no longer possible. And then in the case, if your counterparty has the Becky plugin installed, then he will be able to verify the originality of a document just by clicking a few clicks. Now, in order for us to make this work, we're basically combining 5 technology stacks. So we want to keep the user within the comfort of his email application. We don't want to take him to a new solution. So keep sending the emails as you would, but then install the Becky plugin on top of your email application. And then create digital identity, so self-sovereign identities using the Solid project. Sign those documents with your self-sovereign identity, and then publish the signed message on a middle layer between the Cardano blockchain and the normal solution. Now we've introduced this concept to allow us to offer our clients a predictable price for using the application. And then what we do is every 15 minutes or so every epoch, we combine all of the transactions that happened before then. We create the Merkle root, and then we publish that Merkle root on the Cardano blockchain using, and then we use the metadata feature of the transaction to add the transaction IDs that point back to our blockchain, and then prove how this Merkle root was created, prove what transaction happened, so adding a layer of security. And then basically, whenever the user wants to verify the message, he goes through the process, and then he's able to know who is the originator of this message and if it's an original document or not. I'll come back to the slide, so probably because it's going to come up during the Q&A. But now, basically, why do we want to introduce Becky? Well, first off, we see 3 motivations why we would create Becky. First is the securing of the exchange of sensitive data. In our line of business, this is invoices, commercial agreements, contracts, packing lists, but the application can be used obviously with different service lines. It doesn't need to be only in supply chain. Second, we are trying to develop Becky in a way that the user owns his data. Becky will not store any information that might compromise the identity of the user. And third, we're building our solution on the security of the Cardano chain. So using the features of Cardano to build a secure solution. Now, as I've told you when I started, currently I'm working with a group of traders. So we have companies around us that are very interested in this type of solution, mainly because they have been subject to the business email compromise, or they know someone that has been attacked. And then we believe that after we finish the MVP, we can launch this MVP within 50 SMEs across Europe. Mostly this is our network, and then test the solution, see if it works or not. So this is how our roadmap looks like as of today. Currently, we are building the Becky MVP. After that, we hope that by September, we will be able to deploy Becky within the business environment. And then we will later on do monitoring, testing, see if the solution works, see what are the vulnerabilities, what we need to improve, what are the shortcomings of Becky, and then improve them. And with the hopes of introducing Becky on a commercial scale by mid-2022. And now finally...
You're right at 5 minutes now.
All right, and I'm done. So Becky is a solution that has got your back. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. We'll open it up to any questions now from the room. To start things off, I have a question. Oh, sorry, did you want to go, Jeremy?
Sure, yeah. How do you validate the signatures?
So basically, how do we link the document with the digital signature that's online, that's on the blockchain?
Right, like I see that in the slide that you had, that you can verify the hash.
Yep.
If it's supply chain data that you're sending, you want to verify who's the sender of this information, who created the information, right?
Who created this information and the originality of the document at hand.
Right, so that would be verifying the signature.
Sorry?
Correct, or do you have another method for that?
I think I'm not hearing you very well, so...
Okay, so how do you verify the originator of the data that goes on to Becky?
All right, so in order for a message to be sent to Becky, we intend to install a two-factor authenticator. So we link so in order for a user to actually be able to sign a message with the email address, he needs to link it through a Google Authenticator, make sure that whoever is sending the message also controls the mobile phone of the user, validate that, and once this is validated, then he can continue the process. That's, I don't know if this answered your question or if it was more than that.
Yeah, that's kind of a good answer. So if you're looking to apply this to, this is for supply chain companies, right, in Europe. So if you're doing imports, and this is going through European customs,
international customs.
International customs. So are you looking to follow any sort of like EU standards for how to create a data hash, a digital ID, and a digital signature? And do you know like which ones you'd be following?
We are looking into the digital, because right now I'm based in the Netherlands, so even the Netherlands has a list of requirements for a digital signature to be valid, and we are hoping to apply. We are working towards making our solution compatible with those digital standards. So basically, again, I don't know if I answered your question, but that's how I see it.
All right. And this is you and one other guy, or how many people are in the Becky team?
Right now, the idea came came from me and a trading partner that I've been working with, And we've onboarded with us a team of freelance developers that are helping us. We've onboarded with us an investor that's helping us finance the research and development. And we have graphic designers and then UI UX designers that are helping us make the solution as fluent as possible.
Great. So outside of Becky, are you going to, as an output, have anything that's open source for other projects to use? Or how can a third party make use of Becky?
What we intend to have is we don't intend to have the Becky protocol being deployed as an open source, but rather we want to do it as a business solution that we are providing. And so whenever a user wants to use the solution, he has to go to the Microsoft Store or the Google Store, download it, and plug it into their email application.
All right, I lied. I have one more question. So then when you're running the transactions, is it a SaaS service? Do I pay like a monthly subscription fee? Have you thought about that?
Yeah, it's basically a SaaS service, yes.
All right, great. Thank you.
Yeah, I feel that there was something behind your question, and I want to know why you specifically asked that question.
Oh, I asked. I'm with Cardano Foundation, and metadata is kind of my baby.
Okay.
So it's all supply chain.
Okay. So what do you think of the solution?
Well, I'd like to see if other people have questions and we can talk, outside of this.
Sure.
Does anybody else have any questions?
Yeah, I'm actually.
Okay, go ahead, Evgeny.
Maybe some dummy question. Why you can just use basic encryptions such as pretty good privacy or something like that? So spread the open keys and then sign or encrypt your documents and use just that.
Yeah, well, we are aware that there are many solutions where you can secure the email exchanges, but our solution goes beyond just securing the email exchanges. What we are looking to do is basically create digital original documents. So that's our goal. It's not simply just making sure that you are talking to the right party or just making sure that within this two peer-to-peer communication, the communication is safe. But then if you have this invoice and then you want to go to your bank, hopefully this is not where we are. But if you have this invoice digital provider and say that this is my invoice from my supplier. You can go to your bank and then say this is the invoice from my supplier. Everyone can check it. Everyone can know that it's authentic. Kind of that. It's not just simply PGP solution.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, we have one more minute for other questions if anybody has anything.
When you go to these 50 SMEs and you're introducing this solution, what is the main business disruption for them that you're aiming to solve?
Okay, so basically, 2 months ago, a cyber attack hit bol.com. So bol.com is like the Amazon of the Netherlands, like a big e-commerce provider. And a cyber attacker was able to forge the detail of an invoice and then convince the employee in bol.com to pay 750,000 euros on an invoice for a Netherlands supplier. So basically, bol.com lost $750,000 because they didn't know if the original that they had in their hand, if the document that they had in hand was the original, or if who is the actual originator of that document. So this is basically the goal that we want to solve. Our first short-term goal is whenever you receive an invoice, whenever you receive payment instructions or contract details from your supplier, and your supplier is using Becky, then you know for sure that this is original and you know for sure that this has not been tampered with. This is the first short-term goal that we have in mind.
Okay, thank you. We're right at 10 minutes for the Q&A section. Thank you for your presentation. Thanks for the questions. We'll move on to the second proposer, who is Cobblecat for Cardano student clubs in Ethiopia, if you want to take it over.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Perfect. Okay, I'll try to keep my presentation short. So basically, as the name indicates, the project is on starting student clubs in Addis Ababa, starting with Addis Ababa and expanding to the rest of the country. The student program would start with 3 different phases. The first one would be in terms of recruiting the ambassadors, that we would call them. The ambassadors would be in charge of recruiting other students, distributing brochures, running several events. But in order to do that, our first step would be to engage the university students through different introductory seminars and teaching them basics of blockchain, Cardano, or like things that they are very weary about already when it comes to blockchain technology or any other cryptocurrencies even, and then to just get them the basic idea. After that, it is the next step would be to the expansions program. We don't expect that we would be able to go to every university and recruit all the students within the time frame that we have. So the main goal of the first step is, as I told you, like where we recruited the ambassadors, they would be the ones that would be going to different universities to engage the students in different events about Cardano, and also holding smaller seminars and workshops for the students, as well as distributing the promotional materials that we'll be designing together with the students. So the second phase, as I said, is the expansion. This is where this side we expect to engage over 1,000 students in around 15 new campuses, 15 new colleges or universities, and we hope to have additional 50 new ambassadors. From that point on, phase 3, which is not part of the project proposal, but we hope to continue it, is to continue to the rest of the country, where all the students would be promoting Cardano and its event and its technology to all the universities within the country. The reason we picked the university students is, first of all, we believe that the youth would be the most active within the country to engage for wider acceptance within the community, as well as we feel that they would be more engaged within the community as well and help the Cardano community to grow within the country and also globally. Yeah, I think I have some time left, but I think I'm done with the presentation.
All right. Thank you, Nabil. Let's open it up to questions and answers. Does anybody have anything on this project? I have one question. I was wondering what's the ultimate vision or outcome that you're trying to get from this? Like, how will it impact the students and possibly their communities and Cardano in general?
We want to, the vision is to expand the use of Cardano within the country, and also the use of the blockchain technology, as well as even the cryptocurrency of ADA. But because there has been, like, for example, the BitClub scenario that happened a few years back, that also happened here in Ethiopia, where a lot of people were duped and a lot of people have lost money. So the whole idea of Bitcoin or any other cryptocurrency is seen as a scam with most of the society here. So it is, we don't want to promote any, we don't want to start off by saying, buy any cryptocurrency or do anything like that, but like just to teach them about the technology, about the blockchain, and then to engage them so that they can understand the technology at least, so that they can continue it or expand it. We feel like it is essential that a majority of the country would be interested in this technology, both in the industry and also individuals in terms of ADA at least. So we want to start it slow and to just give them basic understanding. And then we feel like from the university students, it can easily expand to the rest of the society.
So it sounds like there's a lot of rebuilding of trust in the space that you desire to do. And then are there any plans, or will this dovetail into like an educational component where students can learn like how to program smart contracts or to actually partake in the ecosystem more deeply?
Yeah, so with this one, with like we're starting off with our first two universities, at least our first two campuses are the engineering campuses that we are engaging with. We feel the students that have any technical background would be more interested in this to start off with. So that's why we're starting there. And we do hope like the student club to continue even after this funding is over, and we want it to be a sustainable event. And in order to do that, at this point, it is more of a plan, but like not included in the proposal, is that once the students understand the technology, because they have the technical background, we feel some of them would have the technical background, is that they can hopefully start their own last words, to run their own stake pool, and the stake pool to be able to fund the activities of the club moving forward in the future. This is final phase of the project in the long-term plan, but we just want it to be educational program where students engage with other students about the blockchain technology, to learn from each other and to share ideas and grow their community.
Great, thanks for sharing. Does anybody else in the room have any other questions? Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Move on to the next presenter, who will be Evgeny with the Charles Hoskinson in Russia proposal.
Yes, thank you. My name is Evgeny, and I'm from Russia. And my proposition is to translate Charles Hoskinson's video blog, YouTube video blog, into the Russian language. Why to do so? I'm a newbie in the blockchain technology. I got involved only this year, and for my decision what blockchain technology is to support was watching the Charles Hoskinson's videos. But when I think about our other Russian-speaking friends and Russian citizens, they are not very good in English language. So I think, why can't we translate the video blog into the Russian? So I will share my screen. So this is Charles Hoskinson blog, and it currently has more than 200,000 subscribers, and each video has from 26,000 to up to 100,000 views. My proposition is to translate each of this video into the Russian. So we have created a demo how it would look like. And hopefully this channel would rise in views and would be mature in time. Russian language speak 250 million people in the world. There are 1,300 million English-speaking people, so we can expect that 20% of these views and subscribers in the Russian channel if we could promote those videos. This is not one-time activity, so this proposition is only for the 3 months of translations. I have calculated that Charles Hoskinson created 100 hours of the videos in 2020 so for 3 months it would be 25 hours. And so I have calculated that 3 months would cost $6,500 United States dollars. And if this proposition would be approved, so next step is to fund their maybe whole year of translations. So this basically all. Now I can screen. Where is my screen? I want to return to my screen. Oh yeah, I'm here. So that's basically all. I can now answer your questions if you have.
Any questions from the room? I have a question just around the crypto environment in Russia. Do lots of people know about it? Are they excited? Are they suspicious? What's the kind of current climate, and how does the government view crypto in Russia? I don't know a lot about that.
You mentioned several aspects. At first, about the government. Government is not hostile, it's not very friendly, but at least cryptocurrency is regulated in Russia. So you can trade it, own it, but you have to pay taxes if you got some income from these operations. But currently, the payment for the works or goods are prohibited in cryptocurrency, so it's mixed. It's mixed from the government point of view. As for the community, as for Russian citizens, they are very friendly with to the cryptocurrency because for the Russia it was very turbulent times. Past 20 years, then the Soviet Union has collapsed, and many people who relied on the government-issued money has lost them. So many people are involved in cryptocurrency, but currently they are mainly Bitcoin maximalists, and the aim of this project is to convert Bitcoiners to Cardano ecosystem, because I think it's the next generation of the blockchain. That's all that I think.
Okay. And as a follow-up question, have you heard of the Langbassadors program that Rick is running? He's looking for people from various countries to translate things into different languages.
Actually, we have one Russian ambassador, so I didn't think about it because we have one. So I may be the second. I don't know. I don't think about it.
Yeah, okay. If you haven't talked to Rick, it might be worth speaking with him as well. But I think it's a really worthy project to spread things into new languages. Okay. All right. Any other questions from the room? All right. If not, we can move into our final presentation by Javier on the artificial intelligence machine language API.
Hi, my name is Sito. I'm a colleague of Javier, and you can see Javier in the room here. And we are from Decopera. We have been around for 10 years, and our in our business we build and develop social robot. And you can see with Javier now, there's a social robot beside him. That is the first model of our robot. Okay, and from the get-go, we write our software for the robot and make it open source, because we believe it's the best way to build great products, and no one has a monopoly on good ideas. And we want to extend this idea to Cardano in our project to build an API/SDK for decentralized federated AI and machine learning algorithm. Now that sounds big, right? That sounds like a big term, but fret not, I will make it easier to understand, and let me go share my screen. Give me a moment. Okay.
Okay, I'm Francisco Paz.
Yeah. So yeah, Javier is with me. Javier, you want to add something? You want to say something?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Okay, nice to meet you, to all the group in Cardano. I'm in the corporate is in Barcelona. It's based in Barcelona, Spain, in Sitges exactly. We have an office in Singapore with our college and business development, Sito. And I want to make a brief introduction to the corporate, no? Because founded in 2008, the corporate has accumulated more than 10 years of experience in building interactive robots. No? We are not newies on this field. We work during the last years with IBM, with Intel, and with Google, and some companies, okay, from Apple, no, in artificial intelligence. The corporate develops and promotes interactive robots, and is the creator and owners of the open source KEWW. No, this is the original KEWW. This is our first version of the KEWW. We are right now in the third version, and this third version, because this original KEWW is only for research, okay, and the third version, the third generation of KEWW is based for, is created for homes, no, for people who wants to interactive with robots in universities, at home, for elder people, for STEM, for kids, for example, no. And this is why we are interested right now to move forward to blockchain, because we think that this is the next wave we need in robotics. Right now, there are no other projects of robotics in blockchain. Okay, we are here with our experience during the last 10 years, to create an API for the robots. And the most important thing is that all the things are open source for universities and for all the people who want to contribute to this, no? to the blockchain. Okay, thank you so much, and I hope Sito can introduce our project of blockchain. Thank you.
Yes. So before I just give an example on how our API will be useful in a real world scenario. So imagine driverless car. They are all the hype today, and most of these driverless car will probably be, say, built by one manufacturer and trained on a model that's isolated based on one company only. And that model would not have captured all the possible deviations on the road, or roads that is of a different conditions from where they are, or from where the company operate or train the driverless vehicle. So that would be limiting in some form, that the car would not be able to perform as well in real world scenarios in other countries and other road conditions. Now imagine with this API and SDK that we develop, the car will be able the AI for the car, it will enable the AI to train with more models on the blockchain. right? The AI will have more models to work on, and people is democratic. People can put and share those training models on the blockchain, and the users will be able to use this information on the blockchain and to vote on the best response in any given situation. In this distributed fashion, the car would be safer and the information will be more secure, and hackers will not be able to hack the ledger and modify any behavior that will make the car dangerous, you know, to operate. So in short, the benefits of collective training models, and which is related to what we do, is that we allow that democratization of data, allow better transparency of such data, better security, and end of the day, it will lead to better outcomes for any AI and machine learning models. So I think this is a way to visualize the project, right?
You're at time now. So if you want to wrap it up, we can open it up.
Yeah, so this is the way to visualize the project. We have the API, and which can be linked to various users, and we can work with various training data from the Cardano blockchain. That's basically how the information is, how the project is visualized, and happy to take any questions from the floor. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
All right, let's open it up for any questions.
Yeah.
I can start with one that I had. What separation of on-chain and off-chain stuff is happening with this? Is everything on-chain and all the learning models and data, or is just parts of it on-chain? So how does the blockchain actually interact with the AI and the AI modeling and all that?
Okay, all the modelings are training in our servers here in Spain and USA, and the only thing we share with the blockchain is a hash. And this is the only thing, because we have right now all the information here. We have a database with more than 3 million of image that we want to send to convert in a hash to share into the blockchain.
So the blockchain is storing the hashes of things and not the full data sets. Any other questions from the room? I have a question on the economic model of this. If someone's using this system, what are they paying for? Is each thing a Cardano transaction? Is there kind of a layer 2 thing where you're doing a lot of off-chain stuff? And how many calls per second do you expect from a robot, for example, and things like that? How does all that work in your mind for all the API calls?
Sito, can you explain?
Essentially what the question is to understand how frequently the API calls to the blockchain for such hash, no? And at this juncture, that means how frequent, what is the economic model? Like, what's the pricing model whenever they make a call? Is it by ADA, and how much is involved? So realistically, we do not have any expectations of yet, because clearly, when it's rolled out, then we will have a better idea. But what we have is in the past many years that we operate, we do have an existing ecosystem of users ranging from universities to very large companies, MNCs, IBM, Intel, and even SMEs, and so on and so forth. So we will be able to advertise this project in a way, to our existing set of users, and they will be able to contribute, and as well as to be a user of such a product. Yes. So yeah, it's an extension from what we are doing, and we see that it will be value adding to the ecosystem of Cubo, as well as to the ecosystem of Cardano.
Yeah, the only thing is Three years ago, we launched the first generation of KEWW. No, Indiegogo is one of the most important crowdfunding companies in the world. No, and we have more than 2 million people seeing our project. Okay, right now, our idea is to launch in the next year a new crowdfunding campaign in Indiegogo and Kickstarter, and we want to introduce what is the blockchain for KEWW, for the robot, for the robot, and how can change all the information share between robots, no? And it's millions of people is seeing this kind of campaigns and can see how the blockchain of Cardano can help to the universities. We are working with more than 100 universities around the world right now, and how a Cardano blockchain can help to share to a lot of things. No, it's basically people knows about the existence of Cardano blockchain for robotics. This is our idea, not more about how much money we can earn. If not, okay, we are in the field of robotics right now, and we have a good tool right now, a really amazing tool to work with all the robots in a network, okay, to share a lot of information. And nobody right now is using this technology except, I don't remember the company that you are working right now with, Charles Hoskinson. It's an exception, no other. And this is a good opportunity when we launch this campaign in Kickstarter and Indiegogo. Is okay, we are here, we are using blockchain for robotics right now, and this is the future. That's it, no other things.
Singularity Net.
Singularity. We do not have lofty ideas about what Singularity will be together with the blockchain and all that, but we see this as a very valuable tool to put together the different data and training models to allow the robot to perform much better than is on its own, right? And as regard to whether we are looking at this as a revenue model for a company, no, definitely not. What's happening is that we want to implement this as a tool for us to expand what we do currently. If we can imagine our next stage of growth would be selling a lot more robots, and with that, a lot more applications, and that's when the blockchain will become increasingly important as an ancillary infrastructure to our product, rather than just a tool for us to make money. I think no, that's not our purpose at all.
Yeah, it's Singularity Net. Okay, and I promise you this is the last thing. Okay, and another important thing is that all these things is in GitHub, no, and GitLab. Is not only the corporate can use this API, okay, with the Cardano blockchain. If not, Oxford University, IBM, a lot of companies. No, okay, you have here the blockchain create for the robots. That's it. You can use it, no, and you can make a lot of projects with that. That's it. No other things.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. It's not like I just driven by commercial purpose of our company. I mean, we will make it open that other applications can use as well.
And not only that, if not, Cardano blockchain is very fast, and it's different completely to another blockchains, no? Because before we start to make this API or want to make this API, we check or analyze another blockchains right now in the market, no? And no other is like Cardano, no? Our company trusts 100% in Cardano and in the project of Charles Hoskinson, no? That's it. No other.
Yes, absolutely. Happy to take any other questions that you have about this project.
So sorry.
Yeah. As you can see, we are deeply passionate about our project.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sure.
Maybe another one dummy question. Then I think about artificial intelligence. I imagine something like neural networks that are constantly changing and evolving, and how it connects with the with your project. Then you have something fixed and put into blockchain. How it coexists. So I think you should constantly evolve artificial intelligence, but you put in blockchain how it connect with each other. So what's the point of putting some data on the blockchain for artificial intelligence?
Okay. Is this first version of the API obviously is not, we are not intending with $80,000 is to create a big blockchain with all the trainings, all the neural things. No, our idea right now in the first version is to create it's a first version of how connect our servers with the blockchain. Okay, more specific with the hash. No, when we finish with this, we will launch a second version. Okay, I hope we can opt in the Fund 6, for example, or Fund 7 in order to create another one. No, this is not simple. This is very difficult. But right now we want to create something that people, universities, creators, developers can help us to move forward with this. No, it's a basic API. Okay, it's a basic API.
It's more like a proof of concept right now.
Exactly.
That we are moving into. So eventually, when there's clearly there will be a lot more traction, then we can see where the community is coming together on this, and we can start to build more and more on the first basic layer. Again, we do not have lofty ideas about like singularity right now, right? But yeah, we take baby steps and we'll get there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're hitting time now. We probably have time for 30 seconds more if somebody has a quick question. If not, then we're all gathering back in the main room. There's going to be a little fun voting session to see which proposals are the most popular or who stands out. And then there's going to be a little bit of after party talk. So people who are interested in proposals can talk to the proposers, or people can mingle and just chat about Cardano and what's going on in general. So thank you all for joining this breakout room.
Thank you, Laurie. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for being such an excellent host. Thank you.
Okay.
Awesome.
See you all back in the main room.
See you.
Thank you, Larry.
Okay.
Thank you.
So first of all, thanks for doing this. The proposal I'm going to be talking about here is automated market makers for continuous financing. Basically, it's just a Plutus bonding curve module and SDK. So it's not DApp and it's not an end-to-end protocol. Going into the market or anything else like that. We're basically going across, and we're aiming to provide a fast and flexible way to embed financial instruments or decentralized financial instruments into your DApp. Okay, so this proposal could equally fit in the developer ecosystem, but it's actually sitting in the Scale Up Cardano DeFi ecosystem proposal for Fund 5. All right. The core idea of the proposal is to leverage basically a very simple sort of primitive, which underpins many of the DEXs and loan protocols and quite a lot of other things that you find in the DeFi ecosystem, and actually extends a lot further into other things, which includes voting. And that is a bonding curve, which is basically the idea of a mathematical relationship between a supply token and a token price for what you're trying to convert to. And that is really the core idea of what's going on. And this is such a fundamental primitive. It's a good idea to actually implement this so that other protocols, other projects can actually use it, because there's actually quite a limited set of experience in terms of implementing Plutus-based code and functional programming overall. So our particular aim here is to create a reusable Plutus module. implementing different types of bonding curves. There's all sorts of different curve structures that you can have. The simple one is just an exponential curve, but you can have logarithmic. You can have negative exponential, constant product, which is the one most people are familiar with DEXs like Uniswap. And there's a bunch of other sort of curve-based models too that describe the relationship between two tokens. Okay. The intent here is that these are the basic building blocks upon which you can then compose them into quite another set of more complicated, exotic financial sort of products. So composition here is very, very important. So by basically coming up with modular structures, composing them, then we can achieve interoperation. And the intent here is that we can build them in such a way that they're scalable and secure so that other protocols don't have to go off and do that themselves. They can just take on what we've actually done. So the core motivating example or scenario for this from our point of view is the risk-adjusted bonding curve, which is actually a combination of 4 bonding curves. One for determining the buy-in price and one for determining the sell price. And then in addition to that, 2 prediction markets to enable people to predict the success or failure of a given project or whatever's going on. The core work here was actually done for IXO by Block Science. In fact, Shriti Appa from IOG, who works on the Marlowe team, actually did the initial economic design upon which we're taking the token economics sort of specification, which is shown here, and implementing that sort of work. So as I mentioned before, a risk-adjusted bonding curve is actually a combination of 4 bonding curves, 2 for price, sell, buy, the other for predicting project success. The team itself, 2 principally will be working on this. It's in addition to what's going on. Me and Andrew have worked together for several decades. We both have extensive experience in finance and in functional programming. And finally, if you want to find out more about the decentralization of finance, Shruti's actually got a good presentation on Marlowe side of things. Thanks. So I'll take questions and go from there.
Thank you, Robert. So just to bear in mind as well, there's a timer on the questions, okay? So I'll put 10 minutes aside for everyone. So please feel free to propose your questions. Thank you for the presentation, Robert.
You're welcome.
Any questions from the audience? No? So I'll start us off. Robert, so what would you say was the why for your team to come forward with this idea, this proposal? How did that get catalyzed on your side?
Well, I actually worked on something very similar to the risk-adjusted bonding curve about in 2018 for social investment purposes here in New Zealand. So that's actually a startup that was funded quite extensively. And so it was really based around the idea of providing data and in turn of getting the data that was necessary about the intervention that you were doing, you would get paid for the work. So it's basically a way to finance projects that were typically hard to do. And that came out of the work that we did with the New Zealand government at the time to set up what was called the Social Investment Agency. So it's really kind of built up over a period of time is how do we actually finance projects which are hard to value and quite high risk. And so we had a very similar way of approaching it. I'm also very interested in the work of modeling proper economic systems. So that's where using what's now referred to as token engineering and more specifically the systems dynamics and multi-agent systems to actually prove the design of your protocol or your economic protocol to ensure that it will perform in the way that you expect with the parameters. Now, that's the work that's being done by Shruti in the risk-adjusted bonding curve. So the idea here was, let's just take something that I understood pretty well, understood the market domain where this stuff could be used, and then just focus on the implementation of it in a robust way in Plutus.
Thank you, Robert. Let me just check the chat, see if anyone's put any questions here.
Hey, I got a question.
Go ahead, Iman.
Able to hear me?
I can.
Oh, perfect. Hey, Rob, great presentation. Actually, I saw this proposal before, and I'm so excited for this. I think it just has great potential. Just one question I had, because you were saying that you were planning on kind of building like a module, right? Is there any plan to kind of, once you have it built, to get it out and make sure people know it's there, like some kind of marketing or something like that?
Yeah, I've put in the proposal to try and socialize it. So part of the work here, so this proposal itself is only funding a small portion of the overall work. And so a big part of that is to actually make it more acceptable as a reusable module. And a big chunk of doing that work is also socializing it. So that includes good documentation, video work, and also going out and promoting it on other projects that might need to use this sort of thing and help people through it. That's saying, well, hey, we want to be able to do this, and I can, some of us can come along and say, well, actually, yeah, you can do this and use it this way and try it out. That's a big part of the intent. Okay.
Anyone else have any questions? No?
I got a follow-up question, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so what about security audit? I know that that's like a core component of building any kind of module. How are you going to demonstrate that the module is secure?
Okay, this is doing security aspects of designing these modules or these protocols is really, really important. It's really important to composition. Oh, sorry, I've got something going off here. So if we are intending to be able to compose different protocols together, then we expect them to behave. We want them to behave in a known fashion. That's partly why I'm really, the things like the system dynamics work that Shruti has done for the risk-adjusted bonding curve is a starting point, because that gives us the bounds upon which we have an expectation of how this protocol will work. The second step is to actually do formal specifications. Now, I've done formal specification work before, so when I said that this proposal here is actually only funding a small part of the work, we're actually trying to figure out how to do good formal specification work for Plutus-based projects. In addition to that, inside of Haskell, well, part of the tooling of Haskell is to use something called property-based testing or quick check. This is an additional step to do actually quite extensive sort of testing of the Haskell code. And then, although not at all within the space of this sort of work at the moment, we would like to be able to do some of the mechanized proofs to actually prove the security, the properties of the protocols. But we won't be doing that up front. And then obviously we would get them audited as well. But all the stuff I mentioned before is actually probably more important and will reveal far more than the current best practice within, say, the DeFi community, which is to do a security audit. And so largely, this is what I would call proper engineering effort put onto designing these things. And ultimately, that's really, really important to do, because if we're expecting to be able to use them in lots of different DApps, compose them in lots of different ways and enable interoperation, then we have to go that extra mile so that people feel comfortable using them.
Okay. Just, I know you mentioned at the end of your presentation, Robert, if people want to find out more about your project and learn more about it, have you got any links you might want to share in the chat?
Yes, I can. There's quite an extensive lot of links in the actual proposal itself, because I put a lot of those in because I didn't think people would be that familiar with the idea of bonding curves and modularity. So there's a lot of background material in the proposal explicitly there. I also reference the original work by Shruti for the risk-adjusted bonding curves, and that's in that proposal. But more recently, Shruti has done this was part of the Marlow webinar that was done, I think, about a month ago, not too sure. And I can put that link in there because I don't think it's listed. But that she gives a really good overview of where things like bonding curves, the risk-adjusted bonding curves fit in the broader sort of area of the future of decentralized finance.
Perfect. Well, if we don't have any more questions from the room, then I propose we listen to Imran, I believe. If you're prepared, if you're ready. Would you like to share your screen, Imran, or is it something that?
Yeah, I didn't have anything prepared, so yeah, I don't need to share my screen.
Okay, just give me a second to set up my timer, and okay.
I didn't see how will you be notifying us about the 30-second?
Oh yeah, good point. So I messaged Robert, but what I'll do, I'll put a thumbs up, and I think that will be clearer as we're going to be seeing the same screen. Yeah. So 30 seconds, and you'll see. Well, you'll see my thumb up when it's 30 seconds. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, whenever you're ready, man.
Okay. Well, thank you, Raz, for volunteering for this, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone out there. I have a Catalyst Fund 5 proposal called Kitty Party Lending Circle. If any of you guys have read the proposal, I'll try to kind of talk about what's not in the proposal. And that's kind of like the story about what is this for really. It really started out with kind of even the same philosophy as Cardano, which is like the same, like depending on where you're born, people don't have the same rights in terms of access to opportunities. And one thing I noticed was that the main way for people to get access to opportunities is via credit in developing countries, in developed countries. And quite frankly, for people who are unbanked, there is no form of credit. So then I actually found out that there's actually a way communities provide credit amongst themselves by doing something called Rotating Savings and Credit Association, also known as a Kitty Party. And that's basically how this idea came up. Basically, I took their brilliant solution and we're trying to scale that from a small village and your trusted friends to people across the world. So yeah, Kitty Party is a decentralized lending circle protocol. And for those of you who don't know what a lending circle is, it's basically where members, about 20 people, 40 people, as much as you want, pool money together and they take turns using it. One thing that's also really cool, because we're using smaller groups, they could almost act as mini DEOs, and that's where we have the self-governance amongst the groups themselves. So we have transparent voting on contract parameters. Let's say you have a group or a lending circle that you trust, it's all your friends, then you could decide that we're not going to charge any interest in this lending circle and we're not going to use any collateral. It's all determined for you. And yeah, one thing that's really exciting, this is the first capital efficient protocol. Most of the DeFi protocols I've seen require over 100% collateral. So it was always just limited to yield farming. So this is really meant to provide credit for real people to actually bootstrap themselves with the community. The roadmap for this is basically, the proposal is just for the prototype because this is the first of its type. So after we have the prototype built out, then we'll take the iterative approach of fine-tuning, testing, and expansion. And a little bit about me as well. I've been building software systems for about 7 years. I'm currently a team lead for managing financial systems as a consultant. And before that, I've been co-founding a few startups and have brought them from concept to market. And yeah, that is my little speech.
Thank you, man. You have about 1.5 minutes if there's anything else you'd like to say.
Oh no, I spoke too quickly. No, there really isn't. It's a really simple concept. I guess if there's anything I would highlight, it's that this is something that in the nature of Cardano, right? We're trying to really push the fold. We're trying to really innovate and test out crazy ideas, right? We're trying to do things that might be like, oh, I don't know if that'll work, but we'll still try it anyways, because if it fails, it failed. But if it succeeds, then we have the opportunity to reach at the global scale. We could reach people, and especially with IOHK's involvement in Ethiopia, we could actually have a direct access to people who don't even know what cryptocurrency is. This is really an exciting time, and this is the best time for us to just try anything that's crazy.
So to the room, is there anybody who has a question for Imran? Just have a look at the. Okay, thank you, Robert. I see your hand went up there.
This is cool. Again, not so much questions specifically about the proposal, I guess, because I'm actually quite familiar with the whole space. So I take it you've explored around a lot of the work around charmers across Africa, and had a good look at those, because I think there's something like about 1 million to 1.5 million charmers, which are basically saving pools and very similar to this. I was just wondering how you're going to leverage, or have you thought about leveraging the Atala Prism sort of work?
Yeah, so that's actually something that I was definitely looking into. So far, with my communication with the Atala Prism team, they're still kind of working privately, but in the meantime, what we're trying to do is, instead of waiting for the Atala Prism team to kind of help us deliver and kind of package it with their solution, would probably be using a kind of stopgap solution, which is basically use user registration and using kind of like some kind of KYC process to just verify identity. Because we don't want anyone creating 5 accounts and then just, doing a Sybil attack. So the first temporary solution would be to use something like a video-based KYC, and then the second thing would be partnering with Atala Prism.
You'll be, if you did the video stuff, I don't know if you've ever actually read it, but Nick Sabas wrote a paper in early 90s around video contracts, which was covering that sort of area. So it's kind of interesting.
Really?
To bring it up. Yeah.
I'd love for you to send me that link. I'll check it out.
I'll check it out and throw it in the chat.
Awesome. This is what IdeaFest is all about,
There was another comment that you just feed in here, is that one of the ways of solving the identity problem within this given context, which has actually proven quite well, is to get those that are wishing to receive a loan to share their address book and their call history. And that actually has shown to help identify who you are based on the patterns of your calling. And then actually you can base your credit rating around that. And it's actually shown to work quite well.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I'd love to see those links.
Yep, I'll send them through.
Just a question for me, Imran. Is there anyone else in your team that wasn't able to be present today? Don't know if you mentioned.
Oh, so right now the team is just me. I'll be using the money mainly to hire contractors for developing the front end and things like that. But yeah, it's a growing team. Let's call it that.
Sure. And as you guys know, with this community, and I'm sure through this event as well, it's going to be broadcasted worldwide, via YouTube. So if you're looking for people in particular, hopefully through this, you might find the right person.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah.
So I could see we had some new arrivals since we started. Can everyone hear me loud and clear? Is there any issues with anyone that's in the room now that joined recently?
Okay.
All good? Good. All right then. Well, if we don't have any more questions from the room, I believe we have Sean, and with his all-in social betting platform. How you doing, Sean?
Good. Can you hear me?
I can indeed. Just let me sort out my timer from my side. Would you be sharing your screen today, or is it going to just...
No, I don't have any slides today,
okay.
So no need for that.
That's fine.
My vision's not great though, so if I miss your thumbs up, then just yell at me and I'll stop.
All right. Okay. No worries. So whenever you're ready, get your 5 minutes.
Okay.
We'll start.
All right. Yeah, thanks everyone for being here. My name's Sean McMurdo, and I am presenting the All-In social betting platform. Also here in the room is Ryan Sweeney, who is the co-founder of Inside Line and our chief marketing officer. I'm the CTO. And we have a team of 10 people around the world. And our mission really is to connect people through social media to make bets that are fair and free. We want to provide the opportunity for people to take advantage of the technologies such as blockchain technology to be able to remove the middleman. So the opportunity here is that the betting market itself is huge. There's over $100 billion a year in just sports betting alone, and it's growing quickly, especially here in the U.S., where many states are legalizing this now. The problem is that the existing players in this space control they have all the power. They set all the odds. They control players by limiting them or even preventing them from placing bets if they're too successful. And everyone knows that the house always wins in the end. So our solution is to leverage the blockchain technology to provide peer-to-peer betting for people through their favorite social media, and using the power of the Cardano blockchain, we'll be able to make sure that those bets are fair, verifiable, and transparent, and free of the middleman getting in there and manipulating the odds and creating spreads and charging fees. So we are trying to push the power to the edges, just like Cardano. We feel that we can take this both the power of the blockchain technology and the Cardano ecosystem and really use that as a disruptive force in this large industry. So there's questions about how do you go up against these big players, and we feel that the innovations that we have are things that the big players don't want to adopt, and so by bringing these things to the players, we can really make a disruption in this large industry. Our team is spread out all over the world. We have a lot of great people, professional developers, and marketing and legal, and we are looking for a front-end developer who has React Native expertise to help work on our mobile app. We're currently developing the web app, and the next phase would be to develop the mobile app. So anyone out there who has an interest, please contact us. You can reach us at on our website at insideline.io. And I think I guess I would say that for the money for the proposal, we are looking at using that to work, continue the development of the web application to prove our initial ideas in the space of sports betting. And then we have a big roadmap of how we're going to create this an all-in-one platform for all types of betting and prediction market. We'll be able to allow people to place bets in both our currency and the all-in token and the stable coins. So the advantage of the all-in token is that you can potentially receive a share of the profits from the quote house and gain voting power in certain cases and use it in the platform. And you potentially can also participate in the gain in value as the ecosystem grows. If you're risk averse, you can make your bets in a stable coin, and that way you especially for future bets, you're not putting yourself at risk of the fluctuations and volatility of the currency. So our goal really push the power to the players, make sure that it's fair and free, and people are engaged through the ways that they want to connect in social media, especially as we move into decentralized social medias and leveraging the power of the Cardano blockchain. So
that's awesome. That's awesome to hear, Sean. Thank you for sharing. And hi, Ryan. I believe you're part of the team as well. So
yes, I am.
So yeah, if anybody has any questions for Sean and Ryan, I can see at the chat no one's written anything. Any questions from the room? Okay, so hands up from Robert and Imran. Would you like to go first, Robert?
Sure. I was just wondering if you could work through the process a little bit more in terms of how a bet is placed, and if you've given any thoughts to how the smart contracts would be used to leverage this.
Right. Yep. So a person who would like to make a offer a bet can use our app, either the web or mobile, and post a bet to any social media. Someone else then seeing that bet either through the social media or through our app can accept part or all of that bet. The smart contract is created by the offer, and so then the person who would be accepting the bet would be fulfilling part or all of that open offer. We have two of our members, myself and one other developer, who were in the original Plutus Pioneers program, and so we're familiar with the Plutus smart contracts, and I think we'll be able to leverage that technology to make sure that these things are all verifiable and secure.
Imran, would you like to ask your question?
Yeah, well, thank you so much for the presentation, Sean. I really like this idea, but I have a question regarding, I've seen, I think, another one on Ethereum, like a betting platform. And I'm sure you know, there will be others that compete on the same industry. How would you plan to distinguish yourself compared to, let's say, other competing protocols?
Sure. Yeah, there are, besides the centralized players in the sort of decentralized world, there's a couple of other platforms, particularly on Ethereum, like you mentioned. I think there's a couple of ways that will be distinguished from that. One is that we have the advantage of being on Cardano, so we can leverage all of the power of that, the lower fees, the faster speed, the more secure contracts. But beyond that, our roadmap is to have a really an all-in-one platform incorporating more than just sports betting, bringing in all different types of bets, different casino games, tournament like pools, fantasy sports, and these things into an all-in-one platform, and making it really easy and engaging for people through social media. So I think that's one of our main advantages. And then the other advantage is this idea that you can hold the token and really become part of the house. So you can both gain utility within the system, but you can also get put the potential of sharing profits of the system.
Some great questions. Has anyone else got a question for Sean and Ryan? No?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Nicholas.
So are we going to get the meme coins? Are we going to get like a replica of Dogecoin? Or are we going to get like coins? Can we get coins created like that? Like we have with Polkadot? And are we going to have ICOs and stuff like that?
Yeah, I mean, I can answer that just generally. I think, you know, we're already seeing the beginnings of that with a lot of the proposals that are here, and we'll, you know, I think once the smart contracts roll out in September, that we're going to see an explosion of all of these kinds of things on the Cardano network.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Okay. Yeah, sure, Imran.
Sorry, I'm just asking so many questions.
No, that's what we're here for, you know.
Sean, so what would you say is one of the challenge? What do you expect to be one of the larger challenges when developing this application or decentralized application?
I think so. There's a few challenges. One is in terms of attracting enough players to the platform for liquidity. And so what we're looking at for that is the idea that you wouldn't necessarily have to have another person who made an offer, but we could algorithmically make offers directly from the blockchain. So we can provide the liquidity of being able to allow people to bet on events that maybe are less popular, or if you're in a region where there aren't so many players on our platform, you know, maybe you're really into darts in the UK or cricket in India, or you know, and maybe there's only a few players, and so there's no bets offered from other players, then you would be able to make a bet against the blockchain itself. So we're researching that right now to understand what the dynamics of that are and how that would work. So I think that's one challenge, is just to get to that you know, mass adoption kind of level where there's enough liquidity in bets to make what our goal of, you know, that you can find the bet you want and get the right odds that you want.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how the algorithm plays out and if the blockchain always wins.
Yeah, well, and that's why you want to hold the token, because then you share the profits if the blockchain is winning.
Robert, I can see your hand up.
Yeah, I just had a question around what your plans, and in your proposal, you've mentioned it around oracles. So obviously a lot of the sports betting is predicated on the idea that you can determine a binary outcome in some way.
Right.
So what are your plans for doing the sort of getting the oracles in to be able to make those statements?
Right. Yes. So that is critical. Initially, what we're doing is we will be using a third party vendor to provide results, which we will then insert into the contracts to complete those contracts. It will, this is sort of a stopgap measure until we get full Oracle support on the Cardano network. Then we can get especially for the bigger sports and these things, we'll be able to easily get Oracle pools that can provide results for these things. And then for the lesser known or more obscure things that there may not be oracles available for, we're exploring the idea of having both third party, like a judge that the participants in the bet can either select or be randomly selected from a group of people who have volunteered to be judges, and the judges could actually get paid from the bet, a small amount. So we're looking at a lot of different options on that. It's definitely important, and we'll be very focused on how Cardano rolls out the oracles probably later this fall.
Are there any other questions from the room? Or perhaps is there anything you'd like to add, Sean, Ryan, before we listen to the next team?
Just real quick, I would say, contact us if you're interested in joining the team, being part of this. It's, I think, an exciting way to get power to the people. And Ryan, I don't know if you wanted to add any final comments.
No, we're both easy to find on Twitter or anything like that. If you have any questions or ideas or concerns or anything like that, we're always open to talk about this stuff. Kind of like what Imran touched about earlier, it's like we're entering this whole new realm where it's like we all kind of work together, so if we have ideas, we pass along. If you guys have ideas, all this stuff. And that's the beauty of Cardano and what we're trying to build here. So we're always open to that stuff. And yeah, that's basically it.
Thank you, guys. And I love your jumper, Ryan.
Thank you. It's just a sample for now, but hopefully, I'll get a few out to the community. I think it's pretty cool. But yeah,
that really is. So you're thinking of having some more for the community, did you say?
Yeah, I'm looking to just a side note here. I'm trying to, maybe start getting into the apparel business, around Cardano. My whole stance on that is, we get a lot of generic HODL t-shirts, all the stuff like that. And as a believer in Cardano and what, Charles and the whole community is trying to build, we're so different, I think. And, a lot of thought goes into Cardano, obviously with the peer review papers and just even the naming of Cardano. I really love that, like there's a lot of thought goes into every detail of that. And so that's one thing I would like to bring into, my apparel. Everything has like a purpose, right? And it's like has deep thought into it. And I just believe that, people of Cardano deserve better apparel. So this is just warm, sunny Colorado. And so it's just an idea I had, and hopefully, in the next few months, I'll have some more information on that.
Cool. We'll look forward to seeing the links to that and hopefully being able to have more of beautiful jumpers like that available.
For sure. Thank you.
Right. So last but not least, we have hyper localizable wallet for Africa. And I believe we had Stephanie, but I don't see a Stephanie in here. Is there someone from the team here? No. Is anyone in this room expecting to propose? Okay, right. So just confirming that. So something may have happened for some reason. So it appears then we've heard from all proposers. And in that case, we do still have time, as we had originally planned for 4 proposals. So what I'd like to do is, with the time we have left, perhaps we can open up a discussion, between the 8 of us. And if there's anything that, you didn't get to ask one of the proposers, now's the chance as well. And yeah, let's just leave it open to however you guys want to take it. Robert.
I think I missed the opportunity to for the betting stuff to say you should be using bonding curves. Have you guys considered even looking at prediction markets at all?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, with the experiments like Augur and these other things, we're looking to that we will expand the available betting beyond just sports. Initially, we've focused on sports because of it's simple. A simpler place to start, and not trying to boil the ocean all at once. But yeah, we want to spread that out to a full prediction market where you could bet on pretty much anything you want.
Yeah. Hey, Imran, I was thinking that I really like that question Raza just asked me about what motivated the sort of thinking to the proposal. I was interested on what you were thinking for yours around Kitty Party.
Like why it was created?
Where did it come from for you personally?
Oh yeah, it was just mainly because I was kind of like seeing that, especially in developing countries, and in developed countries as well, people they don't have access to credit to actually help themselves, right? Like, especially the really strong example was farmers using it to expand their farming operations. That's kind of like the engine of innovation, right? To actually fund those innovations, hence Catalyst. So yeah, after seeing these farmers do it, I was just like, oh, this is such a beautiful solution. Only thing is, it requires trust, which it's very hard outside of your friends. And then I said, well, I saw that Cardano, first of all, has an entryway into Ethiopia, which is awesome because this is exactly who it's meant to help. And we also have smart contracts, which can at least remove a little bit of that trust out of the equation.
How do you think you'd go in terms of people being able to access it and the sort of phone platform, or because often these sort of situations are in low connectivity, low power sort of situations?
Yeah, so that's something I've been thinking about. Like, I think that'll obviously take some time, but even I don't know if you guys have heard of World Mobile. They're really trying to get everyone connected first before they even start distributing, the Cardano infrastructure. So yeah, I think it's going to be a challenge to get that enough bandwidth for people to actually use these systems. But at the very least, there are plenty of countries or people around the world that still have enough internet to use this.
Nicholas, I think I saw your hand go up earlier. Do you still have a question you'd like to ask?
I did have a question. It had to do with Augur. I was gonna ask the Plutus developer. Doesn't Augur run on an algorithm? So basically, when you're doing your bets, the algorithm is gonna bet against you, right? Or you're betting against the algorithm or whatever.
Right. The more people that bet on one side or the other, then that adjusts the odds. It's kind of like a pari-mutuel betting in a sense, like you would see at horse racing, but on a it's programmatic from the more people that bet on one side or the other adjusts the odds.
And so what you guys are trying to develop. So let's say I think so what CME does, right? They pretty much bet on where the price is going to go, and whoever's right, they get a lump sum or whatever they get. Is that what Cardano was trying to do? Like, because like there's so many people that I know that is into that and they would love to do that. But then there's there's so many different things people like to do. So I just want to get an idea of what you guys are trying to do.
Yeah, that's something that we would incorporate later down the road. It's in our roadmap that you would be able to bet on like the future price of tokens and things like that. But that it's not our initial focus. Right now we're focused on sports betting, but like I said, we're going to expand to these other things where you could do future price betting. You could, and incorporating esports and even like the ability to play people online through and have a bet be placed on that. So you could, play your video game against someone else and with a bet on it, or so we have a lot of ideas about how we can expand this platform, but then we got to keep the focus small enough initially to get traction and make this real.
So once everything is done, will there be like, so you guys are the first pioneers, the first developers. Once you guys get through this whole thing, anybody can develop on Cardano?
Yeah, I think if I understand what you're asking, right now anyone will be able to develop on Cardano in terms of if you have an idea and you want to build something, it's all open right now. And really that's kind of what the whole Project Catalyst is about, is helping to fund and bring these people with ideas and people with skills together to really build these things on Cardano.
Okay. Yeah. I was thinking this really good idea, where I had to do with dogs, and not like Dogecoin. I was thinking about something about charity for dogs, and basically people love dogs so much. I don't know if you have a dog. I have a dog. I have a couple Frenchies. I was thinking about this idea where I can try to advertise to people that love dogs, and basically everybody can donate. And, and pretty much the end of the day is bringing people into Cardano. And, I'm not on Catalyst, but I would like to propose this idea where
Nicholas, sorry to interrupt you, but what I would say is definitely if you have an idea and you think Cardano is a protocol that would be, useful to help you launch your idea, sign up to Catalyst and you'll be able to see all the different ideas out there. And yeah, jump right in as well. That's what it's all about. It's the largest decentralized innovation fund, and you can come onto the platform and get the community feedback. The testing of your idea, so to speak. So really,
sure, yeah,
really.
Yeah. Sorry to go. Yeah, sorry to ramble and stuff. Yeah.
No. Don't be sorry. It's just for sure that's also the grand aim. This Catalyst fund. It works in rounds, and so we have Robert, Imran, and Sean and Ryan here doing their thing, sharing their ideas, and sort of catalyzing other ideas. Who's to say that through this IdeaFest and people watching it, people think, oh, that's an amazing idea, I'd like to connect with, or inspires an idea within themselves, and then they come to know that there's a place that can incubate and accelerate that idea. So definitely, Nicholas, I'd encourage you to do a deep dive. Come into the Catalyst space if you'd feel free to.
Oh yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks.
You're welcome. Robert.
I was just going to add upon what you were saying about Catalyst. It's also, Nicholas, key thing here is that if you can by putting your ideas up there on Catalyst, you can encourage other people to help you out or cross-pollinate, like the kitty party stuff that Imran's talking about. I'm quite familiar with the space, so if it can easily quite throw material across to him that would actually help him out or give him more things to consider. Equally, if there's other people willing to join the team. So that goes for sort of like the work that we're doing. If there's people that are interested in what we're doing, they can reach out to us and help us out. And so that's a key component of all the Catalyst processes, the general collaboration. And even if your idea doesn't get funded the first time around, you may take all the feedback and refine it and put it back in for the next round.
Yeah, thank you, Robert, for sharing.
Thanks.
And that's at cardano.ideascale.com, right?
I believe
yes.
so.
Yeah.
And you know, there's various channels as well. So if you're on Telegram or Discord, there's a lot of community communication going on, and perhaps some of you guys have your own channels as well that you've opened up or are thinking of doing so. So that's another way to reach each other. Right, guys. Is there anyone else that would like to put something out there, or any burning questions that you'd like to ask whilst we're together?
And to say thanks for participating, really.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, thank you. And I'm just going to share my screen. I mean, this is, of course, a very first IdeaFest. And like I said, it shouldn't be the last. And it's going to be amazing to see how many people, you know, this goes out to, and how many people you could be reaching with your presentation. So really excited to see how things evolve. Just wanted to say before we leave the room, as you may have heard if you were at the very beginning, you know, if you can, you know, don't just log off. Please, we'd love to hear your feedback, you know, what you think went well and what could be improved. And also you'll have a chance to vote on the presentation you found most intriguing. And I understand, given the nature of things right now with the breakout rooms, so you would have only heard each other, you know, you didn't get the chance to hear anyone else. But nonetheless, that's still as it is at the moment, okay? So it's open to everyone to vote. And if you're available, enjoy the after party with Felix. He's going to be the DJ. I don't know if you got a chance to hear any music at the beginning, but there's going to be more of that as well coming up this evening. So if you're available for that, jump right into, okay? But thank you. Thank you for being part of this. Thank you for taking the time out of your Saturday to propose these amazing ideas, these possibly world-changing ideas, these revolutionary ideas, and really honored to have been able to hear you guys share it, you know, and be here with you for what could be the very first of amazing things to come. So without further ado, would anyone like to say anything before we leave the breakout room?
Well, thanks for hosting. Appreciate you taking the time.
No, you're welcome. My pleasure. So yeah, I look forward to seeing you guys again. This won't be the last time, I believe, and I'll definitely be looking closely with keen eyes as to how things evolve with what you've proposed. I'll keep an eye out for all of you.
My name is Jonathan Ajay. I am a member of the Catalyst community. You can find me in the book club, in GimBlab's Playground, or in Catalyst Swarm. I'm also a member of the Catalyst Alliance, and I'm helping here today on behalf of the Swarm. The scan me code there will take you to my Discord if you want to get hold of me directly. So we'll have 5 minutes for the presenters to pitch their projects. That will be a hard limit. And then we'll have 10 minutes of Q&A. So within that Q&A, if you miss any of our presentation, just slip that in there. And questions are open to all presenters, to any member, any viewers. You're welcome to put questions too. And if I have any ideas on questions, well, I'll join in as well. So first up, we have No Code for Creative Africa. And that is going to be presented by Tim O'Brien. So Tim, if you are ready, I will stop sharing my screen, let you share yours. And
all right, cool.
We'll get going. So
So I'll share my entire desktop here.
My timer is ready to go. You good now?
I am good.
Great. You have 5 minutes.
All right. So our project, actually, we're working in collaboration with WADA, and it's decentralized dev centers that will create no-code centers of excellence across Africa. So just some stats. Not everybody knows about this, but like no code is like a big movement in IT now. Not well known in enterprise circle, but less publicized generally. So the big names are like Gartner will tell us that like 65% of software will be written by no code developers in 3 years. And that's a huge change. And what this will do is it'll create a new role or job. It's called citizen developer. And citizen developers are people who have no special technical training, but can build software using no-code platforms. So just very quickly here, our goals for this project is to set up a way that Africa can capture some of the $4 trillion global spend on IT to add jobs in Africa. And it will also increase the developer community of Cardano by maybe 100,000-fold, because now it's not just developers, but anybody can create applications on Cardano. And we'll create network effects and build a layer of value through protocol integration. So we're going to implement with this project centers of excellence, helping WADA. We have a way to actually provide income streams to people who use no code to build components. We're going to build a marketplace that will sort of reach out globally to developers and to connect developers and organizations, whether they're in Europe or Asia or the US or Africa. So there's a marketplace for products people build using no code. So why don't I give a little demonstration of what our product looks like. So we're essentially, we start out, I can log out here. So we start with templates so people can
I don't think you're showing the right screen. I don't think it's the right things being shown.
We're just seeing your Telegram at the moment, Tim.
What are you saying?
Your Telegram screen.
Weird. Okay, I'll stop sharing and share again.
Perfect. That looks like the same screen again.
Okay. Share screen.
That looks like it.
Oh, okay, that's better. Let me go back. Okay. So I'm gonna register, get started with a blank project. You can name your project, demo project. Create a contract. Now, since I think I don't have time to build a complete project, I'll just show you that we can start off very simply. We add the name of the project, and then we have a number of starter projects, which you can see here. Pet trade. This is sort of the canonical application. And so what these are is a set of components or toolboxes that you can use, in order to build whatever application you want to build. So let me move this. I will create, for instance, this one.
Thank you, Tim. That's your 5 minutes. Excellent. So I think we'll probably give you some opportunity to do a bit more sharing on that, because it was intriguing, and the questions are going to be about functionality as well. So I'm going to open the floor up to 10 minutes of questions. So who would like to get in there with an initial question? You may unmute yourself and participate. If you want to raise your hand as well, if it gets busy, I'll queue you up. So as I understand it, Tim, this is going to be a no-code implementation. So anybody with any level of technical skills could come in and start creating dApps effectively?
Yes, smart contracts, dApps. Integrations between off-chain and on-chain. And I think a big differentiator for us is that we address the entire spectrum of users. We don't say, you know, we have a language which is good, as flexible as a programming language for those who have like a technical bent. And we have a language that is very general, very like abstract. We abstract all the complexities away from the user of the blockchain. And we provide them a very flexible tool set, like we're showing on the screen now. And this will let like a business user build applications. And then we can drill down and we can see applications, 3 sets of languages in this application. One is for the business user, one is for the highly technical user, and one is for the user who is a technical bent but is not strong, isn't an engineer.
Excellent. So these widgets, I guess, will actually be passed into smart contract code in the background. And
yeah, go ahead.
In terms of updating, I mean, do you publish it then, and then yeah, so you got a deploy button.
Yeah, so this is sort of, we're actually active now on Fabric and Ethereum, but the idea is to add, yeah, we're going to add Cardano here. So then this deploys as a smart contract. Once you deploy it, you get analytics. While you're developing it, we do formal verification, which is very important. You give, for instance, we do real-time formal verification. So the user will be told why his model is incomplete.
Okay.
And given the opportunity to fix it. So we provide guidance for the user that's driven through formal verification. So that makes it even easier. So the user is given constant feedback on what needs to be done to complete his model.
Fantastic.
Of course,
Paul, I believe you had your hand up. Have you still got a question?
Oh, yes. Hello, everybody.
Hi, Paul.
I just want to know why just Africa, or why the project start? Will it be global afterwards?
Yeah, of course. There is no like specific limitation to Africa. I do think what kind of is very good about us is we don't have an underlying code base. So we're looking like if we can build a large set of no-code developers, then we build a marketplace of these toolboxes can also be built in the platform. So we'll build a marketplace and then incentivize users to build these tool sets. And Africa, it seems like a great place to create a whole community of people who build these tool sets, and then we'll attract customers from, you know, Fortune 500 companies in the US and Europe to go and buy these tool sets and then have an equitable distribution of the revenue. So it's just, I think we're tapping into the sort of the very creative team or community that you have in Africa.
Young and
How can
hungry
people
teams.
contact you?
Yeah, Paul's asking how do people contact you?
They could reach me at tobrien@qmodeler.net.
Okay. Feel free to drop that in the chat.
Yes, please.
And Paul can get in touch. Got another couple of minutes. Any more questions from people? When you say you're active on other chains already, have you got any real life use cases or stories that people have had to go at it already?
Yeah, for sure. We've worked on supply chains, including supply chains in Mexico run by Walmart. We've also building for the NFT space. So we have a no-code NFT builder. We have a NFT. We're building an application for gig workers and using using no code, so people can set rules to provide insurance to people who work as gig workers. So we have several ongoing projects. So we're located in Vietnam, so we also have several local projects here and local initiatives.
Excellent. So a team behind you of Vietnamese developers?
Yeah, very talented team here. We're actually sponsors of the Computer Olympiads here in Vietnam. So we have a really, really smart team of developers. The product has about 30 man-years of development so far. So we started in 2018. So have a team of about 14 developers here.
Fantastic. And any unique advantages in Cardano over other chains?
Yeah, I think we love Cardano largely because of its low gas cost. Obviously, you have to be cost on Ethereum for gas transactions is gigantic. I think a lot of it's like new work on metadata and formal verification actually works well for us. And the Plutus team, development team actually sort of started building these layers where there's sort of layers of programming languages, and they try to make it simpler programming languages. And we kind of can sit on top of that layer where, okay, if you want to leave the world of programming languages and start working in the world of no code, drag and drop, well, we give you 3 layers that you can use depending on your level of technical sophistication. So I think we complement them well. Our goal is to sort of not address discrete personas, but to address everybody along this continuum of technical aptitude.
Excellent. I really like it. I'm going to come and check you out more on IdeaScale.
Cool.
And yeah, I suspect you'll be securing a vote from me. So well done.
Well, thanks. Thanks everybody for listening.
Pleasure. Okay, so next up we have ADD. So Tim, if you could stop sharing your screen.
Sure. There we go.
Perfect. So who is presenting for ADD.xyz today? Are you actually attending? Appears not. So we don't have any presentation or prepared videos from ADD. So we shall move on to your good self, Chad, if that's okay. We'll bring you in a little early, so you may get your extra 30 seconds.
Yeah, very good. Right, let me.
So Chad Carter is presenting to us today Native Token API for game devs. which is a topic close to my kids' hearts. So let me reset my timer. Would you like to share screen?
I would, yep.
So please set that up now.
Okay. All right, it should be. Hopefully people can see it.
That looks perfect. And
right.
I am going to hit start on your 5 minutes. Thank you, Chad.
Great. Well, thanks for the opportunity to talk about my proposal. And thanks for caring enough to actually listen to me today. My name is Chad Carter. This is my Catalyst Fund 5 proposal called Native Token API for Game Devs. So imagine with me, if you will, that you're a gamer and you spent the better part of a year pouring time into a game, racking up in-game currency. So take Forza Horizon 4 from Playground Games as an example. Here I've been awarded some super wheel spins that I'm using. And you can see in the top right of the screen, my current credits is about 94 million of in-game credits. It's pretty nice. And my wheel spin awarded me with a special car and another 280,000 in-game credits. So my credits are updated now. I have over 95 million credits. And as a gamer, I want to be able to unlock those credits and I want to be able to withdraw them from the game that I've worked so hard in, or rather played so hard to earn those credits. And I want to be able to turn that currency into USD or any other fiat currency, or into ADA or any other crypto, or even turn it into a different game's currency. And this is where this proposal comes in. So gamers want to trade their in-game currencies between games or even between crypto or fiat currencies, but it's too hard for game developers to allow that. So I want to create an easy to use API with great documentation, excellent videos, and example games that allow game developers to create their own in-game currencies and mint their own native token on the blockchain. So it's too hard for the developers to allow this type of capability in their games as it requires knowledge of blockchain development. By creating these APIs, a currency server, some Unity assets, and example games, it will give game developers the tools they need to easily mint their own native tokens and allow gamers to withdraw their in-game currency into that game's native token. So this project focuses on letting the gamer withdraw their in-game currency to their wallets as native tokens. The actual trading of that native token to other tokens or ADA or fiat is not included in this proposal. The hope is that that can be solved in parallel by one of the decentralized exchanges like SundaeSwap or one of the others. This proposal, there's 7 main pieces, and there's 2 different APIs for the game developers to use. One's for in-game transactions, and another is to actually communicate with the blockchain to actually mint tokens and withdraw the in-game currency to those native tokens. There'll be a currency server created so the in-game currency will never be on the local device where it can be easily hacked. 2 additional Unity assets will be created that basically wrap the APIs, and this is to make it easier for the Unity game developers to use the APIs. And finally, in an effort to test the entire system myself and provide additional examples for the game developer community, there'll be 2 example games created. So every single one of these deliverables will also have great documentation for the game developers, as well as excellent instructional video training. So I'm going to jump in the roadmap next, but as a reminder of what we're actually trying to do here, well, who we're actually trying to help. Here's the game Watch Dogs 2, and spend some time in the game doing different missions and doing different things. And I have about $256,000 of in-game currency, and I want to be able to take those funds and switch them out to another game's currency, fiat or crypto. All right, so let's get to the roadmap to see how we can enable this for game developers. So this month I'll be wrapping up the design. My original roadmap had this completed in May, but that was when I did this proposal in April, assuming that funding was happening way sooner than it has. As a result, I've not been able to devote enough time to this project, so I actually need funding so I can spend all my time on this. So in August and September, I'll create some proof of concepts. In October, I'll actually create 2 games and submit another Catalyst proposal to help fund the marketing of this project to game developers. In November, I'll be refactoring and finalizing the API into games. By the end of the year, I want to be able to deploy the API, Unity assets, and start the documentation and instructional videos. In January, I'll start marketing Blitz, assuming the proposal from the Future Fund is approved, and I'll continue working on the documentation and instructional videos. And I'll continue the documentation in February, along with making some more videos, running a free challenge for game developers and marketing. And this is kind of my best effort to plan this out, but of course it's subject to change, especially further down the timeline. So there's enough work here for a solid 8 months. As a result, I personally can't do this project for anything less than 120,000 USD, and that's what I'm requesting for the developer fund. I understand the developer fund is 600,000 total, and so this is about 20% of that, and I don't take that lightly. However, I personally can't devote the time needed without that amount. So I have a little bit less than a minute left, so I'm going to go through these quickly. I have some nominal fees to try to keep this thing going once the project's funded, and pretty much everything's going to be open source and free. The only thing that's not going to be open source is the actual blockchain API to begin with, but the Pluto smart contract will be open source, and all the open source will be in the MIT license. All the issues are going to be tracked in GitHub, and I'll be doing a sprint review every 2 weeks on YouTube so everyone can see the progress is being made. I only have about 20 seconds left, so just a little bit about me. Professional software developer about 25 years. I created a bunch of e-commerce sites for some cool companies. I've written 3 technical books, 2 on game programming. I created a HoloLens membership site where I created high quality video trainings for them. I run a Cardano stake pool. Started in March, but I haven't really done any marketing on that. And finally, I'm in the Pluto Pioneer program, and I was first cohort of that. So that's that. Thank you very much for listening. And I guess now it's time for Q&A as the beeper commanded.
Excellent, Chad. That was a whistle stop tour. Thank you very much. You did that within 5 as well. So we'll have 10 minutes of questions now, and open the floor up to anybody that wants to get a question in there. So really interesting. And well, we've got a question from the floor from Paul straight away. So Paul, you can step in there. You're still muted, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Maybe my question is pretty basic because I'm pretty ignorant in all these game things and all that, but is this going to be kind of a swap where you're going to connect the game to the platform and then trade?
So what this is actually doing is it's focusing on the game developers. So it's letting game developers, who a lot of these game developers already have their own in-game currencies, some don't. So my whole in-game currency is really focusing on the indie game developers, folks who need a little help actually getting their in-game currencies. But whether a company already has their in-game currency or they need help creating that, once they have that in-game currency, then they need to get that currency minted on the blockchain itself as a native token. And so that's kind of the key part of this whole blockchain API. Once that occurs, now a player will be able to withdraw their tokens or the in-game currency as a native token, okay? Once that happens, now it's in their wallet. What this proposal doesn't do is, how do I then take that and put it into another game or trade it? The whole idea there, though, is this, that if these game developers are using my API, then all these games will allow you to withdraw funds and import funds, deposit funds back in. And so if you have something like a DEX, like a Sunday swap or something of that nature, or any other exchange that actually includes that game's native token, then people will determine what the market price is and determine what they want to sell. Hey, I want to sell my, my GTA dollars for Forza dollars or whatever else, right? And so just let the market decide. So I'm not getting into the realm of trying to create an exchange or decentralized exchange. There's plenty of those that's already on the books, and my expectation is that they'll be able to handle that. So my expectation is by the time this is done towards the end of the year, that they'll be in full swing and it'll just kind of work, because that's the whole point of Cardano, right? That's having the blockchain there. The main thing is letting game developers easily mint the tokens, and so that gamers can easily, basically through the game itself, kind of create their wallets and extract that in-game currency to that native token, and now it's in their basic Cardano wallet that they can move it around however they want to. But they just want to send it to somebody as a gift, or they want to try to trade it on an exchange, like a Sunday swap or something like that, they can. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, but I suppose that for your project to be successful, you would have to have a lot of marketing effort and be able to talk to different developers. And,
I do, and that's where the next fund. So let's say Fund 7 is kind of my current thing. I know I was flying through all that really, really quick, but hopefully in Fund 7, I'll be able to actually request funds for marketing for this. But I can't easily market it without actually having something for developers to work with. So this is kind of the first stage of getting the development done, and then in parallel with another fund, which actually try and get some marketing in. And fortunately, being in the game development world for a while, I have some contacts that I can kind of start kickstarting some of that. But I got to kind of walk before I can run. And the first part is actually creating the API, and then we're going to bring in the marketing. And also, my plan is actually bringing a lot of indie game developers, because they're the ones that you got these big houses, like Forza Horizon and Playground Games or Rockstar with Grand Theft Auto, like they make money by selling their in-game currencies. They're not going to be super keen on switching over this immediately, but if I can get a lot of indie game developers who want eyeballs on the games, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, all this time I spent on your game, I can actually take my effort and cash out some of that because somebody else wants to play his game and wants that currency or whatever else, then I expect indie gamers or game developers are going to really want this, and it'll actually help promote their games, if you will. And then once there's enough groundswell around that, we'll be able to bring the AAA guys on board. That's the current.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Really exciting stuff. So Tim, you got your hand up if you want to take a question.
Yeah, I was wondering, some games already have currencies. Do you have a way to lock that currency that's in the game already?
Yeah, so all these games that have their in-game currencies, whether the developers have created them themselves or if it's new games, then they're going to use my API to do it. Regardless, however they do their in-game currencies, all fine. The main thing is they'll be using this blockchain API to pretty much mint tokens that's kind of a representation of that in-game currency, right? And so there's different things in place as far as like how easy is it for that particular game to earn that currency? Is there an exploit? Is there a way to just like to rack up a bunch of those? If there is, then that currency is not going to be worth a lot once you put it on the blockchain, because other gamers aren't going to spend any money on it because they can go do the hack themselves or the exploit, right? So regardless if they have go ahead.
Oh, no, I wasn't. I was just going to ask about like, how do you lock it off chain so somebody doesn't sell it but still able to spend it? So
So in the game itself, you pretty much, it will remove as soon as the gamer says, hey, I want to withdraw these funds, it's removed from the game at that point. So the game developer will basically call the API, and in their in-game currency, it'll pretty much remove the funds and then shove it into that gamer's wallet. And so it can only be one or the other. And every time you do that, there'll be a fee involved. So obviously, if you just kind of move it out and move it back, you're going to lose a little bit of that money. But obviously, the goal is to move it out and then trade it for something that you care more about because you're done with that game, or you think you can, or you're really good at the game and you can make money in ways most people can't, and you can actually earn some income that way. Whatever the case is for the different games.
Yeah. Thanks.
No problem.
And so I guess this will be withdrawing native tokens into just a generic Cardano based wallet.
That's right. That's what's so awesome about Cardano, right? Is the native tokens live right beside ADA. So it's just, it'll show up in Daily, so it'll show up in all your wallets. It'll just be there. And it's like, that's why, like, I've been thinking about this for years. And it's like, I would like to do something like that. And some people try different things, engine and stuff with Ethereum, but it's like, Cardano just makes this, like, it's just
makes sense.
It makes a whole lot of sense. And and just the transaction fees, of course, being so low too, it helps. Because the reason why the whole thing's not going to be on the blockchain, right? We don't want all these in-game currency transactions to be on the blockchain, because so you just completed this mission, you won 1,000 in-game currency, but that's worth like a 100,000th of a US dollar penny, right? You don't want to try to transfer that over the blockchain. We pay 20 cents or whatever the case is in USD to give somebody 100,000ths of a penny, right? So you got to do all this stuff just like you've always been doing as a game developer. But then when somebody wants to extract that money from the game, that's when you bring it over to the blockchain.
Excellent. Jeremy, you've got your hand up next, I think.
I believe. Sorry.
So good.
Thanks, Chad. Hope you can hear me okay. Can you go into a little more detail about the structure of your API? And, so how are you doing the minting, the distribution, and if there's any redemptions of the native tokens? I'm not sure if you're going to plan on doing this with native assets today, or if this is something you're planning on with using with Plutus. And it'd be great if you can talk about how metadata can be added to each token.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, I had in the slide, but I didn't really talk about, it's like NFTs are also part of that. So even if you have a game that has a special item, you'd actually be able to draw that if you wanted to as a specific NFT with that metadata, and be able to trade that with a totally different gamer. And then they'd be able to import that into the game and kind of have that special item themselves instead of you or whatever. So, but yeah, so the idea is the API is definitely utilizing the native tokens, and we will be utilizing smart contracts, the Plutus smart contract, in order to handle some of the fees. So when my current thought process is when a gamer actually withdraws that fund, some of that's going to go back to the developer. Some's going to actually pay for the transaction fee itself. And that's where the Plutus smart contract is going to come in. We may also, I haven't thought all the way through this part yet, but what may also happen is for an automatic reversal if, like through a smart contract, if something's not done at a particular time. So if somebody's trying to do a specific trade in game from user to user or something of that nature, where it doesn't really go to an exchange, it's just one user trading with another, but they want to do it through the blockchain, then that may be a possibility as well, where a smart contract's used to actually, if both users don't kind of agree to this with a certain amount of time, then it's just simply reversed back out of the blockchain. But those are type of things that I'm thinking about. I don't know if that totally answered your question or not.
That's great. We got 30 seconds. John, and you had your hand up for a question next.
Yes, please. I wanted to inquire if the API will communicate in real time with the games, such that, for instance, if you have X balance, your API will also indicate that same balance, or it will be refreshed after a certain period of time.
Yeah, it's all real time. So the APIs, as soon as you call the API, obviously on the currency side, it's going to all happen in the game right away, and then on the blockchain, it will also be in real time. Yep.
Excellent, really good job, Chad. I'm engaged, and likewise, I'll be checking your idea scale page out too. Tim, sorry, we don't have time for that question. If we could look next at oh, half my presentation has disappeared. Here we go. Africa's open source pharma and medicine. By Andre. Are you here, Andre? Oh no, he's not here. That's right. This is going to be a video presentation. So I think it is a full 40 minutes long, but it is to do with Africa open source pharma and medicine. And we will hopefully get that running now. If I can share the right screen. You seeing that okay? Let's check the audio then.
It's Andre Chokadira. I'm the founder of Fleming Protocol, which is a decentralized open source drug and medical discovery ecosystem where scientists can crowdfund and advance their research and development projects. And as you know, we're submitting this idea as part of the Fund 5 program. And Fleming Protocol is going to be part of the Grow Africa section. So I hope you find this presentation interesting, and it'd be cool to get your support and engage with you through the community. So this is in essence a summary of the vision and what we plan to achieve from Fleming Protocol. And we're hoping to pilot this ecosystem within Africa initially, because all of the places in the world, Africa has the most need for such an ecosystem. And the first element of the system is having a system which funds R&D open source projects using crypto economic systems. So in essence, providing new ways to fund, but also providing scientists with the opportunity to monetize their contributions, their expertise, intellectual property, etc. The second point is around having an open source collaboration ecosystem. So having the kind of system in place which is underpinned with incentives that encourage data sharing, collaboration, peer review, and contributions, whether those be scientific expertise or financial contributions. The third point is around having something which is community governed. So in essence, building a system of decentralized governance through a DAO. And I think this is very important because within the pharma and medical industry, there is quite a lot of centralization, which leads to a lot of inefficiency and also a lot of perverse incentives. And we're really hoping to have an ecosystem which is accountable and sticks true to the aims of improving public health, and also doing it in a way which is efficient. And finally, having this ecosystem which is transparent and allows for easy attribution of discoveries. And obviously the as you probably know, the Cardano ecosystem and the way it's built, it's very much helped to help with this. So obviously that's a very key feature because that has implications for patient safety and ensuring people are rewarded in the right way. So this is just a quick summary of the problems that we perceive as being the biggest issues within Africa at the moment in the realm of medical and drug development. So the first point is around the lack of investment. So more than 97% of drug R&D activity occurs within developed countries. And the vast majority of the spend is usually for these markets and, in essence, lucrative Western markets, which obviously doesn't include Africa and many other places in the world, which leads to a large unmet need. And second point is around the lack of local infrastructure. So whilst Africa has a lot of scientific talents, basically universities and whatnot, they tend not to have the infrastructure to kind of keep them in the continent and to support them to deliver innovations and treatments in the way that they could. And hence why Africa has a bit of a brain drain issue when it comes to scientists and yeah, obviously infrastructure can mean resources to carry out the research, but also the funding to carry out the research as well. Second point around this is around having, well, Africa at the moment is highly contingent on foreign institutional funding. And finally, Africa imports the vast majority of its drugs and medical devices, and both of those hold a risk in having a continent which isn't self-reliant, which is very important. And the final point is around Africa having the highest disease burden in the world and having very poor access to medical treatments and diagnostics. So yeah, Africa has a disproportionate share of the global disease burden. Access to medicines has always been quite challenging, and the impact of COVID-19 is really going to make that much worse and really emphasizes the need for lack of for additional investment and more infrastructure. So the solution, just very quickly, is, as I briefly mentioned, is having a system which funds open source R&D using crypto economic systems. And we're primarily, in the first instance, going to do this through our grants system. We're calling it a bonded donation system. And we're looking to leverage our Cardano stable operators for the most part. So having a smart contract function which could donate some of the ADA that they earn and divert that towards meaningful projects. I mean, some of you have probably heard of mission-driven Cardano staples, who would donate some of their ADA to worthwhile causes. And we're speaking to some staple operators right now just to who are interested in doing something similar, but in the realm of open source science. And obviously, we're going to have this system in a way that allows for individual ADA or stablecoin holders to have that ability to donate if they wish. And the way we plan to keep contributions consistent is through something called a bonded donation system, as I mentioned earlier. So in essence, every person who contributes their currencies to the ecosystem will receive the OSP token, so the Open Science Protocol token, which is the governance token. And there'll be a lot of financial incentives based on that. And you'll see an article at the bottom there by David Trong, which provides a bit more information in terms of the mechanics of that. The article is called On Bonding Curves and Charitable Giving. And yeah, with that, it'll be one of the first medical crypto grant systems out there. So, and it definitely will be for Cardano, last I checked. So it's quite an exciting thing, which we're going to do. And this is just an illustration of basically what that process would look like. So I won't spend too much time on this. You'll see on the far hand left, you'll see a variety of different individuals who all come from different backgrounds. So Simon's a philanthropist, Bill is a crypto enthusiast, and Louise works at Malaria Foundation. And all of these individuals, whether that be for a stable operator or through their own individual wallet, would donate to Karen John's project, which is a malaria project. And And they do that because they recognize the value in what Jane and John are doing, and they want to see it come to life and become a therapeutic. And as you'll see on the far right, in return for the donations, they would get the OSB tokens, and obviously there's a variety of things they can do with that. So they can either hold it for the long term and accrue some of the royalties and benefits which would generate from the ecosystem, or they could wait for the token values to accrue in value and sell probably at a profit in comparison to their donation. The second point is just to quickly illustrate the open source collaborative nature of the ecosystem. So again, we're bringing Jane and John back here, who are leading on for example, a malaria project on the ecosystem, and they want to generate R&D funds and collaborate with other scientists. So obviously they provide all the relevant information of what they're trying to achieve, milestones, what their backgrounds are and progress to date. They would launch this project within the Fleming ecosystem, and they would share all R&D open source in relation to that project. And with that, they'd be able to hopefully some other scientists within the ecosystem who would have some expertise, whether it be for peer review support or sharing data to help Jane and George achieve their milestones. And in return, the scientists who do provide a meaningful contribution will be provided some micropayments, ADA in essence, which will be paid from the Fleming ecosystem. And the third point, just very quickly, is in essence trying to find a new way to distribute rewards and scientific contributions. So with some of the ADA that we're looking to accumulate through our donors, we're hoping to use some of this money to set research goals and have bounties associated with those research goals. And any scientist within the ecosystem who is able to contribute to that will receive micropayments from that bounty. And obviously, as I mentioned earlier, the Cardano blockchain, it's in a very good place to allow for attribution when it comes to contributions. So obviously that would be hugely beneficial in making sure that the ownership of intellectual property is done in a fair way. And yes, I guess when it comes to intellectual property, it's still early days in our thinking, but we're looking to have some kind of open source licensing scheme through the use of NFTs, which could be purchased and traded on the blockchain. And for example, it could be that a generic drug manufacturer, if they wanted to commercialize this research, would purchase this NFT, and they would have the commercial exclusive rights to commercialize that without taking the knowledge away from the ecosystem. We still plan to have it open source. And obviously, any sales associated with the NFT would flow back to the scientists who helped that research come about, and also to the crowdfunders who helped it come about as well. So just very quickly, this is the first project that we're looking to launch with. So as you'll see on the far hand right, we've got a variety of academic partners. So we've got H3B, who is based in South Africa, and this is led by Professor Kelly Chibley, who is one of the leading figures in medical discovery in the world. And he is one of the people at the forefront of this area of work in Africa. He's really the pioneer, and we've got him on board. We very recently formalized our partnership agreement. And then we've got some other partners here as well, CRE, INSERM, University of Paris, all of which we're working closely with. And in essence, we're looking to have a decentralized and distributed way of drug discovery for tuberculosis, which obviously impacts the continent quite a big way. And CRE has actually developed some tools which allow labs, whether they be high spec or medium tier, to be able to participate in screening, and it'll be done in a way which is very low tech, cheap, effective, and safe. And yeah, in essence, we're proposing to have a economic system, a bounty, for example, which would incentivize these labs to share some of the results of their screening open source, and they would receive a micropayment from the DAO if once they do that. But obviously, there'll be a verification process which would form part of our governance. And yeah, this is the project that we're looking to launch with in the summer or just after the summer period of this year. And we reckon this highly distributed effort of drug discovery will have huge benefits, and it really lends itself to the nature of cryptocurrency space. And there's a link at the bottom if any of you are interested in the more technical side of the project and the tech which will be deployed in this project. And this is just a quick slide that I usually present to people who we're trying to partner up with. So, in essence, what is it? What's in it for the partners that we're looking to partner with? So, for example, H3D. And I guess it's just in summary, it comes down to providing them the opportunity to fund and jumpstart R&D initiatives, which are open source, because obviously that can be quite difficult. The second point is having an ecosystem which allows for open source collaboration and the development of partnerships, which obviously is a huge factor in developing infrastructure, and that was one of the key selling points for Kelly. And yeah, because that linked them in with not only other labs within Africa, but also across the world, for example, Paris, in relation to the project that we're launching with. And finally, it provides a new way for scientists and institutions to monetize their expertise, their contributions, and intellectual property, which will obviously help with improving long-term sustainability of projects and institutions. So thank you very much. I hope that was interesting and useful and insightful. I'm happy to, I'd love to engage with the community about this and get your perspective. I'm not saying that we have all of the answers here today yet, but we're looking to pilot these projects and get to the right answer. And obviously we can do that with the scientific community, but we're also looking to do that with the Cardano community. So yeah, please drop me an email. So my email is at the very top here. We very recently set up a Discord channel. It's not terribly busy at the moment. I haven't promoted it too widely, but I guess this will be my first opportunity to do so. So please join and give me some feedback on this presentation and on our proposal as well. And yes, and finally, the final bullet point is around the actual proposal itself. You can search for it. It's Africa, Open Source, Pharma, and Medicine, and there's a link there. So thank you very much. I hope to speak to you all very soon, and hopefully I'll get your votes. Cheers. Bye.
Excellent. Well, Andre's not here for questions, so I think we should make as best use of the time as possible. So I'm going to open the floor up to everybody just to chat about anything you've heard so far in this breakout room, any of the presentations, any ideas you've had, any thoughts, any more questions you'd like to ask any of the presenters, and yeah, let's have a chat. Your hand was up, Tim. Was that from before, or?
I didn't realize it was. I'll take it down.
That's fine.
Yeah.
One question that came to mind for me, Chad, for Chad from me was, so the native tokens, are you talking about running a specific token that will be based around your project, or is this just going to be an individual native token per game, or?
Yeah, per game. Yep, per game. So I'm not trying to create some token or have anything like that. There's no need for me to have a token during this process. So each game developer and or publisher, they can make the decision whether they want to have a token per game, or they could even create a token for multiple games. You know, but of course, most likely they have tokens per game because mechanics inside the games are just different, right? So typically, you know, having, you know, millions of dollars in Forza makes a lot of sense, while in that Watch Dogs, you know, having hundreds of thousands, you know, probably makes sense. But either way, yeah. So I'm not planning on having any sort of token. I mean, I may end up having some token or whatever, but I won't have to do with this. At least that's not my vision at this point. I don't see any reason why or any value that would bring for anything. So
it amazes me the potential for sparking and creativity in and around just the one technology that we're all working around, because we've got such different offerings from all four presentations today, and yet they're all leveraging tech in completely new ways. You know, it's or taking old ways and fixing them. You know, that's half the thing.
Yeah, that's why it just proves that this is like just the advance of the internet in general, right? You just do so many things with underlying technologies, and that's what this is. Cardano is just an underlying technology that we can all pile on and create tons of different solutions for tons of different things. It's pretty awesome.
And the ability to create value that is then tangible, that can be bartered and traded between individuals, and can create income, livelihoods for people that don't have it before. I was always amazed by one of my coders who paid for his engagement ring from his game earnings, and this was I don't know, 3-4 years ago. I just couldn't understand how can you turn your gaming efforts into something that you can buy from a jewelry store. And yeah, he explained it to me about crates being dropped in CSGO, and I was, so I'm slowly getting there with it all, but it's fascinating. It's a whole new economy just in the gaming world.
And actually, kind of interested, like I wanted to ask Chad, a lot of these NFTs are like creating value, beyond the utility value. Like if a gamer reaches a certain stage, he gets some coin for that. I'm wondering if you have a plan to sort of where you would market your NFTs, and if you think it's possible that you'll start seeing value premium on top of utility for the NFTs.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think there's kind of two different types of uses for that. One would be just the tradability of something, people that used to trade baseball cards or whatever, right? It's just some collectible thing that you have and you want to trade. And there's like a whole market around that because it's valuable to the people that really care about that thing. So whether it's some crazy, awesome, unique item in this particular game that everybody just absolutely loves, and, they would kind of trade it for that. Or if it's actually something that's usable, it's not just, it's like in that example was more of it's a different texture. It's a different look and feel to the sword. The sword has the exact same principles. You hit somebody with, it's going to do the exact same amount of damage or whatever case is. But it's really just about the look and feel of it. But that look and feel meant that you were super rare to get this thing and people really care about it. That versus utility might be that, no, you leveled up so much that, this sword actually does 3 times as much damage as somebody else's sword. In which case now that actually has utility, but it's still a unique item in NFT that people would trade for that.
Yeah. It's exciting.
Yeah, I was hearing about certain knife skins in, I think that was CSGO as well, and how the number of kills get stored in the knife skin, and that increases the value. And you've got this provenance based around fake weaponry. They would trade for high values when selling to another player. And it's remarkable.
There's definitely a desire for it that's out there, because I mean, you see, like, I'll call it like the black market, whatever. People actually will sell like accounts. Like they'll go create a Microsoft account, play on their Xbox, build this thing up, and then sell that account to somebody else because it has so many achievements. So it's kind of a crazy world out there. But there's a desire for a lot of this.
And you mentioned collectibles. I was talking to New Mindflow, and they were saying that he realized there were 6 billion Pokemon cards printed every year, and they fetch ridiculous amounts of money. And they're so, there's just countless of them out there. With NFTs, you can create something that's actually unique, and the value can be, it's talking about secondary income from resales of tokens as well. Once we get smart contracts on from Alonso, we'll be able to build in secondary resale, like commissions for artists, their NFTs reselling down the road. Yeah, so fascinating, really cool. And I
think we need go ahead.
The
platform like OpenSea on the Ethereum. If you have an NFT and you see it, you can verify the ownership by logging into OpenSea and verifying the user. So that's why a lot of NFT companies are all going on Ethereum, because you have that way of verifying
the provenance.
Think of it like smart, like if you buy art, you can always get an assayer to look with a magnifying glass or microscope and see if it's forged. OpenSea is the NFT version of that, but we don't have it on the Cardano ecosystem yet.
Yeah, but there's people working on it right now, so that's the whole thing. And all this stuff is going to come up. So by this time next year, it's all going to be here. So probably by the end of the year, some of the stuff. So it's very exciting.
And amazing, a bit like, the the ability to provide no-code solutions to people now. Like we've de-skilled that whole provenance checking thing. So with an NFT, the history of that, and that's there. And so you remove the need for experts and the expense that comes from that in certain areas, and democratize the earning for so many more.
Maybe Tim, could we translate the covenant from NFTs to, for example, the average coffee farmer in, I don't know, Kenya or something?
Yeah. So you're saying, can we transfer the NFTs?
Not using the same idea. Could we use that to show provenance of, say, the production of coffee, that it meets certain requirements, they don't use chemicals, etc., etc.?
Yeah, that's exactly what I hope actually becomes, that we're going to create the components, because each one of these systems is a little different, right? So we create the component so that the farmer can drag and drop a provenance application for coffee and hook it up with the suppliers. And I believe we have the components so that they could almost do it right now. And then they can launch it and start using it with their suppliers and their supply chain. Totally possible. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mario, you've got your hand up. I think you're going to say something about pool.pm.
Yes. Hey, guys. We just released an NFT in Cardano to raise funds for documenting at-risk glaciers in Bolivia. And we have used pool.pm to verify the provenance of this NFT. pool.pm also allows people to upload their minting policy inside of it. Now, the community, like the CNFT community in Cardano, is in its early stages, but there's a lot of devs already doing great work. And I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, really valuable. And that's another challenge to this, is there's so many things going on in so many different corners of the ecosystem. Knowing it all, there's nobody that knows it all. I don't think so. Yeah.
Sure. I mean, go ahead. I hope that our worlds mesh at some time. We're now working on the Vogu NFT, which was built by the Board Yacht Club. So we should be able to have no code be able to use to create any NFT. That's actually a fairly low-hanging fruit for no code.
Yeah. Yeah, and like I'm a web developer by trade. Started as a freelancer and switched to an agency. But so I know how to code. I know how to code, and I can do all the things, and I have the abilities to go in and create applications. But actually, for the last couple of client discussions have been around prototyping and getting something just to prove the use case. It's no code options out there now, and low code as well, are just so powerful.
So powerful, yeah.
And they don't really, they don't steal jobs. They just, increase the pace of development of the whole community, of the whole developer world. And developers are such a premium in this space as well. Particularly, there's no how many Plutus and Haskell veterans are there out there. So no code options are crucial.
And I think what you said about not taking jobs, that's important. I think smart contracts in particular, the lower the price of building them, the more smart contracts will be built. We have to catch up with the whole off-chain world. So I think that's particularly true. And yeah.
Excellent. Well, we are hitting the bottom of the hour. So that's just covered all our presentation time and question time. It's like Dominic sticking his head in, want to see if we can head back, maybe. So I'd like to just thank you all for your time. we will be heading back to the main room.
I didn't want to interrupt you. It's just, I'm just
just having a nose. That's good.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're wrapping up anyway. So we can head back to the main room. I think it's going to be some options for voting for the presentations that you've seen, some form of poll. So do partake in that, and then there should as well be some details on the after party. Felix has already been presenting us with some of his DJ skills, which have been interesting. So that may happen, may not. Yeah. So to do that, just head back out to the, I'll hit the leave room button, bottom right, and back in the main room, there'll be a bit more time. I'm sure there are people in there already. So there's 7 people in there.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, we can hang out. Thanks, everybody. That was really good. I'm going to stop the recording now.